60 no scope. Was that early 2000 or was that early 2000 or was that a little bit later? Like 2005, 2008. Either way, all those names were cursed. All right, so we're getting back into Factorio. So to get back to where we left off, so we did a lot of expansion. This is getting to be a little hard to look at map-wise, but pretty much what we've got going on now is you'll notice we got a big old nasty nest right in the pollution, and you got this monstrous wall. This is our defensive line. It is laser turrets as far as the eye can see with solar panels and accumulators. We are slowly expanding our power grid. It's not in good shape. But I am trying to build a wall to hold the biters back. We've kind of reached the point that me just going on and knocking down the biters' nests, we're in a bit of an awkward spot there where I've now got the rockets I can start knocking down nests like this, but also not really far from my defensive line. And we are working on that. So the thing we're working on now is we got our military science, we got red, green, blue, and the black science all going. Now that's on the network, it's being produced, we're good. We are actively working on setting up blue circuit boards. We have researched the rocket already, and we're at the stage of starting to stand up the rocket. So for that, I'm going to need that. We'll also end up needing to make rocket fuel, and we'll also end up needing to make the light frameworks. But for right now, what I'm working on is this is going to be for our blue circuit boards here. We do have a new mall we built the last time. I just need to line this up. So let's go ahead and we'll have you go down too, so I got some room for your stuff here. And I am kind of going the direction of we're going to try and do the achievement where we don't do the yellow or purple science until we do another planet. Now, ultimately, the big decision I need to make is which planet we're going to first. Using any mods? No. Broadly speaking, I tend to pretty much always run completely mod-free. Alright. And we do also now have our ride. So I can go here and be like, time to go visit my stuff, get my supplies. I see that we're tailing our train, so we're gonna do a lot of stop and go, I think. Oh, the red dot's eating all the pollution for you? You know how kind of them? Yeah, it is one of those things that we can get our defenses up. That actually can low-key be useful. That we can, genuinely have all that sorted out. Alright, so let's grab the conveyors. We also need the inserters. So we got our inserters. The others are all fine. And I'm not really carrying the solar panels in that. How is our power grid doing? Bad. It's doing bad. It's doing really bad. Alright, so let's see. So you're still building out the power grid I've already got queued up. They're working on it. They're doing their best. During the day we're fine. It's not enough capacity at night, I believe. Let's we can check that actually. Okay, so no, actually the last time it didn't fully charge during the day. So it's actually more solar panels we need. Okay, so you're there. Let's see here real fast. We can go and get these moved around. So if I were to grab this blueprint here. So pick those up. Oh, I see. No safe rail crossings. How many times have you been run over? 0 so far. We will eventually, almost certainly, get smashed by a railroad crossing. But yeah. I do expect a lot of problems to go on with this. I desperately need you to get this done. The bots are doing their best to try and get everything going. Yeah, so we've got all those queued up. Oh, do we get the... Yeah, we got the efficiency modules. Alright. I'm doing pretty good. So in the meantime, what we'll do is we'll ride our train over to where we have our iron production. Because we've been getting the efficiency modules as part of how I'm trying to fix our power. Because each one of those reduces the power consumption of a building by 30%. When we get them all queued up. So we're kind of hitting this from both ends. I'm trying to reduce the power consumption of what already exists on my network. Okay. And I'll twice something over gone already. Alright. And meanwhile, we'll hop down to where we're working on here. Now, if we're running around the map, because we're using the train to just ride to the different stops, this has made it a lot safer for me. Oh, did I not grab boxes? Well, pocket craft what I can. Right, meanwhile, let's see if they got that peeled up. They want to expand. Okay, so they did get this pulled up. Alright. Because I want to go and get this set up, and then we can just keep expanding our power network. It's actually looking like solar panels I might be short on here. Alright. Okay, so with that, put you down there. Keep moving this stuff around. Let's see. So you're up here. Okay, and plunk you down there. And then with that, can stamp out a lot more power grid to work on. Because they'll work through just gradually continuing to expand this more and more. But ultimately the problem is we aren't getting the full charge. It's actually getting worse and worse each cycle, which is really concerning with laser defenses, because when the power dips, the defenses kind of go offline. So certainly not what we want. Alright. But all we can do in the meantime is just keep building it out more and more. Because unfortunately, as far as uranium goes, there's no uranium that's remotely accessible. It's way into biter territory. So that'll be something we do need to work on. But is not something that's going to get fixed right now. Hey, Eunuch, how's it going? Good to have you. That is not facing the right way. You need to be going the other way. Alright, so we've got our inputs here. And then you got our sulfuric acid drop-off. So, blue circuit boards. Ultimately, it's red circuit boards, green circuit boards, and sulfuric acid. Now, with that, we'll say the bottom track here is going to be our red circuit boards, and then these two are going to be making green circuit boards. And then the sulfuric acid is obviously the liquid. So we will need to make the green circuit boards first. And immediately hop that over. I want to say with the, yeah, so the green circuit boards, it's 3 copper wire per half second. In copper wire, we make 1 per half second. No, I make 2 per half second. So it's a 3-to-2 ratio. I usually don't worry about that very often. The 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. So this will be the copper wire. I don't believe I'll need that anywhere else in this entire length. The copper line comes right up here. Double check. Yeah, you're already made, and I don't need it there. So we only need the copper wire here. Yeah, so you can go here, your copper. Your green. You gotta try the achievement. You can't use the art logistics before any planet research. Yeah, so we've got the one where I can't use the production modules or anything like that until we're off planet. Like doing a research from another planet, off planet. Okay, and then this will be the blue circuits, or the red circuits, sorry. So the green circuit boards and the red. And we'll want to make an underground here for a reason. And that reason is, I do one of these cheeky ways of balancing the belts. Not a great method, but it does make it so it gets at least both halves the belts being used. And then we go here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's not the right ratio or anything, I'm not mathing it. But with that, you're also not in the right position. That should give us more than enough blue circuit production. Yeah, that'll do. Pick you up. Now, catch here is going to be, you do need sulfuric acid. So we'll need to bring that away. And that'll put blue circuit boards on the network. So my thought is bring you over. And all of these. And you should actually be able to reach here pretty easily. Just to make my life not that difficult. We do that and this. And that should have the sulfuric acid drop-off lane all done. So we're missing a bunch of inserters still. And we're missing the power for all of this. Probably get the power wired up pretty easily. And I do know we can click and hold. I'm kind of being deliberate on the positioning here. Mostly because I know so you're going to be Put you on the outer edge. All right. Cool, so once we have that, we'll have everything else ready. I can just open up these stops and program, except the sulfuric acid I don't have on the grid yet, which shouldn't be too hard to go. I've got sulfuric acid being produced. All I need to do is get a train stop for it. Where am I putting that train stop? I don't know, man. We're getting a little cramped in here until I start knocking these biter nests back. Alright. Alright, give me those. Give me those bombs. Alright, so we should have 100 of the bombs on us now. That's actually going to be pretty useful. Grab that so I can put that in the train if needed. Logistic drones bringing me the goodies. How's the power grid doing? So we basically barely peaked out at maximum charge this last one. So I don't know what was causing these to not be able to get the power they needed. But we did get that done. They are actively building out all the power down here, which is good. Continue to expand the grid. I just need so many more accumulators and all that. One of the big pain points we have right now is oil. I do have oil tapped. It's not a particularly large oil field. We need more. The issue we have is there is a ridiculous amount of oil over here. Like a really, really oil-rich area over here I would love to gain access to. But as I previously mentioned, we are kind of in a weird spot where I'm going to need to put some effort into building out our ability to attack a bit more. To start being able to hammer away at some of these bases. And until that's ready, we just kind of endure it. Before that goes down there, where am I putting my sulfuric acid pickup? So sulfuric acid, I am producing over here right now. I've got access to a couple places. There's not really enough room here for a train station. Oh, right. I was gonna just do another messy one of these, you know, temporary solutions that are becoming more permanent by the moment. To just get the sulfuric acid on the network. So loop this around, have it do that whole shebang, make this intersection awful. But you know, that is what it is. Let's go ahead real quick and we can drop back down here. And continue to reduce our overall power grid need for our smelting. Because last I checked, that was my main power consumer. Even with all the laser turrets, that my smelting setup is where all our power was going. Yeah, so it still is. The smelting is using about twice as much as my drills, which is using just a little bit more than my, assemblers. And honestly, the laser guns are pretty far down there. Now, granted, when they kick into high gear, when they're actually firing and fighting, they do consume tremendously more power. Alright, so we knocked down our power consumption a little bit there. Because that's kind of the hope, is that I could go around with that. Where that's using so much power. You'll notice the electronic smelters, you can see here where it kind of started getting the efficiency things. We are slowly dragging its power consumption down. Whereas now my accumulators are one of my main power draws, but that's fine. That's literally their job, is they recharge and then they hold on to that power until it's needed. Let's go ahead and get to our next spot real quick. Okay. So we can grab our inserters. You're in a bad position. There you go. Okay, those are all wired up. Okay, so it'll have all that wired up. I'm going to need 8 long inserters, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. If I do this, that'll belt balance it. Not well, but it'll belt balance it. Alright, so now I just need to grab you. Your belt needs to be one shorter there and one longer here. Okay, so all that's wired up. So what we can start doing is getting the individual stops programmed. So this first stop is copper. So let's get it done. Then go, you're checking for copper, and your name is now Copper Drop-Off. Congratulations, welcome to the network. The next contestant here is going to be my iron plate. So go here. You already set the iron plate. Congratulations. Your name is Iron Drop-Off. That leaves my next contestant over here to be for red circuits. So your name is now Red Circuit Board Drop-Off. And that finally leaves you to be checking for blue circuits. And you are just cargo pickup. So all my stops here are programmed. And then you are the tricky one that I gotta figure out. So you can carry how much fluid each? I have no idea whatsoever. So you're not checking that. You're checking fluids. Sulfuric acid. I'm going to tell it to keep going as long as there's less than 20,000. I don't know if that's a reasonable number. Meanwhile, you get a different name. So we'll have you, space, drop off. So that should, in theory, be wired up on this side. So we should have everything here good, other than I need more steel. Where is my steel production? It's down here, right? Right up here? Yeah, so I need steel so I can make a bunch of boxes so that works. I took more steel than I should have, but that way it'll hopefully buffer fine. Okay. Okay, so just getting all this built out. Have I been hit by a train yet? Not in this playthrough. In the past, I've been hit by many trains. I want to say our last full Space Age playthrough, when it first came out in Space Age, I think I only did get hit with a train a couple of times. Like, it was maybe, like, three, four times, I'm usually pretty careful around the trains. I've learned to have a great deal of respect for them because the trains will absolutely just murder the crap out of you if you get hit by them. It isn't one of those ones where you get knocked by the train, it just kind of hurts a little bit. The trains tend to be, you immediately see the screen for you died the moment it makes contact with you because of how hard it hits. Alright, so all that should be fully configured. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go and shoot way down here. I'm going to tell it to go... Okay, you physically can't get there, that's fair. So we got, alright. So for right now, you're going to park up here. That still gets me way closer. You can't spell vehicular manslaughter without laughter. Alright. Let's get over here and top off our stuff. Why do you keep putting in that box? Like, for stuff I don't want, it makes sense. You have really good at timing your crossing the Factorio with moving trains. Yeah, broadly speaking, with the trains on the map, it's kind of like when I'm approaching the tracks, I kind of look over, and it's mostly trying to watch for the red arrows moving by. Granted, with all these blinking, I'm expanding my power grid things, it's making it really hard to see. So we're going to try and do a quick and messy stop over here. To try and get the train situation, try and get the sulfuric acid on the network. Once that's done, that should be blue circuits, which I believe is the last thing I'm missing for building the actual rocket silo. Alright, so there's the signal in there. Signal out here. Separate you out. Okay, so you got that split up. Now the important bit is this cursed nonsense. Alright, so we got messes here. So you move. You go there now. You're an in signal, so you go here. Those are all fine. That should actually be that signal. Okay, so you're down. You're up. Get those set as well. Alright, so that should be... Okay, so that's a bit of a cluster there, but that does separate all the segments out here. We do have an attack underway. Okay, so they just slapped the wall a little bit and then they fell over dead. But that is bad news. That means I'm going to start getting attacks down here, and I'm not ready for attacks down there, so... Cool, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4. I will need pumps. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you need to be down here. Rip up these trees real fast. Alright, let's grab the pumps. So these pumps are supposed to be adding stuff to the trains. And now I just need power. Cool, so that's there. So the next move is we've got sulfuric acid just up from us, and I need to get it down here. And once we do that, I just need to make one more train. That train's going to be different. We'll go ahead and get it going. So I need 2 fluid wagons. Need train fronts. There's that. The sulfuric acid should be right here. Yes, here's the sulfuric acid. So let's try running it down here now. Alright. Cool, so we're gonna go ahead and wire you up real fast. Okay, so enable, disable based on sulfuric acid. If you are under... I need to figure out how much these carry. Let's go quickly grab ourselves what I need to make a train engine. Because I really only need one fluid wagon going around. But I will need to have a fluid wagon going around. Now it's going to strain our already strained oil production even more. Love to see it. Not really. But producing any is better than producing none, so... we take what we can get. Alright. Do I have engines being... I don't actually think I have engines being made over here. Alright, I believe engines are on the top right then. And it looks like our concrete train is waiting for a job to do. Because I don't have it all wired up to do stuff yet. But that's fine. It'll just sit there and wait its turn, and it just means me getting into our train rate later. But, we can grab that for building the rocket silo, whatever. Believe we have engines coming through here, right? So, train. Okay. So let's go over here. Your name is Fluid Pickup. Train limit 1. Enable if you have over 5,000 fluid. We'll figure out if that's a decent amount later. We can go down now to... we can go down to here real fast where we have our setup for our parking. My refueling spot. One question is, how are we doing with the power? Okay, so the power did not go out the last 2 days, and it did fully charge the accumulators. So we're doing better on our power situation. That's good news. Let's run down over here to the refueling spot. And then we can grab our fluid wagons. Storage volume 50,000. Okay. Let's change that signal slightly. We'll say we wait for you to have 20,000. Alright. So you are now fluid trains. Now the question with this is how easy will it be to set everything up? So you go to parking as your default behavior. We're going to tell you to do that now, just so you're out of the way of the refueling spot. Okay, so add interrupt. Drop off fluid. Okay. So add interrupt. So we do have fluid count. Turn you off automatic. All right, 1 second, because if I kick that in, it's going to drive away on me. So turn you to manual. All right. So we'll add the interrupt. So refuel is our highest priority interrupt. And then the get cargo and drop off cargo need to be different. So do get fluid. So if fluid count is 0, is there a wild card for the fluid? I don't think you count as cargo. Yeah, so the thing is, it's looking for a specific fluid. And I could definitely get away with this being on sulfuric acid. Oh yeah, no, the trains absolutely pack a wall. They straight up wreck you. And I don't think there's a wild card for fluid. Let's see if we go with the... Let's see if it does work with cargo. So we'll do... Has cargo in inventory. We'll have the station. Fluid parameter specific wildcard signal used to schedule interrupt, which matches the first fluid that passes all weight conditions. Okay, so we could do that. Okay. Space drop off. So I think that'll work. And you do that until... Yeah, thing is, it's looking for any fluid. I don't think there's like a wildcard fluid that I'm seeing. Oh, unsorted. Never mind. There we go. Where fluid equals 0. Just because weird things. Fluid is less than equals 0, just to be safe. Alright, so we go to a drop-off and all that. So there's that save interrupt. That's actually badly named. That's not get fluid. That's drop off fluid. Save interrupt. I will add the parking interrupt back there. And then we have the get cargo. That'll be get fluid. So I'll have you, fluid count here, wildcard, okay. Oh, I have those wrong. 1 second. All right, so the drop-off fluid. So you have cargo. That means you leave. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Yeah, so if you have any cargo, and there is actually, so I'll change you to fluid count is greater than 0, wildcard, save. All right, so if you have any fluid, you go to the station with the name of whatever fluid you've got, drop off, and then you stay there until the fluid's all gone. Cool. Now for the get fluid, we want to have an interrupt that says if you don't have fluid, you go to fluid pickup, and you go there until inactive for 300 seconds, or I'm trying to see like a fluid full, which I guess we can do by taking peeks. So you can carry, was it 50,000? So 100,000. Or fluid count is greater than or equal to 100,000 and wildcard fluid. Alright, so in theory, I think I've got that configured. So, or we'll have another one. Time has passed. And that other one is 5 minutes. And your inactivity of 30 seconds. Okay, so if 5 minutes has passed, I don't care what you're going, you leave. If 30 seconds where you've not gotten any additional fluids, you leave, or if you're full, you leave. Have the trains hit the enemy? Not in this run, but it definitely will happen sooner or later. Alright, so in theory, that should be a programmed. Let's go ride this out. So parking needs to be on the bottom. So the priority is refuel at all, like as first priority. Drop stuff off if you've got as second priority. Get cargo as third priority, and then park if there's literally nothing else for you to do. So waiting at stop. So let's double check. You are available. And there is a path to get there. So what do we got? So get fluid should be triggering. We have a fluid count of 0 or less. Correct. That fluid count does not seem to be working. Because that's what he wanted to go with. Okay. I wish I could attrition what that value was. I wish I could see what this current value is right now. Special wildcard signal, when used in a scheduled interrupt, it will match the first fluid that passes all weight conditions and replace the signal with that fluid. That's what I'm not understanding, because what should be happening right now, because we're waiting here. Oh. You've got the parking. So we've got the refuel. So let's tell it to get the fluid manually and see what happens. So if I triggered the fluid pickup, it is smart enough to go and do that. So let's see when it gets some actual fluid in there, what happens. Okay, so pause the automation. Because you're noticing my fluid count here is not going up. And weirdly, now that the train's moved, that's gone blank. If I set you to sulfuric acid, it did get the 100,000. Can I not make these wild-carded? Because that was my whole point, is I wanted to make it a wild card so that I could tell. So let's go look at the get fluid. So we have the interrupt there. The wild card seems to be not working. Because it's not available here at all. That does suck if that's the case. That'll work for right now. But I'm wondering why that doesn't work. Okay, so turn the automation back on. Okay, so you've got nothing going on right now. So you are full. That should trigger you to go to the drop-off, which should be this. Does the wildcard need to be on the station name? So the wildcard's not on the station name. So the station name, this one's just called Fluid Pickup. And it's, why are you disabled by controller? Oh, because you took 100,000 and there's now no longer enough stuff to have available the next one. So let's go pop down to our drop-off and figure out what's going on here. So drop-off name does have the fluid space drop-off. So we're good there. And this station is active. So that should be fine. The thing we're running into here... Yeah, that, Okay, so you're returning to parking. Why are my interrupts not working on you? So let's see. Fluid drop-off. So conditions... We're basically checking to see if the fluid is more than nothing. Okay, so it has triggered to go to fluid drop-off. Yeah, it's the fact that the wild cards weren't working there. Let's actually... Yeah, it's already on its way. Okay, so now you're just waiting for the red circuit boards here. Because I'd like to return it back to the wild cards. Okay. It should be going to parking now. Why are you being weird about this? Go back to the wild card, because that should work. Okay, and... Station is not full. Yeah, you should be going to parking now. Because if you're able to go to refuel, like if your fuel was low, the interrupt would be here. This is not We aren't triggering the inactivity going up. I can't set you back to wild card. But the inactivity and the time pass are both not triggering. So you'll return to parking because you have nothing else you can do right now because there's no eligible station. We'd have to wait for the sulfuric acid for a long time. So it seems like something's weird about the fluids as opposed to the cargo. Regardless, that should be okay for right now. We did drop off 100,000 units of sulfuric acid. It's going to take quite a while for sulfuric acid reserves to build back up enough for that train to be able to pick up. There's the last of our steam power shutting down as the coal runs dry. Did I grab one of those before it was actually done? Okay, there's just a little bit more left there. Not bad. And all that's gonna have to come up, that's fine. Okay, so just cleaning up our original smelting area that we've decommissioned a long time ago. Really picking all that up. And the stone block is still piped in over here. So the part in Factorio where you go to StarCraft? Do you mean where you fight the biters, or... I know what you mean by go to StarCraft. Oh, with the robots? Yeah, just send the robots to do all the work? Okay, so there's our inventory full. Let's go ahead and run back up here. Just planning and building from above? Yep. Alright, so for right now, there's some coal and some wood. Okay. And you're continuing to stamp out your power grid there. Love to see it. There's a train roaring by. You are getting your red circuits going. What are you missing for more red circuits? Oh, you're just producing. You're good. And honestly, I'm going to need way more red circuits, and this looks like you can just scale this up very easily. By going like this. One, two, three, four, five, six. And we can go over here to the power towers. And just put a splitter right up there. If I recall correctly, the reason I had the amount we had here, because that was the ratio of roughly what I could accommodate with this. So if I turn you this way, you can double that up. Okay. We basically doubled up our red circuit production. That's probably going to make those other parts of it start choking so far as, like, the materials going in, like plastic or something. But yeah. But no, it's kind of interesting when you get to the point where you're just kind of, like, sitting above the factory, just placing all your buildings. Okay, so you're still catching up on the accumulators. What is the bottleneck on the accumulators? Is it the batteries, or what do we got going on here? Or is it just you build slowly? It's batteries. Okay, and what's the holdup with the batteries? It's literally just the speed batteries produce. The batteries are their own holdup. That's fair. That's fine. With that being slower, I could turn around here and get 2 productivity modules. Because the productivity modules are kind of cool in that it does slow down the speed that stuff gets made, but as the added bonus for it, it has a chance, like, every n number of cycles, it produces an extra one. So we go here. Oh, you can only be on intermediate goods. Well, crap. Yeah, so basically it makes it 5% slower, but you get 4% more modules for the same amount of work. That's fine. Alright, meanwhile, let's go ahead and run over real fast to keep cutting our power back down on the other stuff. They're kind of waiting for the blue circuit boards to get made. Then I gotta figure out where we're actually putting the rocket itself. Most likely I'll put it up in this area. And the reason I'll put it up in that, off of the main mall kind of thing, is just for the fact that most of the materials I'm going to want for that will be up there as well. I want to kind of have it have its own dedicated part to it, though. Can I increase the throughput of these belts even more? I probably can. Because these ones in the middle aren't able to get their materials out. It's all bottlenecking there. Oh wait, do I still... No, I have it going as 2 separate ones. Yeah, because this underground goes to that one, and then this set goes to this one. So we'll probably need to go and branch that out even more if we want to improve the throughput of all of this stuff. Another thing to also help ultimately fix is just when we get the other stuff going on. Alright, so one thing that could potentially help on this side... Okay, so that's made this right side be able to unload faster. The problem is that back side, there's not enough room to do that same process. Now, what I could do for the back side... So I could branch these three off and do the same thing in here, but the problem is I can't repeat it on this side. There's not enough room. It's too compact. Meanwhile... That'll speed those up some. So just trying to distribute those a bit better. Yeah, so you can see the speed of which the ore trucks come, or the ore trains come in. They basically as fast as they can turn around, grab it, come back over. Yeah, so that's helping out a little bit. We've only increased the throughput on those belts about half. Well, no, about a quarter. No, I guess it's about a third. But that's still enough to get every one of those loaded up, which is ultimately what we were aiming for. We're just trying to keep those smelters running. Okay, so let's go and pull back up here. And how goes the production here? So we've got everything else we need for the blue circuits except the red circuit boards. And what's the deal with the red circuit boards? Red circuit boards were here. We did increase the throughput of the red circuit boards. So it is working on it. We only have 606 available. And the problem is those are being eaten up by this, which is our blue science. Which does not have much of a backlog there. We go to our science drop-off. It is being, like, literally we are using all of the blue science. So, that is our bottleneck. So it looks like ultimately my bottleneck is the red circuit boards. So let's see what we can do to continue to expand the red circuit boards. Because so far, they seem to be keeping up. Yeah, those are all crunching away. But you here. I can organize that different to make it a little bit better. Hey, Sam, thank you for the 20 bucks over there on the YouTube side. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that support a great deal. Means a heck of a lot. We don't see a whole lot of that kind of stuff over on the YouTube side very often. So thanks. I very much appreciate the support. Okay, so with that, we have the iron plates coming in. Oh, no, we don't. Okay. So what we can do here is right now, I've got that kind of looping to get both sides of the belt covered. I'm just going to short circuit that right on over. We can move you here, pull you up. That could definitely be shrunk to be less of a mess. So what's your deal now? Why are you not... You're not getting your metal plate. Oh, I'm still missing one conveyor belt spot. Okay, so that'd get us some more green circuit boards. The question is, once it starts backing up, will it back up on both sides or will it sort itself out? Alright, it's gonna back up on the both sides of the equation. Why have you all stopped? Oh. That's not good. Alright, power grid's a problem. Once again. Yeah, we'll leave that alone. The power grid's more of an urgent situation. Alright, so let's go down here. So you're all power starved. There's not really room to do more here for solar. I want to leave that area open over there. So I got to find an area that I'm unlikely to be doing... Well, actually, you know what we could do? So we got all this stuff wired up. Let's go over here. First, did you fully charge? You did not fully charge yesterday. If it doesn't fully charge, then we're just not going to get what we need. So let's grab one of these grids. So basically, we don't fully charge, it means more solar panels. If it does fully charge and we run out of power, it means more accumulators. So I'll drop you down. Meanwhile, let's grab our book. The random tip, spotlights go out first when the power grid is below 100%. You like to put them in your major industry areas. Gotcha, that's kind of a clever way of approaching it, just having like, hey, here's the thing that drops first. I do know later on in the factories we tend to, we tend to go in there and start fixing a bunch of that random stuff. Okay, we'll let those get built. And as those come online, I'll be able to start pulling down those power towers. I can keep spreading the factory. At least the power brownouts rather than the brake noise in Satisfactory. Oh yeah, no, Satisfactory with the choo when you're like, oh no. Because everything breaks. Now the consequence though is a little bit worse, I think, in this one than Satisfactory. So Satisfactory, your power goes off, the factory shuts down. And you can do the thing where like you'll have your runs that go to other parts of your factories and you can put a switch in between. So when you're trying to like reboot your factory, you can like throw the switch on one section of the factory to shut it off, to then bring your power back on and then bring it back on. In Factorio, because the defense of your base is tied into that, you know, when the power drops, you're like, oh no. Because like here, a badly timed attack could spell absolute disaster when the power goes out that bad. Okay. So that's going to be way more than we're getting done anytime soon. It's the worst. And Factorio is what taught me to have separate electric networks. The one I've done in the past is I have gone and used the switches. I don't have any hooked up yet. That you can have the switch where the power gets low, you can slam the switch closed, basically shut down part of your factory. That'll be like, here's an unimportant part of the factory. If our power gets dodgy, start shutting these down. And it's honestly not too bad with some of these rail stations and all that, as I could put it like right here, bridge it there. And then, you know, again, just if the power starts to dip, you go, this is unimportant. Like, me getting this more red science right now, if the power's on the fritz, turn it off. I used to have like an air raid siren whenever my accumulators went down to like below 5%. I would turn on the air raid siren that's like, you know, everything is awful. Actually, I haven't done one of those sirens in forever. Where are you at? Programmable speaker. I think you go with just a programmable speaker and an accumulator is all you need to make it work. Because the Satisfactory allows priority power switches automatically, but the off versus on nature is so much rougher than Factorio way. Yeah, no, there's a lot of kind of like tricky things around it. So let's go and grab you. Okay. So I want to sit there and see, with the programmable speaker, what we can do with all. So we're going to go ahead and put you right over here. Right over here. No, we're not. I needed to be close enough to the accumulators to keep an eye on the accumulator. Unless I can actually check the grid from any pole, but I don't think we can. We don't need to grab any specific accumulator. That'll work. Right here will work. Alright. So, I want you to be connected to that accumulator. Because the accumulators, luckily, volume minimum. Before anything else. Show alert. Power at... I believe you can pass it through a red signal. Yeah, so output signal A. Okay. So we would have power at output signal A is here. And if output signal A is less than, I have no idea what the units would be here. So that's 3, 4, 5. What are your units? 7? Maybe it's aligning with about 50? I'll say 10? Percentage? That is exactly right. That makes sense. All right, so in theory, you should be showing me a signal. Why am I not seeing? Because it's a global signal. No, so you can have it where it shows an alert. Oh, I see. It's got a tiny little lightning bolt icon. Ah, when it mentioned alert, I thought it was... Oh, here it is. Power at A%. Well, that's not exactly what I was aiming for, but, you know, I guess that's fair. Yeah, because I thought that was going to substitute the A for the actual percent, so I could like watch the percent go down. Parameter 0. Yeah, because we have the output signal A. That's on the red line. Yeah, I guess the low battery is the more appropriate signal. Technically, what I could do is have, like, multiple layers to it. I kind of wanted it to tell me the actual percentage there. So it said it was signal A. What was the other one? Because you're being output on signal A at 75. And that is a variable here. So I wanted signal A to be power at, you know, signal A. Because usually you can do a lot of that kind of stuff. And it can have the parameter signals over here, but I don't think those will apply here. It's not really an important thing. Okay, so we'll say less than 10. Okay, so at less than 10, you show that signal. I don't need to show the icon on the map. We'll put the alert down there. Now I can go over here, we can get a second programmable speaker. So the irony here is I'm not actually using it as a speaker. We aren't playing a sound. But we are using it to make alerts pop up. Okay, now I can grab you. Before I do anything, minimum volume, do this. A. You'll say below 20%. Each time the train passes makes you jump. The train is scary. Make that 25. Okay, so what should happen is that should escalate. We'll look down here, everything will be happy. And then a yellow icon will show up when we hit 25%. And then a red icon will show up when we're below 10%. So I'm guessing they were hammering in down here somewhere. We are continuing to expand our power grid. Little by little. I think you might go splat something. Well, that's the reason I never stop moving on the railroad tracks. I've made that a very, very key point to never stop moving on the railroad tracks. Okay, so we're at 25%. Gotcha. With the 2 alerts, can I put more than one option on here? No. Yeah, that's what we used to have. Okay, so it did drop that signal. Now, I don't want to make it louder. Yeah, so the idea is we hear the siren. It means we've overworked our thing. I'll try to avoid making it too loud, but you get the idea. We'll see how that goes. I'll end up turning it off. Oh yeah, no, it's set to global. You can set it to local, global, or like one other thing. For like the sound distance. And I set it to global. So it doesn't matter where I'm on the map, the volume will be consistent. Alright. So the problem we have here is I do have all this sweet, sweet copper ore just sitting here. And it's not going to get anywhere useful. The copper refinery is way down there, so actually it's even farther. Where is the copper mine? Copper refinery is over here. Okay, that actually shouldn't be too hard to switch over. Alright, let's make a quick adjustment. This is where we were just quick and lazy piping in that copper, my old copper setup into our new one. We're just going to have to adjust it a little bit here. Because where I was putting the finished product through, now... Oh, you're working on getting all these out, that's fine. All of these will reduce our power consumption. It's absolutely worth getting them all dropped off as much as we can. Okay. So we check. We are slowly decreasing the cost my electric furnaces go. Yeah, it's looking pretty soon like I'm going to need more accumulators. Which is going to shock no one. And we all, for all intents and purposes, have shut down our coal entirely. Because I was putting out like 27 megawatts at one point. Yeah, so we're fully charged on our accumulators now. And we still have spare production. So our steam power is winding down what little's left. So that's all good news. But now that I've got that wired over to the other half, what I could do here is where this was the output for those smelters. We can yoink that before I accidentally contaminate belts. And grab you. And all that. Look at your power 10-minute cycles. If the power from your solar panels looks like a trapezoid, you still need more solar panels. Yeah, no, that's, I pointed that out earlier. Basically what we're looking at is if the accumulators here, if that doesn't hit the top, you need more solar panels. If this does hit the top, but it still reaches the bottom, you need more accumulators. So, like, these two I was short on solar panels. This one is, like, right on the edge of almost exactly the right amount of solar panels. But in all cases, I didn't have enough accumulators in those ones, where this is what you want to see. Like, this area here is happiness. Neat pattern. I'll add that to your list of rules. Yeah, this is happiness. Obviously, the lower this goes, the worse. But this means our power never failed at any point. But yeah, where that slams into the top, then you're good. So this tells me I got enough solar panels. Those are slamming into the top up here. Now the question is, does it get all the way to the bottom? Meanwhile, we can go here and say all of this stuff, you're no longer needed. So we're going to yoink you all up. Okay. So we're just getting a mode to clean all that up. We would also want to yoink that line up. Not the splitter yet. There we go. So that's that part done. You get all your ore moving down here. And I still got this that we were cleaning up. Okay. Because again, this is where our factory, our mall used to be. And so now we've been just slowly pulling this up, getting rid of it. As we're waiting for other things to get done. Let's take a peek. Have we got our red circuits down here? They're still waiting on the red circuits to arrive down there. Which a lot of that was delayed on expanding our red circuit production more because we were running into problems with power. And the red circuits almost become irrelevant. Like, your individual producing like this versus this becomes irrelevant if your power grid's failing, because trying to expand it just lowers that. Alright, supposedly our power's at 25% or less. Ah, so it did dip that low. Yeah, so we went just under 25%. But then it's coming back up, so we're in the clear there. And that can kind of be, those alerts can kind of be our gauge, that if we see, like, for example, with the alerts when we're looking at them, oh, you know what, that could actually be another thing. I'm willing to bet I could put alert down there to warn me when I don't have enough solar panels, too. Because then what I could do is I could check the voltage on the solar panel versus that of the accumulator. And if the voltage on the solar panel is over a certain amount and the accumulators haven't quite caught up. Hi.
Hi, husband. I just wanted to give you some attention.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you too. But yeah, as I say, I think you could actually compare the value on the solar panel itself, like what the amount of power it's producing in that moment, versus the accumulator, and you could kind of determine if the accumulator is below a certain amount of charge at the time the solar panels are basically fully wound up, that you probably don't have enough power to keep it running. Like that you'll come up short, as it were. So put that in the trash. I'm not going to carry that. Those will go in the trash. I'm not going to want those. And then the rest I can feed in. Alright, so we're doing good on getting our power grid way more expanded. Yeah, because the steam is still kind of shutting down more and more. Yeah, and we're maxing that out better. Pretty soon we're going to want to have another grid of just accumulators, which I did deliberately leave space for on our defensive line. I'm also going to need to go to the defensive line here, because we're probably getting ready for the next expansion to it. Yeah, so you're just waiting on accumulators for the defensive line, so... We did have the problem where we got a... Alright, we got a new nest right here. I'm not ready for that yet, though. I wonder if that actually stamped down there. Alright, so just keep that all going. Meanwhile, I can take some of the not as good things I've got on my person. So I've got some yellow inserters and blue inserters that I don't need. So there you are. There you are. And you. Conveyor belts. I got a bunch of the yellow conveyor belts. So just quickly trying to offload all our lower quality conveyor belts into storage so we don't have to deal with it. Okay, we've got the yellow splitters here. We can drop you in there. I'm not seeing any yellow underground, so it looks like I've got my inventory mostly cleared up. I am noticing that I'll probably end up needing more boxes. Alright, so let's go run up here to where we have our red circuit boards being produced, and just expand that again. Because we did expand the green circuits going into it. I think we're going to want to honestly just duplicate that whole structure. Just bring it up kind of deal. So let's start up here with you. We can grab all of this. Probably want to put satellite dish in the area. And then we just got to wire the input and outputs. Alright, so let's give the drones a minute to catch up. Because we're going to double up the amount of red circuits we can make again. Because that's proving to be more and more of a bottleneck. Now, realistically, with this extra expansion we're adding here, we're probably going to run into new problems, and that new problem we're going to run into is probably our plastic production, because we already know we're short on oil, and it's just going to be a tricky one to try and fight into get that going. Alright, so we're at 25% power, and dropping fast. Okay, does it play just one cycle? One cycle's fine. Okay, so it was very briefly under there. We actually look at that. Oh, okay. I'm not sure how I feel about that. So, the siren plays its sound, and then it runs out of power. So yeah, looking at that, where that maxed out and we bottomed out, that tells me I don't have enough accumulators. So let's go look down here. There. It's already way too many. Alright, so that should be the last that klaxon goes off. I might even make the klaxon quieter. I wanted to have just a little noise, so that way if I'm not looking down here, it kind of grabs my attention. I just want it to be pretty quiet, so let's cut it down by like another 30%. Because that is a noise you hear and you're like, what? Alright, so we already got the stuff in our inventory replaced, so that's good. There's the red circuits being delivered over here. We are consuming a lot of those to get our efficiency modules. Oh, I see what's going on here. You upgrade. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alright. Now, most likely we're going to run into problems where like something like our copper or our plastic or that won't be sufficient to keep this running. When that happens, we go and we deal with the next thing. If I have to expand another operation, that's normal Factorio things where you build one thing, the other thing now doesn't have enough to support that thing you just built, so you go and upgrade it, which now has something that doesn't have enough to support that. And you kind of play this like whack-a-mole game of going, okay, I expanded this, what's the thing that kind of didn't keep up now that needs to be dealt with? Alright, so there's the output. So go here. Oh. The output's all hooked up. So now what I can do is I've actually got these merged together. Rather than making a big fuss on this, I can just grab you and just dip you on under. And you're hooked up. Alright. And that should have doubled my red circuit board production. Now we are seeing that this is not looking happy. Let's go here. So one thing we might be able to do here. Trying to think of the best way to belt balance this, because I could put a splitter and then loop that in, but it only fixes it if it continues to be one side that's the problem. It looks like what's happening here is this has a ton of copper in it, and it's just not depleting in a timely manner. I'm going to need way more copper. Well, I mean, that's probably okay, actually. Or the other side has consumed much faster. What I'm thinking about doing is actually going like... We could take this, bring it over here.
Thank you W0 Freeman for subscribing for 5 months.
And thank you, Morgan Freeman, for subbing for 5 months. I really do appreciate that. Means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. So I'll put you like this and this. Alright. Now, it doesn't help with this other belt. But that will mean that this side here is balanced up. That should deplete this one faster. Meanwhile, how many of these do I have on my inventory? I have 36. So I should be able to go here. That's 12. 24. I believe that'll finish us off. Yeah, so that time we didn't quite manage to get the power topped off with the solar panels. We came up stuff. If it's cursed but it works, is it really cursed? I mean, you can look at stuff and be like, that works, and it's deeply upsetting. Or like, that works, but it really shouldn't. Alright, so we've got that going. We have expanded our red circuits. Did we get to the point... So we have not got a load of red circuits down there yet. Because now you are waiting on plastic. You're starting to run low on the plastic. Which isn't super shocking, because we're consuming literally like 4 times as much as we were before I started working on that. I don't know if there's a good solution I have for that, though. Alright, so let's run over to all of our... I've got 150, roughly, of the efficiency modules. Let's go over to our smelters and see how much we can knock down our main power draw. Meanwhile, I am just continuing to add more and more solar powers and solar panels and accumulators, which is going to gradually clean up this power issue we keep having. Okay, so drop them off. So that one's fully upgraded now. Well, fully efficiencyed, I don't know. Okay, and that's the copper fully upgraded. Let's get down to the iron and make sure it's all done. A couple more down this corner. Okay, that's all done. I believe steel is over here somewhere. I think that's steel on the left. Alright, and that'll be literally all of our smelters with the efficiency modules in it, so we'll have those as efficient as they're going to get for right now. Okay, and that took us down to 51 efficiency modules left. Alright, and I don't want to just put them in random assemblers or anything like that. So let's check on our power now and see how much of a difference that made. Okay, so for our modules... Yeah, so for if we're looking at just our electric furnaces... You can see where we got up to here as our peak, and then we've just been knocking it down one layer at a time. As we've been going and putting those efficiency in. And again, that's my main power draw, so that's pretty good. My other power draw is the accumulators. We don't do anything with that. And then comes the electric drills. The electric drills, as you can see, are continuing to ramp up more and more. I'm pretty sure we can't put efficiency modules on electric drills. I'm pretty sure they're not eligible. We're going to take a quick peek and see what's there. I'm pretty sure you can't put them on these, right? Oh, no, you can. Alright, well, we put all we could in there. Let's see. Try it and find out the efficiency on the drills. Yeah, it looks like we can. So we did put in a bunch. So if we check on the drill's power, so it's kind of all over the place as consumption goes on, so unfortunately they don't have enough data to do anything. Alright, so we did max out our power again on the solar. We are only dipping for a fraction of a second on the accumulators. So as we continue to add this, it should improve, because I'm not adding much factory on per round. Alright, we've reached the point where you're redundant. And the reason why that's redundant is you've got the entire, like, defensive wall going down here. Alright, so I think during the next day, we slap that nest down. Or do we slap the nest down, or we just leave it? I guess we could just leave it and let it keep absorbing the pollution. The big thing is we're going to have to get down here to get you taken care of. So let's go run over here. Once we get these redundant defenses pulled up, I'm going to run down to where we got attacked to the bottom right, where I don't have any defenses really. Like, I have defenses, they're just not much. I'm going to grab all this ammo and everything. We're going to go down there and move these segments of wall down there to add a bit more onto our defensive capabilities there. Here, before you start taking the guns, because the guns I want to bring with me. Now, you're missing power. Let's fix that. Alright. Yeah, as you can see, they're delivering the accumulators, the solar power, the laser turrets, all that. But they can get that, like, giant defensive line going and just slowly wrap the base in it. Then that'll help out a lot. Yep, so we're down to 25% power. We just dipped to 10, so we didn't actually bottom... Well, no, we're still going down. Yeah, so we still need more accumulators. Yeah, it literally dips for just a fraction of a second, then the solar panels catch back up. Alright. That's the closest call we've had to being smacked by a train so far, as I almost walked in front of that one. Didn't get hit, but we definitely rode that fence just a little closer than we probably should have. Alright, they're just adding a bit more defenses here. I remember, I thought there was a way you could, like, make it divide the ammo up as you moved it along. Like that, I could split and say, like, hey, put 50 in each of these or whatever. I don't feel like dealing with that. It's maybe fine, maybe not, I don't know. Control right-click is half stack. Gotcha, so... Cool. That'll work. Thank you. There's a mod called Even Distribution where you drop a material into multiple of the same. And the game averages the amount out. Yeah, that makes sense. I hear it. I know. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. They always attack on literally the opposite side of the base. It's never where I am. Yep. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. You need wheels? I mean, one of the problems is cutting through the middle of the base right now. There's just way too much infrastructure here that... Even my roads are all covered in junk at this stage. Well, the problem with the... So I could have taken the train way over there. But the problem is my train is on the wrong side. Up, a couple of my construction drones just died because they crossed our base. Okay, so we now have the problem of my drones are crossing over a nest and getting destroyed. So that nest has to go. Get back in here. I hear it. Only a couple chemical labs. Okay. The good news, it looks like I'm missing just a couple of those. The drone ports are honestly close enough. But that'll put those under drone ports so in the future if it gets damaged they'll be able to repair it themselves. Alright, so that's kind of a crappy problem because I don't actually have more ammo on me. Yes, they're taking care of that for me now, so we can just walk away from this. Clean our hands of this issue. Alright, so what's going to need to happen is I need to go down here, and we got a couple of nests down here that got to go. I got a tiny nest here I could probably just knock down really fast. That is likely the culprit for that attack. Come on, trees, help me out. We're almost the safety of our guns. Okay. But the hope is I can go down there and just chuck enough missiles in to make that matter. so many. So problem is I've got too many of the big biters. The spitters I could just abuse. But you can see, like, the big biters I do have to just, like, full-on retreat from. Because what I'd hoped is I could just slam them with a bunch of rockets and call it a day. Alright. We're gonna have to put a defensive line farther up that can hit. I'm gonna need a lot of ammo for that. Alright. That's real bad for us. Alright. Okay, so I got a bunch of their nests, but I am burning through those rockets way faster than I'm getting through them. There, I got it. Alright, we're just gonna have to retreat because I don't have the rockets or the ammo to keep this up. I'm gonna have to just resupply the munitions side of things. It's just the unfortunate reality that I'm gonna need a better way to knock down their nests. The rockets do the damage, but they're just getting too tanky. Alright, so they got all this rebuilt. That's some good news. We did hammer down most of the nest, but I'm low on munitions, so I'll have to deal with that. Probably just run over here and grab supplies out of you. Yeah, so I got my rockets resupplied in their entirety. Ammo-wise, I'm pretty sure we're making the ammo over by the Black Science. But yeah, so realistically, to do what I was doing there, I'm gonna have to have a bit more supplies coming in, just so I can, like, kind of fall back to the defensive line, get the things off me without having to run nearly as far, and just... Oh, I thought I heard the sound of a thing being destroyed. I was like, don't you dare. And grab those. Hop on down here. Put your crappy belts in there. I'm pretty sure we're not producing ammo here. Alright, yep, I'm slouching a little bit. Hey, hey Kiki, how's it going? Alright. Yeah, so it looks like our power is, again, stabilizing a bit better. We did a massive expansion on the power grid. So let's take this down to where our iron drop-off is. We do have ammo being made there. Then go way down here. That should be fine. Can restock on our ammo. And we are researching the tank. The holdup on the tank and why we haven't been making progress is blue science. And the blue science has been waiting on red circuit boards. And we have ramped up the red circuit boards. But that's going to be struggling because of the plastic. No, 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 no. Stop, stop. Kind of wish you could be like, hey, never, ever, ever remove anything inside there. What I could do here... something like this. So basically, if there's a surplus, we start boxing it. It looks like the grenades are your bottleneck on the military science. Now it looks like it's just construction that's the problem there. And Nazi's needs fixed. I just go right here and say, hey, you need more? You can have more. Anyone know a good video to watch the train basics? A good video? I don't know. The game actually does have a tutorial inside of it. Where is that located? Oh, there's an entire place for, yeah, tips and tricks. I want to say if you go in here, like they'll walk you through a bunch of how a lot of this works. Where was the actual train? Yeah, so they'll have like things down here. YouTube has Factorio train tutorials. They're 3 minutes long. Yeah, I want to say in here somewhere. Yeah, right here. Train stops. There's an actual, like you can't see it, I'm in the way. Can I move this window? Yeah. There's an actual play tutorial that'll like pause your game and let you go over there. Same with the signaling, you have the play tutorial. And they'll walk you through that. And that all this is located under tips and tricks. A lot of the more complicated things you deal with in Factorio, they do have those like instruction guides, whatever you want to call them, to go and check out. Alright, this is going to take a hot minute before those are ready. Alright, so while we're waiting for the ammo, So you're still waiting on your red circuits. You're still just churning away at speed. So I do expect that you'll catch up soon. Yeah, and like don't get me wrong, if you find a YouTube video that's good, that's fine too. Yeah, so we need to start knocking these nests down. I'm going to need to start twisting the defensive line. Alright, so laser turrets are already in place. It's just doing its best to get all these accumulators and solar panels and all that built. They're doing their best. Alright, so that's gonna get in the way soon. Let's hop in here. And we can take this and drive this up to one of the parking spots. Drop off all this coal and wood. But yeah, now granted, some of those trains stuff doesn't get into like I'm using interrupts and all that. You've never used trains, but but on this playthrough, your oil and coal are so far away. Yeah. No, the trains are absolutely ridiculously powerful. It is one of those things, though, they can get a little dodgy at times. Just in the sense that if you misconfigure a train, it can drag your whole thing to a standstill. So that clears that up. I don't have a lot of regular ammo, but this nest is relatively close to my defensive line. So I should be able to go in here, hammer the nest, back off, hammer the nest, back off, and deal with it. Where my laser defenses will help. We'll probably want to wait until daylight. But once that nest is down, my next big expansion, I kind of think, is I've been moving my defenses down. I need to bring them across, because it looks like I'm going to have more and more problems on this end. And they're just going to destroy this, and I didn't have the ammo to do anything about that. We do have the sentry guns going, but the more laser turrets I add on here, the more strain on my power grid, which is fine. That's a calculated thing. Okay, well, the power's actually been stable the last couple days. Okay. Let's get a little ways out of the way from their nonsense. And what we could do here is grab you. Right, so that's about... If so put at your height, that'd be good there. Here, yeah, go ahead and start building that wall, that's fine. And meanwhile, just plug that up. Because then what I could do is I could rip up the guns and all that from back here. Because this is all redundant now. Okay, I do have a tiny little cut through here. Yeah, so that's the problem, is you see those construction drones cutting across? They're gonna get nabbed by the, They're getting nabbed by the biters in the way by. I'm gonna slowly lose them. And I don't really actually have my drone production increased yet, and that's going to be a pain point. All right. Yep, so there's a minor attack over there. It's fine, just keep putting them down. I have it so we're not even requesting walls. Okay. So, let's go deal with this nest now that we're getting the full power. Alright, go hop into laser defenses. Okay. That's the big spitter covering the whole thing down. Now, downside is I'm burning a lot of power doing this. So expect tonight we're going to have our... we're going to have the defenses kind of go down from it from the power overload. Ah, one short, that's fine. Because I don't want to spend all day doing this, because the longer I'm doing this, the more I'm really hammering the power grid. Okay, so that's 2 nests down. Alright, nest cleared. So yeah, so the next thing like we were talking about earlier is just the fact that I've got this nest over here. And I can't really do a whole lot with it. Got some ammo. I might be able to get away with something a little cheeky on this nest if we really go for it. So first, let's try and see how close I can get without aggroing it. And I'll try tossing down 2 or 3 sentry guns. It's probably not enough to properly handle it, but... Oh, got too close. Actually not that bad of attack. Alright. Alright, nest destroyed. Did go through quite a bit of ammo, but that's still fine. That still alleviates that problem for a little while. Let's go ahead and while we're out, I've still got plenty of rockets. We got this little teeny tiny nest that's been over here for a while. We can go ahead and knock it back. Okay, so that's another nest destroyed. Cool, so that's bought us a decent amount of time over here on this western flank. So, yeah, so we should be all good over here for a while. We're not... Oh, that has grown quite a bit. Down here, we're looking real bad. I'm trying to just seal this off for now. Because if we can seal that off, that means all of this area I don't have to worry about. And then we would bring it around... And I'd probably aim to cut across over here somewhere, like just to cut off there. And then we could fight our way up to then cut off over here. But first I want to kind of enclose the territory. So at least as long as the power grid holds, for a while evolution will be able to keep ahead. I am going to need to get the construction drones production on the network as well, which is just yet another thing that needs to go on the network. Okay. What is going on with my red circuit boards? I am producing so many of them. The good news is, despite having those lasers going all night, we never did fully deplete our power grid. Oh, you know what we can do? Efficiency modules. Run on over here to the copper. And again, get those all efficiencyed up. So it seems like I really should be going through with our drills and our smelters whenever we can. And actually, our assemblers have overtaken all the other stuff on the power consumption. That's unexpected. All of our electric furnaces are already efficiencyed up. I don't think I want to go through and take the time to go to all of our different assemblers and try and do that. But something as easy as the drills, I can just shift click and run across them. And that'll save us a bunch of power. Alright. That'll help reduce the power consumption a bit. While I'm standing here, we can just go right here and say upgrade time. Cool. So that'll be good. Now I think about it, those turrets aren't doing anything anymore, right? Okay, so these get picked up. That'll give me some more ammo. Because they're pointing in a direction that we have to have our defenses fail before those come and evolve. That side still needs defense. You're okay here. We're okay with all of this right now. You're walled off all around there. We have defenses this whole area. So the whole bottom area actually has defenses. There's a little gap there. That's probably a little annoying. This whole area is wide open with just the occasional line of defenses. And this whole area is open. But we're getting there. And let's see what I can possibly do about the red circuit boards, because that's holding up everything. Until I get blue circuit boards in production, everything else is kind of stalled. Oh, this is another area that I don't actually need these turrets. They're leftovers from way earlier in the game. Usually a lot of times I'll leave those turrets behind because it's not that important, but where I'm kind of struggling on ammo a little bit here, at least lets me move them around where I actually need them in a pinch. I see. So you're just consuming all of these. That's honestly okay. I think that's got a lot of those materials are effectively buffering is what's happening right now. I've also lost track of my train. The train's still way down here. No. Ah, you're still over in parking. You go ahead and let's get you back in your parking spot. There you go. And all the supplies in here are going fine. It's just construction speed because it is just a tiny little mall supplying everything. So what are the things that we don't have on here we need? So we probably need the logistics drones and the other drones. So that way we can actually produce those to replace themselves as they're destroyed. We could probably use for the passive provider chests. That's red, green circuits, and a steel box. There's green circuits, red circuits, and steel here. So we can probably make that happen right up here pretty easy. So give me the steel chest. Yeah, so you can make the steel chest. You can make the provider chest. So boom, boom. And then you need a long inserter. All right. So we can go ahead and take the steel chests off there. Just make those into provider chests. You don't need a lot of them being produced. Okay. So that means we got the passive provider chests automated. The other thing I mentioned is we probably want to get the drones. Okay, power grid is still struggling. Don't love to see it, but it is what it is. We are continuing to add more and more and more accumulates and solar panels. Okay, but ignoring those sirens real fast. Right, so you need the flying robot frame and the flying robot frame. The flying robot frame was made with the electric motor, and that requires the engine unit, and that requires... Yeah, so you need the engine unit to then go to the electric engine unit to then go to the robot frame and all that. So, to start that whole process, I need pipe, gear, and steel. So we got our steel here. I already have gear here as well. Okay, so that's good news. So I can go here. Your engine unit. Well, actually, sorry. No, your pipe. So your pipe. Your engine unit. So that gets me the engine units. from the engine unit, I need green circuits and lubricant. So the lubricant's down over there. We can go ahead and probably plunk you here with electric motors. Yeah, so you need the green circuits, and the green circuits were way down there? Alright, I didn't realize they're so far off, but that's okay. There, I know I'm going to need the green circuit boards here in a minute. So we put those over there. Just expanding the mall so we can get logistic robots. Okay. Cool, so you got all that. So the next move here is going to be dealing with the lubricant. Now I do have lubricant down here. Did we ever pull up that line? No, we didn't. Alright, so let's go down to where our initial coal factory was, or coal power plants. I do have a lubricant line up there that, if I don't pull it up, it'll limit how far I can go with my other line. So we can go ahead and run down there, pull up that whole length of line, all the way back to where it's produced, and then bring it a different direction. Yes, there's the lubricant line there. And that's because we did have our mall down here long ago. But we did ultimately move it because we basically shut it down in this area. Alright. And pull this up. Because otherwise it'll complain that I'm trying to run the line way too far and I'll have to get pumps to move the lubricant around, which is fine if that came down to it. But I can also just avoid it. Okay, so up there's our actual base. And that's where we make the lubricant. So we can go ahead and let's... bring you over here. It should be able to weave it back here a little bit. Because I believe the blue conveyor belts, when we get those later on, will ultimately require those as well. That'll work. So there's a lubricant here. And that gives me the electric motors. Cool. So with the electric motors, I can now make the flying robot frames, which are batteries. Batteries, green circuits, steel, and all that. That sucks. Because batteries are my bottleneck. We do have batteries right there. If any surplus if any surplus batteries get through, they'll be put on the green line. We're gonna have to upgrade, we're gonna have to up the battery production. Okay, so, right, so for the robot frame, what we're missing there is the steel and the electric motor. So you've already got yourself sorted. The steel's over there. We could take second line here. If you chuck yourself onto that line. And it won't need more of the motors here. Alright, starting to get taxed down here on this side. I'll have to deal with that next. Okay, so robot frames. All right. Then you're just missing the batteries and the circuit boards. All right, so after that we would need... After that it becomes easy, because then I can put one here and one here. For you. And then that gets you the red circuits, and this gets you the green circuits. So I can go there and there. And grab 2 provider chests. One here and here. Only 1 stack of each, because the drones are really easy to get yourself in a weird situation with. Alright. So these are ones I need to make sure turn off. Based on conditions. Alright, so the enable disable. What I want to actually check is how many bots are on the overall network. So read robot statistics. Available total logic bots, total construction bots. Alright. So that's total construction bots is T. So enable disable if T is less than, we'll say 50 for now. Shut it down. Or turn it on. If logic bots, what was that? If logic bots, which is Y, if Y is less than 50, turn it on. So with this building should be turned on. Let's see, wouldn't you want equal logic bots and construction bots? Not really. The logic bots just move your stuff around between your buildings. The construction bots build. So they serve completely different functions that don't directly support each other. Logic bots are primarily just giving stuff to me and taking stuff I put as garbage in my inventory out. They're not really doing a whole lot beyond that at this time. The big thing is construction bots can do logic bot. Typically you insert bots from the assembler directly into RoboPort, not chest. Yeah. You're not wrong. There. So that way it'll feed them in here. Construction bots can do logic movement now in limited situations. Gotcha. I'm not aware on how that works at that point. I still don't see where that would make me want to equal the bots, though. Like, right now, I do have them both set to go to 50. The reason I've configured it this way is then when I'm remote on another planet, I'm like, oh, I need more whatever bots. I can just go in there and change the number. Because I was trying to think, I could do an arithmetic thing where basically I could check the number of roboports on the network to have it scale as the network gets larger. But I mean, even if I set that to 5 bots per roboport, that would still be 150 construction bots, which is, you know, for late game, not a big deal. For early game, that is a lot of material sequestered into a bunch of bots. A bunch of bots of which a fairly large number of them are probably just going to sit in the roboport without things to do. Hey, Nacho, how's it going? Alright, is there anything else we want to add to the mall while we're in the area? We've got literally all that except for the pump being pre-made. I don't think I'm going to be making enough pumps that I feel any real pressure to have those automated. Well, I didn't say total available. I thought I said total just generally. Because there was total construction bots 60, available construction bots 49. I set it to the total because I ran into that last time I played, where I went based on available. I'm double checking because I could have gotten it wrong. Yeah, because I did that last time as I went based on available, and it basically meant every time I queued up a major construction job and I had the materials for it, I would start churning out more construction bots. And it ran to a point where I had the construction bots unable to get back to roboports in that case without, like, hovering around. Just because every time I queued up a job, it would just start producing them as fast as it could. Yeah, so you're struggling with the solar panels and that. The solar panels construction is basically it's just the speed the solar panels can be produced is the bottleneck. I mean, you're on the same thing. You're getting your materials. You're producing as fast as you can. It wouldn't be the hardest thing in the world to get a second set of battery production going. It's kind of one of those things that I don't want to ramp it up too much, but I should. Because you need copper, steel, and green circuit for solar panels. So I could literally plunk it down, second one right there. Do this. We wanted to get more batteries. That's copper, iron, and sulfuric. I've got the sulfuric right there. Yeah, cutting the sulfuric to the other side's easy. The iron is already in path. And honestly, getting the copper over there wouldn't even be that hard. I could just do a splitter and bring it over. So you'd have this one be just dedicated for pretty much feeding in there. Where's your battery? Chem lab, not that. Let's see. Chem lab. There you go. All right. So I can grab the chem lab. Okay, that's got batteries going. So what I can do, we'll do two things here. This will partly be a dedicated line to go there. So we got more of those going off to the rest of that. And the other part we can go here is to make you a dedicated line for helping supply. So we doubled up the battery production. So some of that's going to be tossed over here to help the accumulators get built faster. And then some of those will also end up getting fed up farther on the line to do all that. It's actually still going to get grabbed by the laser turrets because of where it's at. It's fine. It's whatever. We doubled up the amount of batteries we're making. And we doubled up the amount of solar panels. So that should ultimately just add more onto the grid, which should allow the power grid to expand faster. Because that'll let me expand our defenses faster. Meanwhile, let's go take a peek at the blue circuits. You still have not gotten red circuit boards. And you're still churning away. And like you're holding up fine. Like this could certainly use a little bit more, but you're basically going as fast as you can. What is going on here? Are we still gobbling those up? I think it's just I have the buffer set too high here. Yeah, I think I've got you set too high, so let's drop you down to 10,000. If you have 10,000, turn it off. Stop sending me more red circuits over here. So that should free that up. Meanwhile, if we look over, let's see where we're at for the red circuits elsewhere. So red circuits, we also have them here. You will also grab yours and lock it in at 10,000. So if you get more than 10,000, shut that one off. I'll do the same thing here for now. I'm demanding too much of a buffer on the red circuits all over the place so that they're not getting kind of spread around. Meanwhile, your plastic is still holding up, but not nearly as well as I'd like. But that's fine. And the green circuit boards are almost perfectly balanced, where they're not falling behind too much. But yeah. It's definitely a place we could have room for more. Okay, so meanwhile, we're making the rocket silo. That's going to be a major project. Now, the rocket silo is one of those things I don't really need to have logically placed, because I'm only going to build a couple of those kind of ever. So we can do... So go here. Grab your noise. We can go rocket silo. And so we got all that. You need pipe as well. That's nice and easy. I've got the pipe right here. Alright. So you're slowly going to feed materials in here. We also need the steel to come in here, which I happen to have right back there. Alright. So I'll need to manually get the concrete in here and the blue circuits. But like I said, this is kind of one of those ones that I'll probably only ever build a couple of the rocket silos until like way late game. So that's still fine. From the aspect of what I need for the rest of that, it is 1,000 concrete and 200 blue circuits. So my concrete is right here and has been producing this whole time, and the train doesn't know what to do with it. So we can just run on over here. One, two, three, four, five from the front train. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from the back. We're also probably getting pretty close to the point I'll need more trains, right? We got the liquid train in parking, because it doesn't know what to do. Yeah, so it looks like we might need a couple more not liquid trains. So that might be a thing to queue up as well. 1, 1, 2. So there's that. So then we'd be waiting on the circuits, the blue circuits and the electric motors. That's fine. Okay, so for more trains, I need more motors. Let's go ahead and get at least 2 trains ready. So just need one more engine. All right. And again, the robot frames in there, that's fine. Yeah, so as it stands, I'm not going to get hardly any motors off that. We can just run over here to the right. I don't need many motors, just a handful of motors should be plenty. Get a couple of trains on the network to help out, because we're not seeing trains getting to parking. It means I'm needing the trains more than they're available. Which just tells me I need more trains. If you're going to put 2 or 3 trains on there, let them play catch up a little and see if we start getting some trains hanging out and parking from time to time. Yeah, that'll give me a total of 3 trains to add to the network. Okay. I also need... Oh, no, I already got the card set. Okay, train number 1. We will go to you, and you are now a cargo train. Get the hell out of my sight. Train number 2. You are now a cargo train. Get the hell out of my sight. Train number 3. You are a cargo train. Get the hell out of my sight. Alright, so adding 3 trains on the network, it looks like I'm having about 1 train sitting in parking at a time. Maybe 2. That's one thing. You can copy paste the blueprint of trains, by the way. Yeah, no, I need to do it, but that's fine. Alright, so how is our power grid doing now? So we're gradually seeing the total the accumulators can store climbing up. And we're mostly keeping the accumulators from completely petering out, but we are seeing that gradually climb. So that's really good news. That's kind of what we want to see, is the continuing increase. What coal area? All right, so that's the coal area down here. It looks like there's more coal down there that we've missed. So let's run down there. The stone patches are slowly running down, but those are mostly hooked up to this. I'm trying to clean this up to figure out where the coal is. Oh, that's in range of the arc construction bots. They're just pulling it up. That's fine. I see what I did there. Okay. Yeah, it's got 2,000 under, and there's only 2.2k coal. So it looks like there's just a little bit of ore right there in that conveyor belt. Yes, that did bottom out very briefly. Maybe let's go rip all this stuff, because I forgot this is over here. Alright. Yeah, still doing accumulators and all that. Still doing the accumulators and all that. And I'm going to regret doing this, but I really just want to have this done. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do, this is a terrible plan, by the way. It's going to result in a whole lot of these not getting done. And just having like one. Oh, are you kidding me? Was I one off? Okay. I can make this work. Alright. So, the copper and all that's looking good, the coal's looking good, the iron's looking good. Well, time to delete the entire base and start. Yeah, no, exactly. We're off by one. Get it out of here. Oh, I am realizing a problem. And the problem I realized is the same coal that's powering my steam is my main source of fuel for all my trains. So it's fine for now, but it's not going to stay that way. And my coal pickup's over here. Huh. Well, we already know we're shutting down the steam. That's been a long, long time coming. So let's just shut down steam. Steam's done. And we can go up here. Yeah, no, we'll definitely make cars to drop off more coal in the area as needed. Because the other thing I can do is I can just move that fuel station anywhere we want. Alright, so this whole thing, it's shut down. There's no longer anything worthwhile here. So let's go ahead and, just as a precaution, bridge past it. And then the steam power. I mean, I'm already ripping it up, but yeah. To be fair, the amount of power this thing's going to give me is going to become less and less relevant very quickly. So, it's fine. It'll also open a big area where I could just chuck down even more solar panels if we want. Alright. Yeah, most of the time I do actually leave the steam stuff sitting there. I just kind of was like, you know what? I want to reroute all this coal, like all the coal over here. It's fine. Shut her down. Okay, drop all you in the junk bin. Where's the steam engines? We want to chuck those in the junk bin. Apparently accidentally grabbed accidentally grabbed fish. We'll end up needing those boilers later, but that's fine. Okay, so they're still building all that. No reason to queue up a bunch more stuff until we're ready for it. Yeah, so to give you an idea, it was running at 2.4 megawatts on the steam. Like, that's how much steam power we were producing for the last number of days. It's just barely coming off of idle and then going right back down. And yeah, and you can see where this is where actual power need is around that height. Because you can see the accumulators ramp up to that and then the ramp back down with the solar and all that. Alright. Yep, that's gonna keep being a thing. And part of what we do to relieve that would be to, get nuclear going as well. But for the time being, not really an easy thing to set up. Because of the uranium being way out there. Alright, Bissette, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in, all good stuff. Okay. They're slowly building that all out. That's just gonna take time. Alright, so where can I be of best use right now? I could get more rockets. Oh, you're collecting all the junk I had in my inventory. Probably also take a peek at this. So one weird thing I'm probably going to do here it's kind of a stopgap band-aid. This is basically my trash box. And then it's going to feed everything from the trash box into the provider network. So anytime I have something I could probably use for something, we can just move it around to where it could be useful. It's also a thing that can go in there from time to time, be like, okay, here's the inserters that we can just chuck in here. It's down the road I end up going really hard into the bot logistics just for that reason, that like just for the cleanup you can just kind of move stuff all around. You get a bunch of wood going in there. Actually keep the fish just in case. So just grabbing up things we kind of do actually want. Alright. Okay, so where can I cause trouble that'll help me out? So we'll eventually want to expand our defenses on this side. It would be nice if I could clear out all these nests and push them back. With the big blue biters, I don't really see that working out for us. This side I'm feeling pretty clear about. We could potentially, using that defensive point, we could oh, there's oil down there. Go on. It's not a big oil node, but it is an oil node I can get access to. I would have to start shipping the oil back, but I can potentially live with that. When are you going to get your red circuit boards, man? You're getting to the point where you're running low on the metal. And you're about to cross 3K again. So you're locked off. You don't need more. You need more. I have accidentally broken your power. My bad. Because that's the thing. A lot of these things using the red circuit should be kind of shutting down. Because like the solar panels and the accumulators and all these things I'm producing in copious amounts, none of those are red circuit boards. I want to say the accumulators use green circuit boards, and so do the laser turrets. I don't think any of them use red. Yeah, so I broke the power grid down here. Shocking basically no one. Alright, so we've got all this. And that was down to where our iron mine was before we fully depleted it. Because that's what I'm doing right here now, is I'm just cleaning up old messes. So good news is that's turned our blue science back on. Because our blue science does have red circuits, but it got broken when I was messing with that. I'm surprised. Oh, I see the issue here, because this is where my iron mine was. So it's tethered over here. So if I put you there and there, you're now bypassing all this. So all of these are no longer relevant. Alright. And I did see one of my... Well, that's it, weird. I got a warning that one of my guns was out of ammo. There it is. But I got a warning that was out of ammo, and then the warning disappeared. Yeah, it's a pretty old one. we can run on down here where we didn't have that good of setup for defenses. Alright, you're not really needed to be here anymore. Which is good, because it looks like you're getting pretty low on ammo. Alright, those have not been hit at all from what I've seen. If we go down over here, though, we had to, like, put these weapons, like, really, really thin. As you can see, this one got damaged quite a bit. It's out of ammo, basically. We can go down here real quick. There we go. We got that little area of defenses. We'll do the same thing over here. Actually, we can use this for pushing these nests out. Okay, so let's start knocking down some of these nests. I think my goal here is I want to start clearing all these nests up this direction with the intent of trying to make ourselves another fortifiable point here to clear up all of that from being attacked. So we can start this process by watching that biter get absolutely murdered. Alright, one nest down. Okay. Two nests down. Three nests down. We got a lot of spitters in the way now. All right. And not quite enough to finish it. All right. Okay. And we've got that whole hive knocked out. How it goes for ammo situation, not amazing. So let's drop back up here, because conveniently, this is actually where we're producing our armor-piercing rounds. So it does work well. We could also drop off our crappier rounds to just put those there. So there's another 400 bullets. We are low on rockets. Let's get up to where our iron production is. We could call the train. So locomotive. And we can go ahead and say, hey, I would like a ride. You're way up there. You can make this work. Because we need to go get more rockets. But yeah, so we got that knocked back. It'd be nice to take this oil. The problem is it's kind of on both sides of that cliff, which sucks. And I need to get defenses down there. Because I can almost imagine if we can kill this nest up here and these back ones, I could probably just string a really crappy wall with some guns just down this way a bit. And it'd be enough that we wouldn't spread through there. This one I only need to choke that spot. You can plug up a couple spots here. It's a little tricky to go through the whole way. But if we keep the next nest knocked back, that should prevent me from overwhelming stuff. Yeah, because we need to be careful about this. I also see that there's a red icon there. We want to go check what that is. Train is on its way, right? Okay. Wonder why I can't remotely control it right now. So you're on cargo pickup. Tell you to go to parking. So the problem we're running into is you've gone past your line, which counts you in this one at the same time this one is, so they are blocking each other. We can probably fix that by messing with the signals a little bit here. I just have to be very careful where they don't slam into each other. Yeah, I turned the automatic mode off, but then the button I'm trying to use to go forward is just moving the camera instead of moving the train. It's just panning instead of driving the train. Oh, right. And have a good time. Yeah, so part of it is the lack of signals on this side, not separating the sound to its own grid. That might help a little bit. Because I'll make that intersection into an area, and then this will be its own grid, so it'll be a little bit more lenient on that. Alright, so let's go get our rockets. Alright. Now, definitely producing the blue science. So soon we should see the tank actually get produced again. The tank is one of those things that gives me, time to build the mega roundabout. Oh yeah, no, I've seen that. You have like the giant roundabout where you can just feed trains into it at a very rapid speed. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with a lot of that. That's, there's entire, like, forum sections and all that. They'll be like, here's the giant listing of all... Ooh, hey, wait a second. There's no way you got all your solar panels down. Am I just short on... Oh, you actually do have all the solar panels down. So let's go check in the power. Yes, the power does cap out relatively decently. And accumulators do seem to be doing a pretty good job. Yeah, so we still got stuff over here, but it's still waiting for more drone ports and all that. So one problem we're running into is some of the stuff down here. So let's go ahead and grab you. And part of the reason I'm doing that... Oh, you're not going to line up with the rest of my grid if I do it that way. Okay. We're just working on expanding all those things, little by little. Giving them places to recharge and all that. We'll end up wanting more construction bots. I kind of don't want to allocate the materials there. Alright, so we're still waiting on the electric motors and the processing units. The processing units, are you finally being made yet? No, you're still waiting on red circuit boards. The red circuit boards have officially run out of plastic. Okay. My plastic over here is officially out of petroleum. Which we knew this day was coming. Alright, so what would it take for me to make the push out here to try and make that happen? Because the petroleum is also going to start starving me on rockets. Which is my offensive capabilities. And for the record, the petroleum never truly exhausts. But we're at a point that I'm just not getting enough oil to run any of this. So let's go grab any and all rockets we have. Oh, come on, really? You flanked behind where I'm building my guns actively? Hey, VS Tech, how's it going? Okay, so coal slowly coming offline. Got a while left. Yeah, even then, I kept the old defensive line. We're still working on extending the defensive line here. There's a good chance they probably just ran right past these that are unpowered. There you go. Not too bad. Yeah, Banger... let's see, Biter's flanking somehow is the classic. The one that impressed me, I'm not sure if the setup's still there. Yeah, so this wall wasn't here, but I've got all of these defensive lines, and I had another set of sentry guns right here, and they managed to, like, weasel right in between all of it, so they didn't aggro any of that and just started destroying my mine. So I had, like, one group of turrets here, all that there, and there's like, and surgical strike. And you're like, really? Really, guys? I got this area, like, it's not fully walled off. There's just one little gap. And you're just gonna go and thread the needle on this thing. Making extra sure to cause me grief. Huh. There you go. If their lives dream, they duck you over. Yeah. They do a good job of causing mayhem. Alright, that's our power grid being strained again. Alright, so that gets all those drone ports along the way. That should help a little bit. But yeah, so I've got plenty of ammo. I've got sentry guns. So what I think we're going to do is it's gonna be rough. I'm gonna go ahead and try and go out here and start knocking some of these nests down. With the hope of being able to try and secure some of this out here. I'm a little worried about going for it, but at the same time, I need oil. It is what it is. Oil must happen. How on earth am I still struggling on power as much? The accumulators and the solar panels are just slowly just keep going up more and more and more and more. But it's still a struggle. Needing oil, typical. Yep. So let's go ahead and get over here. Because if we don't deal with the oil, we are going to run into problems where... Actually, let's check our research, yeah. We are going to run into problems where we're just going to not have the supplies I need to keep... Like, we'll get the blue circuits eventually. It's just going to take forever if I don't get the oil secured. So let's go ahead and give ourselves a little cheeky spot I can sneak around here. So plan straightforward. Just like we did before, I'm going to drop a bunch of guns. Just a little ways away from that base. Fill it up with ammo. We step forward. We chuck down a bunch of rockets. Alright, get the first wave to clean them out a bit. Cool. So I knocked the first nest down. Alright, got the spitter down. Next nest down. And next nest down. Okay, that's two more. All right. That's you done. Okay, so let's move on up to the first oil spot. Because there's a lot of oil to be had. You're too lazy? Well, the problem I'm running into with this, if I don't do it this way, I don't have the firepower to hold up to just, like, stand there and take it to the face kind of thing. And unfortunately, until we do Volcanus, I can't use artillery. Must be an old nest. There's not a whole lot here. All right. So, we have secured a beachhead to get this oil. What is that oil down there? Because that is... It's like, this one's another 1,400. That's certainly not bad. Let's go check up here to see if this is a very good choke point or if that connects over to another spot. Okay, it's looking really encouraging. If this doesn't land bridge over, then this becomes an incredibly good place to, like, put up another defensive wall. Okay, cool. So that's good news. So what that means is I can put a new wall across here, and then we can start working our way down. And that'd make all of this area, we could start securing that and pushing down this way. How hard would it be for me to deal with this nest? Is this going to be... well, what's our rockets at? We're down to 150 rockets. Is this an old nest or a relatively new nest? That is a big nest. Alright, let's still knock it down. Have you played the quality system? I have played the quality system in past runs. Before you get to Fulgora, the quality system's really hard to meaningfully take advantage of. Okay. Got the first nest down. Yeah, now the big catch, I can honestly clear this easy enough. There, so we got 3 of them all down in one quick go. One rocket too few. That's fine. So good news is those nests are very clumped up, so I'm getting damage on all of them for any of them. Alright, so only one nest left. We just went under 100 rockets left. I thought you had the, thought you only had the yellow rockets. The AoEs are great for this. Oh yeah, no, that's the whole reason I went for it. We only got the rockets for the express purpose of being able to go and knock down these. Alright, so that gives me some more breathing room before I have to worry about expansions. So we're just kind of going through and just using our ammo to knock back the biters as much as possible to give me breathing room. But this is our next expansion, is to try and get over here to where the oil is. But we need to knock the biters back quite a bit or they'll just expand back in. But I definitely don't have enough rockets to take down the double nest down to the bottom right there on that peninsula. We could probably take out another normal-ish nest. Oh, I just walked into that. I think they could just happen over time as well. I don't know if I actually got the nest or not. Okay, there, that nest is down. Okay. That's another nest down. I think there's one more spawner in there. Okay. And at that point, we're going to be kind of tapped out. On both our rockets and our armor-piercing ammo. Because these are all getting really low, too. Okay. So unless we go over here and this nest has, like, basically nothing at it, then that's all the more we're going to clear out. At which point, what we'll want to do is get a bunch of the oil ducts. I'm kind of tempted to literally not even do the train, just pump it along the whole way. Okay, so this is just spitters. It's always weird when we run into these nests that are just spitters, but I also don't hate it. Because it is easy to deal with. There's another one in here somewhere. There you are. Alright, so we've got this nice and secured as well best we can. For now, we're just going to want to toss down some defenses nearby it. And then get a bunch of the oil derricks and all that. Can I see on the map how many of them? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright, so we'll need 9 of those. Okay. But it's going to be a whole big nonsense. We're going to be, like, piping this half across the universe. Because it would be good to get a train going across here. But having the train go that whole distance makes it vulnerable the whole distance. And until I'm ready to expand our actual defenses the whole way out here, I think we just kind of go and rush it back and forth. And occasionally they'll probably attack my oil line and break in. I'll have to go back and fix it and yada yada. But at least this lets me have the oil in the meantime. I'm trying to think, if I did run the train, I'd have to branch it off of this nonsense, bring it the whole way over, get it set up to get it to go back, which would be doable. I'm honestly wondering if that'd actually be easier than the pipe, because the pipe I am going to have power run the whole way and all that. The train's probably the easier one. Ooh. Alright. So first, let's restock. And then we'll start running our train out there. I need to grab iron, copper, and a little bit more steel. So we made 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That takes care of that. We've got our train signals and everything on our inventory. I'm going to need way more train tracks than that, though.
Who's the best little hubby in the whole house?
Oh, in the house? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's probably me.
It is you.
I thought you were about to say in the whole world. I'd be like, you know, that's can't possibly be me.
In the whole house.
Yeah, no, in the whole house. I said that's probably me.
Is there anything I can get for you?
Not that comes to mind, no.
Okay. Luppies.
No, but thank you. Alright. So that's 500 train track. We can go ahead real quick. We can drop the iron ore in there. I do a bunch of wood and all that. We're definitely going to need to go and drag that down someplace else later. Right now, I'm not going to worry about it. Is there anything else I want to snag out of the box, though? Probably not for the moment. We'll definitely want to get drone ports and all that garbage going up there. I think my plan for that, though, is while they're working on this wall down here, once this is reasonably walled off and secure where I can kind of go that way, then we will start worrying about expanding over this way more. Meanwhile, how goes our rocket supply? Oh, they're actively giving me the rockets now. Why are you putting the rockets there? Yeah, my guess we're only going to get about 50 rockets or so. The challenge also is going to be, if I use the train, where is it dropping off? Before I start this train nonsense, where am I dropping off the oil? Because this is my whole oil area over here. It's not very big, because we always plan to decommission it in the long run just because it wasn't really a good place. Oh, actually, that's more rockets than I thought I was going to get. We plan to decommission it because there's really not a lot of room to work. But it's been kind of our band-aid thing going forward. Now, I do have my oil here. And that's got, like, no room there. This is blocked off. There's no room for a train stop up here, really. So I do run the problem that there's really nowhere to put the trains here. I think I'm talking myself into just saying to hell with it and running the pipe. It's still definitely an inelegant solution. We're going to do this for now. And I think my intent will be to later get it shifted over. But pretty soon it's going to whine that I made it too far. Alright, while we wait, let's go ahead. And while we wait, we're going to go and get, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to go run back to our mall, get our top off on our pipes. Let's run the power all the way over there. Yeah, no, absolutely, Sheep. We've been stuck on that research for a while now because of red circuit boards. We are producing them. Let's switch off that before I accidentally blow up my own base. We are producing them, but we are running into the problem that because our oil production is just really, really grinding down to a slow speed, that unfortunately has resulted in all of that being kind of like really stuck behind. So grab those rockets. That's fine. Okay, what are we missing? So you're still bringing me the pipe. Where's that pipe at? It was over here somewhere, right? Where did I put that pipe production? There you are. Yeah, we should be good for now. Let's see. You do think train tracks and power lines may be less likely to be targeted by biters than a pump line? You don't recall how that works. Yeah, I think you're right as well, that it's more likely the biters will hit the pipeline if they find it. my hope here... Ooh, actually, are all of you in parking? Okay. That's not necessarily a good thing. Because that means most of those things that are just not a need to move material around. Alright, so yeah, rather than do the pipeline, let's grab the power cable and run it first. Because then what we can do is at the destination, I'll set up the pumps and all, well, not the pumps, but I'll set up the oil rigs and all that kind of stuff to start pumping the oil into storage and yada yada. And then we can worry about trying to pipe it all over. Hey, the blue science got there. So that finally got us the tank as an option. Okay, so where even we are with some of the stuff. So we've got you. I'd rather focus on the damage over the shooting speed. Because generally speaking, damage just doesn't cause much grief with your power infrastructure. You're literally making it so it just hits harder. Whereas shooting speed, it does give you more damage, but it also increases the power drain unless they've changed something about it over the years, which is very possible. Okay, so I can go here, bring you across to here. We can bring you to there. Now I can bring you down there real quick. You across here. You there. Alright, and now I can take the big pole, shove it there. Okay, so I don't have a lot of ammo to go around, but let's not leave this fully undefended. So the most likely attack is going to be from that down right. We can go ahead and just put a handful of guns there. I did not bring any walls with me, so that's definitely going to go great. Alright, so that's what I could throw at that for a defense. Alright. They've already got those queued up. I will give it a shooting speed at that stage now. Alright. So I'm just kind of queuing up all the laser weapons and damage and all that kind of stuff because that is our defensive line. We do have to be careful that the biters will evolve again. And when they do, they're going to put more of a strain on my defenses, so we want to stay ahead of that. Until we can get the rocket built, which is the blue circuit boards, then we're kind of stuck dealing. Once we get this oil online, let's make sure we get rocket fuel being produced. I also need to go and make the light grid Where are you at? Yeah, the low density grid. Okay, so that's plastic. Okay, we can get that going relatively easy. That'll probably be another train stop we'll want to set up. Now, I do think I ultimately will send a train out this way, to be clear. I do think it'll be worth it for me to put a train going to these 3 stops. But right now, I just want to plug this in as fast as things. Like your Hadrian's Wall. I'm not familiar with Hadrian's Wall as a reference, but just the wall of lasers and all that, I'm assuming you're referring to? Or back along the cliffside. Okay, so that's where we left off with the pipe. One to the left? Oh yeah, just like following the cliff edge. Yeah, that was we set it just because of, it's what choke points I had to work with. Gonna take a lot more of these than I thought. Okay, there's your limit. Okay. So let's go here and make the pump. Yeah, it's the pump. Let's see, is that the wall that the English built to keep the Scots out before the Romans? Oh, sorry, it's the Romans who built it. Gotcha, yeah, no, Oh, Emperor Hadrian? Gotcha, no, that's one of those things I'm not super aware of. Hey, oh, I put you 1 tile too far. There. Alright. Romans built it to keep the Scots out? Yeah. Alright, so we're just running it along. It would be nice to mess with the quality. Generally speaking, quality's a really cool mechanic. I really liked messing with the quality and all that stuff. The catch I've run into with doing quality shenanigans is until you get to a point where... we will queue you up. Until we get to a point that... Sorry, until we get to a point when we're dealing with the quality where I could, like, recycle and all that, it'd be a whole big thing. You have to get up early tomorrow to get fingerprinted and have your picture taken? Yeah, no, I understand you work with kiddos and all that stuff, so they do that regularly. Waking up early is no fun, though. Alright, so let's see here. We're going to need the pipe. There's that. You bring your telephone poles and all that. Alright. So run this pipe the whole way. We'll get the rocket fuel online. And once we get the rocket fuel online, then we could see about expanding more. How are we doing on our power grid stuff? So it is continuing to slowly trend up. That the gap between us shutting down and all that's slowly climbing. And our solar's mostly maintaining it. And that's just, again, accumulators. And they're another thing that is a massive strain on our oil. I'm turning all of that petroleum into sulfuric acid to make the batteries, which are then being gobbled up by accumulators. So I could certainly make it way more efficient if I wasn't doing that. But I am. So that is what it is. I'm going to need to find a better place for our oil setup as well. I think long run, I could see our oil setup being here, because then it's nearby where all of these oil things, like basically will be between these 4 major oil points. I've got water on either side, because a lot of the recipes require water. And it'll be a whole thing that, we can put a bunch of, like, little parking spots for the fuel trains and all that. I think that's a way later issue, though. I think right now it's just get the oil off the ground, all that kind of nonsense. All right, we'll get to this side. We're almost there. I'm kind of hoping we won't end up needing a second pump. If we do, we do. There's obviously going to be vulnerable infrastructure that could be attacked, and probably will be attacked plenty along the way. Okay, so there's your limit. Now, I don't know. We should have a buffer here. Yeah, it'll be fine. We're going to have a buffer there. Also realized I never put storage over here, so I want this here as well. Okay. And so with that, the whole thing should be hooked up. Is it good? No. No, it's terrible. It's not defenseless, but it's pretty close to it. We're pumping the oil across the universe to get it to our main factory. But it is, in fact, actually getting to our main factory. So that'll be good for now. And I think it's one of those things that my intention is going to be, well, ultimately, as we work through this, I'll work on getting the robot grid out here to put a wall across there to secure all that upper area. And then once you got that upper area dealt with there, it'll be time to start working on trying to secure this edge over here and keep pushing back. Because that's those things, I do try and give myself like a biter-free zone that we can keep expanding, growing, and doing what we got to. Alright. They're seeing oil here. And we're seeing oil there. That'll be fine. So that's our quick and dirty band-aid solution. They'll at least get things working for now. So the next move is going to be our rocket fuel. What do I need to make the rocket fuel happen? We need solid fuel and light oil. Okay. Well, that shouldn't be too hard to set up. Now, I'm trying to remember. So it's 20 to make 1, 10 to make 1, 20 to make 1. And you split... Okay, and you have a slightly reduced return. But almost things like... how many hours do you have in this game? In Factorio in general, I have like thousands of hours. Like 2,000 or something. In this particular run, we've got like 24 hours, maybe? Something in that area? 24, 27, something like that would be my guess. Maybe a bit more than that. Because you'll talk, if he wakes up on Sunday, he's going to have to practice dodgeball because you want to catch up with your sleep. Yeah. Alright, so good news is we are seeing our oil climb here, so this is all coming back online. Alright, so now this creates a new thing for me to deal with. Let's get a couple of chem labs here. I'm going to need at least 2 chem labs. We'll start with that. Get a minimum amount of production going, then we can worry about a elegant amount of production. So I think we're going to use the heavy oil to make the solid rocket fuel, or the solid fuel. And then we're going to use the light oil for making the rocket fuel because, you know, that's required there. Let's actually make it a little farther down. Okay, so you are going to make solid, and you are not where rocket fuel happens. What building needs rocket fuel? Where are we going? I would assume it's the chem plant. Did I overlook it? I probably overlooked it. No, it's not there. Let's see. You are made... No, you were made in an assembly building. Okay. That's fine. We just go right here. And we can grab the assembly building. And rocket fuel. You have about 1,400. You still feel like my game style could be better? You feel like your game style could be better. I mean, just keep experimenting, trying things. Seeing ways other people solve the same problems that you're trying to solve, that kind of thing. There's lots of other people out there who you can learn from and all that. Oh, that's not gonna work. Okay. And this is so we could scale this up later. That's the only reason that conveyor belt's there. Alright, and so with that, we now have rocket fuel. For right now, I'm going to put that into a passive chest. It'll limit it to 4 stacks, maybe. Alright. So we are technically making rocket fuel now. Now, I know we're going to need to make a very large amount of light frames before this is all said and done. I'm also going to need to figure out where am I actually putting down the rocket silo. Because it does end up needing a decent amount of space to support its infrastructure, to bring in like all the stuff, to make the platforms and all that kind of stuff to keep feeding the system. Yeah, so good news, the solar panels, we've got those all set up. Let's check on our power grid stuff. Okay, so the accumulators are still continuing to climb. That's fine. Did we ever get the blue circuits? Blue circuiting? No. What about the red circuits? How are you doing? Well, we just hooked up the oil a second ago. That's right. Alright, so that's going to take a minute to catch up. We should have most of our red circuit stuff shut down. Yeah, so you don't need the red circuits. Yeah, you don't need the red circuits there. The bottleneck is now actually on the engine production. And I'm okay to just leave it that way for the time being. Yeah, because we just leave all that to queue up for right now. So it's going to take a hot minute. I'm half tempted to just cannibalize a bunch of red circuits. So the catch-22 is if I cannibalize a bunch of red circuits from here, it'll make the train prioritize going back here sooner. You are at almost 3,000. You drop it off the copper plate. So it's going to take a little while for the plastic to roll in. Let's see the plastic production going on down here. You're about halfway to another load ready. The defensive line is looking good. Alright, so let's see if we can't... Oh, you know, I just realized. Alright, we got something else we need to add to the network. This will be a very easy thing. We go boom, you, landfill, grab you, grab a passive chest. There, I'll get stone out of here. Okay. So what we could do now is, because you're just waiting on accumulators and all that. Alright, we've almost got that area bridged off. And once we kind of like... I'll probably want to turn it around here to like lock this area up. But once we've got that all sorted out, that's that whole front. Then we want to daisy chain our roboports to get over here. And again, like the plan is going to be to make a defensive wall along this top area to lock that out. And then we will probably want to go and deal with that. I'm not going to be able to do any of the roboport stuff over here until these nests are destroyed. Because otherwise the bots are just going to go over top of them and get murdered again and again, and it's just going to be a frustrating thing. But I need a lot before we can do that. Let's see. Oh, here. For the moment, we can grab the landfill. Let me help you out. I got plenty in my inventory.
Thank you Shadow Peon for subscribing for 13 months.
Thank you, Shadow Peon, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream, and, you know, access to the emotes, and no advertising viewing, and all that kind of good stuff. Or advertisement-free viewing, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, because you can see we got a couple that are cutting across this area. That's where they're going to get themselves in trouble. So usually just well as things that you kind of want them to always kind of go out then in, but you do what you can do in the meantime. We'll end up needing to knock down... Okay, this nest is getting dangerously close, and I have a problem over there. Alright. Let's do a couple things real fast while we're waiting for all that to get set up. We can grab the rockets that have been produced in the meantime. I don't expect it to be very many. Love to see it. Yeah, it looks like we're running out of research until we get the rocket launch stuff done. Okay, we're getting our power grid drained way more now. That's also not covering as much as I'd like. So let's go over here and start trying to tell this to expand even more. Yep, the power grid just went down. Where am I putting all of this copious amounts of solar? So this area is probably never going to be used for anything there. So let's go ahead and... It's not going to be a good example because it doesn't have all the towers on it. I know. Sirens, sirens, sirens. It's fine. I can turn those sirens off. But that's kind of thing that's alerting me, being like, hey man, pay attention to your power. Oh, you're not in the network area. That's not going to get anything done at all. Okay. So we need to start bridging you over there. There's a signal there. Okay, that's not super convenient. Alright, so it's going to take a while. We do have plenty of solar panels as well. We're still using the accumulators there. We can also go over here. We've been putting the wall of solar behind all that. We can go ahead and just take this. And over here... start plunking all this down. And the idea here is that we're just, as much as we can, just plopping down more and more and more power infrastructure. Queuing up way more than I could possibly need in the short term. Or I should say, way more than I could possibly provide in the short term. Let's see here. So, there's the rocket fuel we're making. There's the missiles. I don't know why my logic bots aren't doing anything, but that's fine. Okay, so we got 200 more missiles. So, we have an immediate threat down here. That nest, this nest, and all that. I would love to be able to expand in that direction as well, but you can already see I have more projects queued up than I can get projects done. It's proving to be a big problem, but that is normal Factorio things. So let's quickly grab our transportation train, jump on it, take it down to where we make our military science, and hop aboard. How are we doing on our research? It looks like at level 5 I'm not going to be able to continue researching all that stuff. Which isn't the end of the world. My assumption is that's when I'm going to start needing space research. And we are actively working on getting that stuff done. We're just struggling because oil things. Then go down here. You actually do need stone. Alright. What's going to happen here is I'm going to take the train down there, and I'm going to send the train back out of there. These bots are going to be busy till 2035. Yep. But that's a normal thing for me to do with my, my factories, is just, I'll usually grid out to have a bot network everywhere, and then I'll just use that to, continuously, inch the defensive line forward and all that stuff. So you don't block everything off. I'm going to have you return back up here. Because I got work to do and I can't have you blocking up the whole path. Alright. So, I think the first and most important threat is this one up here. And that's because all the other ones have okay defenses available, but that one up top really doesn't. Let's go deal with that real quick. And it would be lovely if I could get a defensive line over here, but that's going to take a while. The same plan we've been using. Drop a bunch of turrets. Shoot the nest with a bunch of rockets. Duck back to the turrets. Repeat the process till the nest is done. Alright, get the initial wave knocked down. Okay, first nest knocked. Okay. So this nest seems to only be putting out spitters, which is good and bad. I can get away from the spitters a lot easier. The danger with the spitters, if they do catch you, you just suddenly get completely overwhelmed. Since they can stack their damage. Whereas the biters will get in each other's way a lot. Alright, that's 2 nests down, the other one half dead. We can wrap it up. And I do think I want to just, as long as they've got ammo. We can just kind of knock some of these nests that are down along here out. And kind of do the same pushback, give myself some breathing room. Because in the meantime, we're just kind of waiting for blue circuits to get done, which is waiting on red circuits to catch up, which is waiting on the plastic to catch up. Here's the nest. That's going to be a little inconvenient to deal with all these trees. There, at least you got the nest. There. They're getting stuck up in the trees, which is nice because it's letting me get back in, but then I have to like push through them to try and do more. Alright. Cool, so just got a couple of spitters left, and it looks like 2 more nests up there. Rockets are holding up so far. Alright, we got one of the 2 nests. The last nest is pretty far up there, but that's okay. Cool. Alright, so it's another nest down. How's the ammo? 4 stacks left. Alright, and we can deal with that nest to knock it back. Like, we should probably get all these ones down here too, but the problem is those ones are just going to keep expanding in really fast. If I can knock these ones back, we don't know what's out here. There's a chance this might be like a narrow area. It might widen up, but it'll give us an idea what our choke points are. Now we might be able just to push the defensive line back. All of which will help us in the future. And how are we doing? Do we have the blue circuit? Ooh! Oh, no, it's not the right one. False alarm. Thought we were excited to get that done. You're still doing your thing, gradually making progress. You're fine over here. The oil is basically on the edge of full. That's not going to last forever. But it does mean I could technically get away with adding a couple more oil refineries up there. So once we're done with the chunkiest wall you think you've seen, oh, I've done way more. A lot of these habits kind of got established from doing Death World runs. Because Death World runs, it's kind of what you need, is just a solid wall to hold back the tide. And it's kind of racing to the point that you can get artillery. And then once you get artillery, you just use the solid wall to hold them back, and you just hammer them with artillery. think I got both nests. Yeah, no, looks like I got both nests. Alright. Let's see, don't the non-explosive ones do more damage? Yes, they do slightly more damage against a single target, but the AoE has its own benefits as well. With the AoE, when I'm hitting the nest, I can hit a ton of the different buildings at the same time, giving me overall more damage. So it's kind of on the average, if I'm not mistaken, the on the average, the explosive rockets will work out better. There's the power grid struggling again. You see, I just killed all the spitters without even having to shoot them. You show that rock. All right. So keep on moving. How are we doing on our rockets? Got 130 left. All right. Let's walk into the painful goop. Don't mind me. All right. So we still have over 100. So let's take a quick peek to the right before I take on this next nest. I just kind of want to get an idea of what we've got going on over here. Alright, so we got another big biter nest there. We're not going to attack that right away. I'm going to kind of work my way around it. Because this just opens out into a big wide area. That's not super useful to me. We got another biter nest over there. It looks like it does open to the big wide area, unfortunately. Yeah, so it's not looking like... I was wondering if that was going to split off and be like a river or whatever. It's just a little lake. So that does mean I could certainly put a wall along here, and that wouldn't be a bad move at all. It doesn't solve my area up here, unfortunately, but that still would let me keep that off to the right. I was just really hoping it'd narrow out a little bit more, be more peninsula-esque. Yeah, no, I do have the copper and uranium. I do want uranium. This is the first time I've actually been in camera sight of uranium this whole run. Because this particular run just... Well, I got lucky with a lot of materials. Uranium was just not one of them. Nah, one too few. Got two more nests that one. Alright. And this will be another nest down. Okay, so we're down to 70 rockets. It's probably time to back off. It sucks to start killing a nest and then not finish and have it heal up. Alright, so yeah, so we cleared all of this area down here. So that's pretty good. Our defensive line is getting set up to completely block off that area. We'll want to keep expanding that. Still very worried about that. We probably want to go in the next time we have rockets. I'll probably want to knock down this pair of nests and that nest up there at least. Again, with the intention of putting a defensive line here to lock that out to protect my oil. And then, you know, we don't know what's going on over here. But, trying to basically get the oil inside our defenses. Alright, how are we doing on research? Yeah, so a lot of these, we can't queue up more. I think we're locked behind the space tech. And that's just, again, waiting on that oil, waiting on those red circuits. Because those will make the blue circuits. With the blue circuits, we get the rocket pad. I've already got the place building it. It's just starved on blue circuits. And that's the only thing I've got queued for blue circuits right now. So from here, I think the next move is going to be getting the, what is it called, light modular frame? What's the name of it? Low density frame. Or low density structure. We'll want to get the low density structure going. Now, one thing I held off earlier is I wanted to be able to put more stops over here. And I held off because those nests were really close. I'm like, it's just going to cause me problems. We could go over here and put the low density frames right there. Because the other place we'd consider is down here, but our main iron mine is in the way right there. I don't really have another good place. So let's go ahead, go up to our main intersection here. It's time to expand that. So first, all these trees, get them out of here so I can see what I'm doing. And also, how's our power grid been doing? Alright, so our power grid is continuing to expand. That it's like every single day we're seeing the accumulator just getting a little higher with each and every cycle. That said, we are getting to the point where we're dipping back into at least our first level of alarm. Pretty much every night. I am working on expanding, I mean the accumulators literally help with that as well. We've got all that is accumulators there. Speaking of that, they got all these solar panels that are going in. So one thing we might do, you're allowed to have 100 now. Expand our construction bots a little bit. Okay. Yeah, it's every once in a while it's dipping towards the bottom. And that's with us making 63.3 megawatts every day. But this dropping down is all accumulators. If it tops out, then we're good on solar panels. This is all accumulators. I just need more accumulators. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to quickly do that. But thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. All right. Um, biorhythm sucks. It's 6 a.m. Saturday. Why am I awake in half an hour already? Yeah, no, I had that this past week, was just one of the days I'm like, it's a day I can sleep in. Nothing is going to be drawing me to like needing to do anything. And Bai's like, what if, hear me out, we woke up like 5 hours early and then could not get back to sleep? You're like, you know what, body? You suck. Alright, so let's go ahead and start working and getting all this set up. To have a four-way stop all set up here. Okay, so this is the out. This is the in here. Alright, so we need to do more to manage this. So when it comes to this, I have where you can go up, you go down. You can go down here. Ah. Yeah, so out, 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 in. So for you, you can go. Ooh. All right. This is just gonna be a nightmare. Is what this is gonna be. That's what I'm understanding. So you'd be 3, and then down there. 3. Right. In any case, you took a highway drive, got to the car wash, get the salt off, picked up your partner, drove home. Do you know the front place is missing? Or problem. So your day was getting all that dealt with. Yeah. So I've got this lane sorted out now. Yeah, so you can go this way or this way. For you would turn this way. We've already got that way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. I think that gets us all the connections in all the ways. Now I would love to be able to set signals along this to like separate this out into separate sections. But it's just not going to happen. You be very careful in this area. There's so many signals. Because I could put a signal here, and in all the quadrants, it's not really going to make a difference. The reality is this middle section is just going to be a signal. I accept this. Can't remember, did I get a blueprint yet of... Normally I get a blueprint that's just that. Okay. You both love and hate snow? That's fair. Alright. Love because of the moisture means you have to wash less, and Colorado needs the moisture. Yeah, but then there's also like the logistics around like shoveling it and, you know, it blocking up roadways and all that kind of stuff. Interesting being too close together is a major problem in game. Oh yeah, that's the reasons why, even though I could technically shove another like stop in between my existing ones, I kind of refuse to do so, as I know exactly how that goes, where you have one train that's trying to turn into an area, the other train's kind of like getting out, and they just kind of like all stuff each other up because they're all blocking each other. Okay, so we've got all that. Maybe because you just scraped wet, heavy, half snow off your car. Barely feel your fingers anymore. Yup. Alright, so we can probably go down here, maybe. So, for what we're looking at making, I need... It was the frames, right? So, plastic, steel, copper. Alright, so we can check here. Did I not keep the 3? Alright, let's... There's gonna be at least one of our stops down here that's got 3 different materials on it. Let's duplicate that. And finally just make ourselves a blueprint for... Well, actually, no. We'll take the one... Alright, we'll grab one that's existing, that's got the 3 stops. And do that. So where do I have a stop with 3 materials? Down here on the left. So go here. We'll grab a blueprint of that train stop. And once I've got that blueprint, we can go up, clear out any of the station names, all that kind of nonsense. Get it all configured out and make it a blueprint as well. We'll start with this. And the way I've done all these, I go down to just below the signal, cut across here, to just above the signal. Alright, we can get rid of that power tower. Ah, I didn't do that right. Try this again. I want to go to the other side of the road and do what I just did. So get rid of those. Get rid of the ones that go to the train stop over on this side, because a lot of times I use it, I won't have a train stop on the other side. Okay, all that's fine. Get rid of that power tower there. I think the rest of that's all fine. Don't bring the train station stop names. And you are 3 in, 1 out. Create that blueprint. Also, before we do that, upgrade all those materials to what I've got. Let's create this blueprint. Do this. There you go. Okay. So I wanted to do that versus like manually doing that all myself again. Because then I can just go up here, stamp it out. No farther planning required. We'll see if it fits. Yada yada. And slowly but surely we are seeing, you know, these solar panels and accumulators and all that get put down. Okay, so let's grab you. Yes, it's already correct. I was just making sure I didn't have some weirdness on the blueprint. Okay. So I'll put it here so there's still a little bit of room to grow down there. So I like to make sure that we get the train station first. Because the train stops shouldn't be named. Cool. As far as, like, actually having a name. That's good. Before I forget, let's run up here. Get the power run through here. Another thing I could do is grab you. Okay. Alright, we got to where they'll build out the drone ports as well. Okay, so it'll just take us a while, you know, running back and forth, having this all get placed down. But we'll end up getting this one to make our light structure, like our light structures and all that for doing the space stuff. It looks like we got another load of the blue science, because our weapon damage is now researching again. Do we have our blue chips coming in yet, please? No. Yeah, because you don't need the red chips. You don't need the red chips, and those are our two places using it. You have the circuit boards. How close are you to getting another load? Not very. We just need to duplicate this up yet again. I'm a little worried if I try and duplicate it up yet again, it's just going to run for a little while and then immediately shut down due to not having the materials we need to do that. Alright, in the meantime, let's go grab our train. Tell it to come over this way. Probably show these drone ports in the middle of the tracks, but we'll worry about that later. Another thing is, stop requesting the drone ports. Leave the drones to deal with the drone ports. Alright, and for that matter, I can actually probably take these drone... Well, we can put the stone furnaces out of our inventory. Grab you out of the inventory. The drone... Oh, I have the logic drones on me. That's the problem. I must have picked up a drone port and moved it when it was, like, full of drones. I see. Well, crap. And we knew it was a matter of time before they hit that oil expansion. I just thought it was going to be a bit more time than we got. I know, I know. I'm assuming they just maneuvered around the sentries. Alright, meanwhile, while that's going on, I know he lost a bunch of these, so let's start pocket crafting those. Alright. And we don't really have enough rockets and ammo to fight off more nests. Oh, did they build a nest right next to it? You jerks. Alright. So that's what happened, is they triggered expansion, they expanded and just dropped themselves like right on top of my oil processing. So they did knock out a bunch of stuff on the side there before the sentry guns got their attention. Can almost use the existing sentry line. Okay, so good news, they didn't seem to have destroyed that much. Alright. Okay, well the good news is, while we're fast running out of rockets, we did manage to have plenty to knock it out. Alright. So that was kind of garbage. That just unfortunately, they expand and they expanded so close to where we're at. That happens. It's just a little annoying. Alright, so we put down more sentry guns to help mitigate that again in the future. Meanwhile, I need to get my train back off the tracks where it's at. It'll be a problem. But that's where we want to go and try and push our defenses to next, is to try and start securing that area. If I can get the rockets and more bullets, let's knock down those two nests over in that little peninsula area down there. Yeah, because we want to knock those two nests down. That's going to be a pain. And that should give us more breathing room again. You're continuing to go there. And one good news about the nests that build near my ridiculously big wall of lasers is they'll end up absorbing the pollution, which does in turn kind of prevent it from continuing to spread out farther. That'll be a whole thing. How is our power doing, by the way? I haven't checked in a little bit. It's still continuing to climb and improve. It does seem like as our power production is climbing, though, the strain on it is also going up. Meanwhile, have we gotten... So we still haven't gotten the red circuits out of there. How much more till you send out our delivery? Not too long. Now, challenge here is I've got my train on this track, and it's in an area where there's already a train. But I didn't want to leave the biters just destroying my stuff while I tried to wait. Oh, good. The other train apparently already left. So with that, I could just go here. I was working on this. That's right. I was working on this over here. But first, we're going to need to drop back and resupply. So I'll resupply real fast, and then we'll get back to making our light modular frames, or structures, or whatever they're called. Okay. Meanwhile, I ended up with a giant pile of logistic robots in my inventory at some stage. Okay. We got a ton of wood and coal and all that. Where am I going to put that? I see, that's becoming more and more a problem. Alright. So let's stop down to our fuel stop. I need to drop that off. Yeah, let's go down to our fuel stop. It's just over here. We can drop off all that wood and everything. By dropping off all the wood, that'll let me get all this wood and such out of our inventory, which will help out. It looks like our laser damage is continuing to go up, which should help us with the power a bit. So you're trying to drop off iron plates, but you're blocked, and unfortunately you're sitting blocked in the fuel depot. I'm going to tell you to go to parking, so you're at least not waiting in the fuel depot. Okay. And what else was I missing here? I wanted to grab more rockets. Let's resupply the rocket supply. Yeah, probably need to clean up your intersections because you're trying to go down here. Why are you there? All right. Alright, so I've got my rockets. There goes the train. Was that the one that was stuck at the depot here? Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, so with that, let's check on these boxes again. Because I am noticing it is slowly filling up with, materials that are fuels. Okay, and some rockets. The rest is fine. Alright. Yep, so we're almost out of any other research I could do. Gotta be getting very close to getting the... Okay, you have your red circuits. What is your problem? You have your sulfuric acid. I don't... Oh, are you kidding me? Alright, let's get down there. Before we were stuck waiting on the red circuits, but the blue circuits wasn't even configured correctly this whole time. It happens. I had two inserters the wrong way, and didn't have the other ones configured yet. So let's go run down there really fast. And we can get that all sorted. And that'll be our blue circuits fixed. And we can go immediately from the blue circuits once I just add the... Because I need 4 long inserters. It's fine. There's iron down there. We just take the iron that's down there. It's fine. So I can go here. The worst thing is I even have it laid out correctly for my long inserters and everything. Okay. So let's make sure they actually kick in. Cool. Blue circuit production is now actually blue circuit productioning. That has been incredibly way too long for everything going on. Alright, so we did confirm that's working. In the meantime, let's go ahead and have you park here for a minute. And let's try and get this location set up. I also need to go in here. Let's just start crafting those. And work on getting this all wired up. All right. So for making these frames, it is just straight up the 3 materials. So I don't have like a bunch of complicated nonsense. It's like literally just taking those 3 belts, you know, loading them all up together. So what I could do with that then is go a couple tiles out here. You'll go like this. You'll go like that. And for the moment, you can go right on like this. Apparently run out conveyor belt, which is not what I wanted, but that's okay. We'll deal with that in a minute. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which is overkill, but that's fine. We can go grab you. Alright, so I need a lot more of a lot of things. Okay, because what we'll do is we'll get all that wired up here. Go ahead and get all the railroad track and all these things put in place. We'll need more of the boxes. Okay, we got all the railway stuff down. We ran out of conveyor belts. And we need more of the steel boxes. I just realized I'm not actually making those steel boxes. And I know in the past I've actually gone through and made all of those provider chests as well, which is kind of a disaster when you do it. Because you will have Logibots running everywhere to get you your supplies and doing a terrible job of it overall. But I do think the steel boxes are fine, so we could probably do here. Let's grab you. Put it on a passive provider box. Lock it in at, let's say, 2 stacks. Do this. I will allow myself to, well, yeah, we will allow ourselves to carry 1 stack of the steel boxes. Alright, so yeah, we're missing a ton of things to be built still. That's okay. They are slowly continuing to get that defensive line done. Let's go ahead and add more onto the queue, because of course we won't ever stop. Okay, so that'll close that whole area off there. Meanwhile, we have our steel boxes already. Got a bunch more fuel, I got a bunch more of that. The blue circuits are in progress of being made. We'll probably not want to tell this to wait till it's, you know, hit the 3,000 or whatever it was blue circuits. Okay, we've already dropped it to, wait, was that 1 or 10? 1,000. Okay, 1,000's fine. Alright, because now if we check over here to where I'm making my rocket, or my silo, yeah, it is literally just waiting on processing units now. Of which it needs 200. At least the thing is 200? Yeah, 200. And once we get the 200, we will have a rocket silo. And then it'll be about the modular frame. So we got all that. So let's get ourselves back over here. Keep building out this stop to get the frames and all that sorted out. But yeah, as we just have this giant queue of stuff, they will slowly work their way around, expand our drone port network and all that. Alright. And that'll be good because that's what we can do later on, is we get all that drone stuff set up, we get it all networked out, and then when I'm on another planet, I can literally just remotely go back to the first planet and be like, oh yeah, you missed this stuff, let's build this out. Oh, I need to go and seek out the next place to get ore and all that. No problem. I'll just go over there and, you know, slowly wind it all out. You know, remote control the tank. Have it go do its stuff. Yes, it ran low on materials. Not a shocker. That's kind of one of the fun stages of the game, is when you get to the point where it's like, oh, I need a new train station. Blueprint out, you just watch the construction bots just like wave across the area and just get it done. Okay, meanwhile, how are we doing? You're still continuing to build out the whole power, everything down there, that's fine. They're mostly running along here, doing the stuff here. And then we got that side. Yeah, so this whole flank is blocked off. We got the choke points there. We've killed everything here. How's my rockets? My rockets are in really good shape. My actual regular ammo's not. So once we get the modular frames set up on the network to be produced, because I want to say when we get I want to say the next thing we do after this stuff we've got going on is, I'm trying to remember, the rockets is something like modular frames, rocket fuel, and I think blue circuit boards, or there might have been a nav computer or something like that. I'm blanking on what the actual thing was called, but there will be a point where I'll need that to get the rockets themselves launched. Rocket control units removed in 2.0? Yeah. Gotcha. Because I remember those things being very costly to make. Alright, so we've got all that done. So this is enough we can fully wire this thing up. Not all those stops are actually connected yet, but we can fix that by just going, hey, this thing here, those 4, you just do that again. There. So that's all hooked up to be working there. Alright, so in the meantime, the input materials don't matter the order, because all 3 of them are just being fed in. Now you got the output materials, so let's go to you. You are outputting the light modular frame or structure. I always forget the name of it every single time. Low density structure. So you're doing low density structure out. So you will be cargo pickup. And for that, it was low density was copper, iron, and steel, if I recall correctly. No, copper, steel, and plastic. Okay, so you are copper, and your name is now the copper drop-off. Welcome aboard. You are now checking for steel. You're a steel drop-off. Welcome aboard. And you are now plastic. You're looking for plastic. Welcome aboard. Okay, so from here, you only have to do one more trip over here to grab materials. Then we're gonna probably, like I said, go grab ourselves our bullets and try and knock down those 2 nests that are like side by side in the peninsula. That's gonna be a little bit of a rough fight. I'm gonna have to make sure I have the ammo all ready to go. Yeah, so solar panels were low on, the accumulators were low on, that's fine. And how's our power doing now? Okay, that's what you like to see. The power is like continuing to hold up longer and longer. So we are starting to hit a point where we're not burning through the power as bad. They are slowly working their way over. Yeah, and all of that's just building out power infrastructure. And you're waiting to get those 2 hooked up to connect all that onto the grid as well. Alright. How are we doing on our blue plastic? Or blue, almost enough to make the rocket silo. So that's good news. Let's go back over to our last trip over to the light structure. The low density structure. So our last trip over to our low density structure. Drop off the last of the insertion all I needed. I just realized I don't have... So you're missing iron? Unfortunately, there's no iron here. And that's not going to have iron over there. So we got that. I should have iron right down here, though. Let's grab a couple of stacks of iron, get that all sorted. Or it's one farther. So I can go grab the coal, or the iron ore. Have a top off. Okay, so we got the iron ore, so we can go 1, 2, 3, 4. Meanwhile, I can go up to our fuel box over here at our fuel depot, drop off all that wood and coal and whatnot. I'm definitely thinking I'm leaning more and more towards Fulgora as my first destination. Because I feel like Fulgora is a relatively easy destination to get things moving on. And then on top of that, that also opens up where I can kind of do a certain level of reliability with crafting higher quality modules. And so you could see potentially putting that to use where we can then, you know, start trying to make ourselves like better, higher quality solar panels, better, high quality whatever. It's weird now being able to launch your first rocket in like 4 hours. Oh, I mean, yeah, like if you're speed running. Yeah, well, it's just they've changed it so that it's no longer late game, it's like late early game. Alright, so they've got all that set up. So you're waiting on plastic, and you are waiting... You're waiting on steel. That should be all good to go. Meanwhile... drop you off here. Because we want to go and get our ammo. That's down here. They've got plenty of rockets on me. Got 270 of them. Let's go grab our ammo. Let me remove this pin. Are you at 200 yet? You're probably at 200 or pretty close to it. Okay, so that's good. So let's go ahead and do a couple things there. Let's grab the blue circuits and just chuck them in our bag. So I got the 200 blue circuits for making the rocket silo. Our iron is doing fine, our copper is doing fine, our coal is doing fine. So all of our actual materials there are doing fine. Let's grab our bullets, because we're exceedingly low on bullets. Alright. So with that, we can rush back, build our rocket silo, and then, like I said, I gotta figure out from there where the heck I'm putting it. Because the rocket silo is really good for a lot. Like, it does need space. It's gonna be offloading a bunch of science, and materials we can only get on the other planets, and it's going to be onloading a bunch of things for making the rockets and stuff we want to send other planets. There's a bunch of stuff that can go with that. But with that, we should have everything we need. So first, before we worry about that, I just need to drop this off and actually make the rocket silo. Now, as far as places to build it, I'm leaning towards we have this loop set up for the science already. It could be something it could leverage. I could also just make it an extension off of this because I got plenty of space. So make it so this could keep going up farther off the mall and have all that stuff over here. And just have tons of space. That might not be the bad play. Like, just make this go way farther. Because the mall shouldn't be a high-volume location anytime soon. And there's a good chance I'll build it and then realize I need to move it, and that'll be whatever it is when it happens. And for now, yoink all of your stuff. And move the surplus back over here someplace. The concrete I'm not so worried about. Yeah. The rest I'm not so worried about, but that's fine. All right. So there's our silo. So I'm thinking we go way up here. Just to give me expansion room. And plunk the silo like right there. Okay, so you need blue circuits. There you go. Low density frames and rocket fuel. All right. Okay, and I'm just quickly trying to get this all set up. Because we already have the low density frame and the blue circuits on the network. What I'm going to want to do is add the rocket fuel. And we are producing rocket fuel, but it's just being chucked in a box for right now. Okay. So I can just walk along here. Let them rip that all up. But yeah, no, it's definitely a thing that, like... It used... I mean, you had people doing, like, the, speed runs and all that, able to, like, launch a rocket in, like, 5 hours and all that stuff in the old settings. Like, there's definitely that kind of thing. But, like... With the progression, it almost feels... Ah, man, blanking on the sciences in the game from before Space Age. We've got the other construction bots are working their way up. That's fine. But it feels like when you started to get to the science not right after... Like, it's almost the science between, like, nuclear and oil. It almost feels like the rocket launch lands around that progression point in the game now. Where's where it used to be. Okay. That'll be more drone ports for later. Just kind of cover the whole area. So, with that said, we have the drop-off points we need. So you need 3 of them up here. So 1, 2, 3, and we got a lot of work to do with that. They're doing a good job of getting those roboports up. They must be actually getting a lot of these tasks gradually done material-wise. Yeah, so it's stuff like the accumulators and solar panels are waiting on. But they must be getting the roboports filled in where it's no longer the bots that are the bottleneck. But rather it's the things being constructed that are the bottleneck. Okay, so before we get too far, you don't get a name. Your name is Temp. And your name is Temp. And your name is Temp. Now get all wired up and fixed before too long. Alright, now we've got them named to not just accept random junk we don't need. I'll finish off the last bit of the connection here. And you already have the signal up there. Alright. Cool, so we're getting it all done. Did I give those enough space to get through? In case you're wondering, the answer was no. Okay, so one of those stops was good, but I didn't give myself enough room on any of the other stops, so there's not enough room for the conveyor belt and all that stuff. So I gotta yoink it all back up and do it over. The one stop can stay. So once that's all pulled up, I will just grab that top stop. And I can go from there. Alright. It's not a big deal. In the meantime, we're saying they're working on getting the blue circuits made. We're getting the low density frames made. The rocket fuel's getting made. I am going to need to craft, we don't have access to it yet, the space platform recipe. The space platform recipe is another one that's pretty easy. It's just wire and steel. We'll need to get that sorted. Okay, so I think we've got it now, so we can go here. Yeah, so if we do it like that, we run ourselves into the problem again. Let's do this using a blueprint so we can actually clean it up. So grab all of this, clean this whole thing off up here. Create blueprint for just a minute. There we go. That'll work. And now we take that blueprint. I delete it from existence because it served its purpose. Okay, so that'll be way better. Because the other problem is I wasn't going to be able to get the conveyor belts out without doing some utterly cursed things. So with this now, We will run into a situation where I'm going to have a lot of different belts of stuff to run in here. Okay, and we can go like this. Alright, we got all the logistics drones bringing me conveyor belts and all that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn you around, turn you around, turn you around. All right. So I get those two stops materials going. Because I vaguely remember needing, like, all the space I could get. Why? Oh, that's not what you want. Okay. So if you missed what happened there, when I put down the blueprint, I stuck the blueprint over where I put our drone port. And because of that, we ran into a problem where he was pulling all the drones off the network because the drone port was in the way. We will grab you. Oh, you're already set there. Yeah, okay, so everything else is fine. Let's just as a precaution, I can grab... Not you. I can grab you. Okay. So, with all that said, let's get you all set up. You do blue circuit boards. I do not need that many. So you are going to be blue circuit board, drop off, and you're all wired up. And you, you're gonna be the light modular frames. There you are. Low density frames. I'm gonna never get that right. Low density frames. Drop off. Cool. And you are going to be looking for rocket fuel. You'll be... Where are you at? Rocket fuel. Drop off. Low density structure. Yeah, no, I'm literally never going to get that right. Okay, do I have a drone port on me? I do. Let's go and put a drone port here to, like, bridge that gap. Alright, so you're going to bring me the... There you go. So that should be all configured there. So now what I want to do is we want to... Let's also make sure these signals are right. So each one of those should be their own separate section. Yep. Alright. So now all I need to do is I've got the rocket fuel being produced down here somewhere. Where are you being produced? there. We need to get that over here. I was gonna say, I'm tempted to just slap down conveyor belts, so it's like, no, I did put this pretty far up here. Let's see. How do I want to go about this? I can make a really cursed double stop. Two different goods, one stop. Not the same train. I'd have like one stop, and then behind that one stop would be a separate stop for the other good. I could potentially do that with the existing infrastructure. Because a rocket fuel is right there. We could potentially put like another stop back here somewhere on whatever is a low. Well, I mean, those are just gonna get jammed up, aren't they? Okay. How's the fluids doing? In the meantime, while I'm figuring this out, I grab some steel, which is nowhere nearby. I can get 2 more refineries so that these don't... We can, like, expand the amount we're getting here. Let's go to our steel line right here. Because my options are, one, is I can just slam down a conveyor belt just going up here. That is a fairly cursed approach, but doable. Let's see, you can drop the rot in here. Drop you in here, drop the stone in there. Drop all the lower level stuff in there. That'll do for now. Alright. So, my choices are, one, is I can just slam a belt and be like, to hell with it. And it'll get it there quickly. The scalability later will be pretty awful. It'll be pretty annoying to deal with. It'll get in the way of everything. All of which are a bad time and shouldn't be considered. But it would be easy. Alright, so where am I putting this? There's not much room over here. I could probably fit 2 of them here. Pipe that directly over. And then just finagle the other lines to get around it. Cool, you're already set up right. And that's apparently just enough past where I can do that. Then I would need a pump. So what we could do, though, is I can finagle this around another way. So we can go boom. Ooh, playing a dangerous game. Alright. And cool, so I've got both of you hooked up. There's your power. So now the challenge is we can bring you over here. Alright, so the best way to get these over here. Okay. you're hooked up. There. We can take the light over the top. That leaves just the heavy. The heavy's there. I can't go through the middle, unfortunately. We can go wide. Oh, you're not actually connected there. Let's fix that. Okay, so increased our throughput on our oil. Alright, so what the heck am I doing with this rocket fuel? I've got the train station configured on the other end. The problem is getting it to where I can send train. Now, I don't want to just hook it up onto my science. I'm trying to keep that to just science. This already has kind of 4 stops on it that are a bit messy, but work. The coal stop is eventually going to go away, but that doesn't help me right now. That said, the coal is currently being used exclusively for fuel. That's not true. That's a lie. I'm also using it for military science. I'm very quickly leaning towards quick and dirty conveyor belt. Because... oh, I put you way up there, man. Alright. It'll be quick and dirty conveyor belt. We do the quick and dirty conveyor belt. It's definitely inelegant. It definitely leaves me to have to upgrade stuff later and yada yada. But my thought is eventually that coal's gonna run out, and I can just shove it on the coal line and call it a day. Hi.
Hi, husband. I'm heading to Betty Buy's.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
You're being responsible.
Yeah, I'm responsible.
And you have tomorrow off still, right?
I do have tomorrow.
Yep, I thought so. I was just trying to remember.
Don't forget me.
I won't.
I'm memorable.
I'm just yelling for the other room. I'm memorable. We're all responsible. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things. Both me and Tomb are notorious for it, but you know, perhaps staying up later than we ought. Hey, Treacle, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Treacle, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Does a lot of RimWorld among other games. So definitely someone we're checking out. So I believe that's the rocket fuel line down there, right? That's right? Perfect. So what we can do here... let's go right here. Is get that placed, and we'll just hook it right in together and do all that stuff. You're okay. Just getting a bit up early, so you're sleepy, maybe a little grumpy, need tea. That is absolutely fair. Let me go ahead and do this real fast. Because for those who don't know, Treacle, absolutely fantastic content creator. As I said, playing some House Flipper Remastered. Nice. I've had a good time with that. Like I said, plays a lot of RimWorld, among other games. But yeah. Is that definitely someone we're checking out. Alright, so I'll just need to run down and put the inserter on the other side of that box. Like I said, this is the quick and dirty. I just want this to work. So we just kind of shoved a line of rocket fuel over. The intention is later that we go and doing that. I'm noticing what is our ore up here? And oh, we have construction drones come up here to do it. That's fine. That's our stone node. Okay, so we can get away with this for now. So you have 1.5 million still in there. And I still have 2 stone nodes there. We have our stone node down here. I do have some additional ore inside my defensive area. Obviously, we can expand out farther here. We can go secure more. Alright, so just double checking things. Let's make sure our low density frames are low density framing. They are. They are slowly low density framing. That's not low density frames. There's the low density frames. Ah, so they are not because the plastic hasn't arrived. Let's make sure the plastic's configured correctly. Plastic and steel. Well, steel has arrived. Yeah, so you're all configured correctly. And that's us having pain in trying to get plastic producing. Yeah, the petroleum, there's no point in me building more of these. The petroleum is going as hard as the petroleum can. I don't really have a good way to pipe in more oil refineries without it being a big hassle. But I'm going to need to. Because we're using a little bit of everything. I'm gonna need to set aside an area that's got way more capacity for the oil. We also need to secure more oil. But let's try to expand our oil production. Also, how is our power grid doing? I haven't checked in a little while. Yeah, it's just slowly climbing. And how goes the defensive wall? So it looks like all the laser turrets, walls, and all that are in pace. It's mostly just the accumulators. So I've got all that handled down there. Now, obviously, I'm not going to be able to bridge this. I see you, you cheeky buggers. I see you. Right, so what's going to end up needing to happen here is... You should be in range. I wonder why that's not gotten built yet. Yeah, because that's definitely in the green on both sides. That should let them bridge over to get to this area. And once they can get over here, then we should be able to go and put, like, the laser defenses up here down. But that'll be a thing to deal with. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. So we got a nest that's moved in up there. Alright, so I've got a bunch of ammo. Let's do one more trip down to the military depot just to stock up on our ammo before we make our trip. But we should have everything wired up. Oh, wait, no, we don't have everything wired up. 1 second. I'm missing one important thing, and that's the inserter to put the rocket fuel on the conveyor belt for the rocket fuel. Once I've got that, then we're ready to go knock down some more nests. Okay, and with you doing that, let's do this. So you occupy both sides of that belt. Okay, so let's go down to our military tech area. Just grab another 4 stacks of armor-piercing rounds. And we just gotta go nest squashing for a bit. That's down here. Yeah, so we're basically waiting on steel, we're waiting on plastic and all that stuff. We'll squash the nests that are nearby threat. Once that's done, I need to expand my oil production more. The refineries and everything. I'm expecting the refineries will gradually outthing. Yeah, it's control click. I believe it was Burning Sun let me know about that. It's probably something I should do, is make myself parking spots, now I think about it. Let's go ahead and we can do that. So, let's tell our train to go up here. And so let's make ourselves a little parking spot that all it's going to be is just where we take the rail off for just a second. And then put a signal on either side. So I have someone on the far end over there. I can just park without having to worry about blocking up the rail network. Pretty soon I'm going to have to start going to some of those places and adding bypass lanes and all that. As we add more and more trains on the network. I see. Alright, well, you're almost full, and then you'll get out of my way. I think. You won't. Alright, so manual. I basically need to add our signal on here. Let's go here. Signal going in there. Signal going out there. That's nowhere near as elegant as I was hoping, but it'll serve. Meanwhile, while you're sitting here blocking things off, I could have you just go into parking real fast. Okay. I basically gave myself a little parking spot. That way when I need to run up here, I can just do that. Alright. Yeah, because we had this nest move in right there. That's kind of behind my oil production, or my oil stuff over there. So I want to run over there, knock it down. There's the two to the south, knock them down. Because with all those knocked down, I could potentially go and build my defensive wall up here someplace. And that would help out a lot. So let's run down there. So there's the nest. Actually, a pretty weird nest. There's only 2 spawners in there. Alright, got the spawner and one of the spitters. That hurt a lot. Alright, nest down. Okay, and I'm expecting this next spot to be a really rough one because of where I see these cliffs down here and all that, and the fact that it's two nests next to each other, so every time I hit it, it's going to pull everything. I'm expecting this to be a little bit of a disaster, but it's part of why it needs to go. Because what I want to do is I want to be able to send my bots, like, build defenses up here and all that, and they're cutting across here, they'll just die to that. So that's going to be a whole thing. Okay, so got rid of the big spitter. There, so stop getting caught up on it. Because I need them to just, like, go out here, get killed real fast so I can go back in. Alright, so this isn't proving to be nearly as bad. That's just spitters up there. From the mini-map, I thought it was a bunch of nests up there. And so I thought I was going to be going into a nest that had, like, 12, 13 spawners available to it. There's the thing is just going to be all these ones where you're going to have to, like, just dump shots and try and run for the hills. Yes, that wasn't too bad. The downside is that it did go through a ridiculous number of rockets. We went in there with like 200-some rockets, I'm down to 70. But it's done. That should buy me more time. What's the battery icon? I have a set of alarms I set up, where there's a yellow one when I'm down to 25% power in my accumulators, and then there is one that is a red one that makes like a little klaxon go on very, like it's, the volume's pretty low, but makes a little klaxon go on to be like, hey, you're getting real close to, you're at like 10% power, you're getting ready to drop off. Okay, so we got a small nest down there. Oh, I shouldn't say a small nest, like a little set of like 3 spitters by itself, followed by a pretty beefy nest. Now we got a nest with just a single spawner over there. Just get a quick peek at what we got over here. Yeah, so that's looking pretty promising. I've carved out a nice, big, wide area before the next biter nest. Switch our gun so I don't accidentally missile myself. So I'm going to want to start trying to get the drone network over here so I can start slapping up some better defenses. Because then we can kind of do, like, for those who don't know how I expand my base later, usually what I'll do is, say like I wanted to take over this area. I would destroy these nests here, and then tell it to, like, build the wall there, destroy the next couple nests, build the wall there, and, like, slowly enclose and work my way around. and just kind of chunk it out. When you get artillery, it totally just changes. You just put the artillery out there, just let it pound all the nests into the dirt, and then you just tell them to start building the defensive line out as far as you want. So what is your... Okay, so you're at 9.2 per second. And it is continuing to slowly decline. Alright, so now we got those done. I think the next move is going to be, again, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's really just go over the top. Get ourselves as much oil refining as we can to improve our throughput and all those things. And then that'll shut down eventually because of lack of, the pumps won't have enough oil. And then when that happens, we can go after our next set of oil nodes. Meanwhile, let's take a look at our... Okay, so you're just waiting on plastic, which we're working on here. Let's see. We already have... The blue circuit boards are in production. With that, honestly... You can just do this. That won't happen anytime soon. Because I don't have the bot network that far down yet. That is something. Alright. But yeah, now the thing you're looking at, that's a custom thing I've set up so far as I have a siren on the map that's programmed to give me a global alert when my power's low. Investing into mine productivity is actually great and cheap. Not sure how it works, but it feels like you get more for less. I believe it just mines faster, which is still good. It's still absolutely worth getting, and we have gotten it. Alright. Let's go to our boxes. Stuff out of the boxes we want. Let's grab the explosives. Grab more explosives. Grab the undergrounds. Grab you, grab you, grab you. Grab you, grab you, grab you. That's all fine. Right. You think mining productivity gives a chance of bonus ore? Gotcha. But yeah, so if we actually, because you mentioned the signals, those are right over here. I've got that set up. We've got these two signals right here. So these are just programmable speakers. So if we look at the first speaker, I've got it set so that if my power drops below 10%, then it'll show a red battery icon. And it also will quiet, like it's a very low volume, but it'll play a siren basically being like, hey, your power grid's collapsing. And then the other one's at 25%, it'll show the yellow battery icon. So it's kind of a way to, like, as I start straining my power network, it's a way of being like, hey, you know, you're gonna need to add to your power network soon. It's starting to hit its limit. Now, granted, I've queued it up for them to just keep building and adding more. So, not really changing what I'm doing, but still. Alright, so what I'm thinking is we got some space here. Yoink up all these trees and rocks. Here, we can actually do it this way, so... Alright. So we've got... This is the water line. Where's my... So I got water right here. Okay, water line's hooked up. I got my crude oil line, which is over here. And has hit its limit. Okay. You can probably take it around a different way to make it not as impactful. Or it'll still be a problem. That's fine, we can work around this. So let's go ahead and grab a couple of those. And a pump. And where's the pump? You're here somewhere. Da, 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 just like there's the pump. Okay. Let's go start feeding oil into that half, which will get that all through here. So now I've got all U set up, so far as that goes. So now the trick is going to be getting all these wired up. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. That's not how it needs to go. So you'll need to all right. They're doing the same thing as the last time. So copy this. And remove it off the bottom ones. Okay, so that connects all of them up. So good news is I've got... Oh, then these two can go away. So good news, I've got the... What? Oh, I see the issue there. Alright, that's fine. That's the heavy oil hooked up. So the light oil... a little trickier to get at. You bring that over here. So light oil is all hooked up. Need to go back up here and get more joints, and then we just gotta hook up the petroleum. Even a fully exhausted pump surrounded by speed beacons can deliver 1K oil a second. Yeah, we don't have speed beacons yet. We do have some speed modules in our first set. We'll probably get those set up on the other ones in not too long. To be fair, it'll use so much power that pollution would be off the charts. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, once you get your defensive lines set up to just endure, the biters will evolve, but there is... I want to say there's a kind of a hard cap on how strong they can get, if I remember correctly. If they do continuously evolve, it is one of those things that you can also continuously build up your stuff too. Alright, so let's get, yeah, so let's get all the petroleum plugged in together. We got a petroleum line right there. Okay. You want to update for the bugs to still be a Menace Lake game? For me, I mean, that's fine. But it is kind of one of those things that I do feel like one of the things that makes these games fun is that you start where, like, you're at, you know, you're on that arms race with the biters, but you eventually do get to a point where you go and override them. I do find, like, combat in my Factorio games, it can be a little mixed. I think Factorio does a really good job of it, because it is one of those things that, like, the mid-game, they are a bit of a nuisance. They aren't necessarily hard, but they are a limiting factor. But by the end game, you're kind of over-fighting them. And you're like, look, man, just get out of my way. So I actually do like that, you know, after a while you can go there. Because it's one of those things that the fight just gets repetitious after a while. Because I've done the Death Worlds and all, and it is the thing that you eventually get to the point of just pounding them and, you know, pounding them to the dust just to expand every time. And yeah, you know, I get that the counter would be like, well, make them more interesting. Right. That is hard, though, to continue to expand them endlessly to always be interesting. Oh, of course, that pipe's going to line up perfectly to block you. Alright, let's see. There's a mod called Endgame Combat. Yeah, no, imagine me that's the kind of thing you're looking for. Then it continues to expand. Alright, I want to hop over here. We've got these 2 drone port spots that still we haven't got drone ports in them. Is that... You're glad they kind of cap out. Otherwise, your first would pretty much overrun as you focus on the air colonies. Yeah, I mean, there'd be a balance. But it is one of those things that if the core gameplay loop for Factorio was simply a tug-of-war between you and the biters forever, sure, the biters should continue to escalate. But ultimately, it's about building a giant factory. The biters are just a thing to cause attrition and all that while you're doing it. Alright, so with that, the entire network's hooked up all the way over here. Which does mean I could start building a defensive position over here. I genuinely think I could bring it down this way and over. And that means the entire north part of the map, for right now, I don't have to worry about. The devs didn't give us nuclear weapons because the biters are supposed to win. Yeah. Not just one of those things. Like, I can understand the desire being like, I want it to stay challenging. I just think... I think that's more of a... You're looking for a real-time strategy game that, like... Honestly, you're almost looking like a roguelite type of thing. Where, like, it'll continue to escalate until you break. Just put those nuclear weapons on a spider trying the biters will win. Yeah, it's not that the biters eliminate you, it's that you eliminate you. Alright, so that should cover that. That's far enough out of there. Alright, so we're starting to get that side sorted out. This is your own book? Yes. I don't import blueprints or anything like that. So we made this during the run. Oh, right, I don't have the dirt to put down there. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so what should happen is the drones will get working on that as well. Alright. But this will be a thing that as the drones have to travel farther and farther and farther, they will become less efficient at getting it done. There will also be more of a power demand because I'll need more drones going around just because of loss of efficiency due to travel time. Meanwhile, did you ever get your plastic? Ooh, that's what you like to see. A whole bunch of stops that are all locked off. No, so you're still waiting on your plastic. Okay, so let's take a peek over at our oil situation. Okay, so our massive expansion to our oil is still being handled for now. So that's good. I can't imagine we keep that all running smoothly. We are slowly gaining on light and heavy oil. But we are still kind of burning on that. And sometimes drones will clog a single drone port. Yeah, no, I found they'll be better about that as long as you have redundancy. So, like, if I have, like, one long tether, I found that they'll clog that up real bad. But I found if I have, like, a grid, they tend to be a little bit better about it. I still catch them doing it once in a while, but that's usually when a whole bunch of them suddenly aren't needed or whatever. Or it's like, you have two sides of your base and they all come down to, like, one drone port in the middle and then go back out. It can sometimes clog up that choke point where they all stop to recharge. Yeah, so it does look like our petroleum's almost keeping up. But yeah, and that's with this thing just absolutely burning that fuel. Yeah, so petroleum seems to be basically stabilizing for the most part. And this is like with all those running to just turn the light into that. And then the heavy is like pulsing to get a little bit more light fuel. Okay, so let's that does mean we don't want to escalate farther. We've got plastic production is going. So this is good news. Because it does mean we'll have escalated the plastic production an incredible degree. And my map is just covered with blinking icons from all of the queued up projects. Power grid wise, we're looking really good. I'm not going to stop expand the power grid. We're going to wait and let what they've already got queued up finish, and then we'll worry about it. Okay. Practically out of research until we get the rocket up. Yeah, there's the logic. Drones. Our rockets were good. We're good on ammo. You're just getting me my random bits of pipe and all that. Let's go over here. You've been ripping up lots of trees and all that. And let's see. Okay, nothing more to see there. Let's go and grab all this wood and shove it into the train refuel area. There goes the plastic. Where are you delivering it to? I've already lost track. It's not down there. Where did you just send that plastic to? Because that's one eligible spot. It's the only spot I see. Because it'd be the red circuits is one spot. I want to say is right here. Ah, it dropped it off at red circuits. That's fair. Yeah, definitely need to expand our plastic production. Let's drop all this wood off at the refuel area. Eventually I'll yoink this whole area up. One of my old mines. Iron is still doing good. Coal is doing alright. We aren't probably too far from wanting to get more coal set up. All that said, I'm pretty much using the coal almost exclusively for fueling the trains now, and I'm also noticing this coal line is done. Oh, I was not ready for you to be full. Okay. Alright, so that tells me that refueling spot, its life is coming to an end, because this means our the starting coal is properly done. Yep, there is no more coal here to speak of. So what I'll probably do is rather than make a whole big effort in routing coal over to this spot, so there's two choices I have. One is I can add a parking spot right over here, or not parking spot, like a drop-off spot. You tried expanding your global base, as bugs don't love your 70k SPM, assigns per minute. And then I realized that there are like 10 stompers and spiders coming at me every time. It's scary. Oh yeah, no, the big bugs in Gleba can be utterly terrifying. They definitely know how to throw hands pretty well. Okay, making sure I didn't accidentally get a bunch of bots on me. Nope. And you're doing all your junk over here. Am I not making drone ports? I'm pretty sure I'm making drone ports in here somewhere, right? So there's the drones. Pretty sure we set up the... Yeah, there's the drone ports being produced right there, and I got 10 in storage. Let's check on... So, construction drones, I have 100 construction drones. I don't see very many drones moving around. My suspicion is we're bottlenecking on different materials. Oh. Why have you lost power? Because that might be the problem, is the drones working their way over to work on stuff. And then getting onto that area and then waiting to recharge only to not be able to because that whole area's lost power. There we go, we've repowered you. Okay, weird, it's just that one spot. I must have disconnected things at some point. And you're spiderwebbed the whole way across to the next area, so that's fine. We've got the drone ports and all that configured there too. I could, of course, expand our red circuit board production again. If I do that, the green circuits will fall behind, and that'll put more of a strain on our red, or on our already not great plastic. You're doing your thing fine. You're queued up to add more. The sulfuric acid is fine. So let's go take our train all the way down towards where we've got the blue circuit boards being manufactured to expand that production line. Let's actually also, where's our plastic production's down here, right? Yeah, you're basically running. Ah, that's right. Okay. So honestly, that's actually running ahead. So how are you doing up here? So you're slowly gaining. Yeah, you're slowly gaining and the petroleum's slowly falling behind. I could definitely add more things to turn the petroleum. Yeah, you're almost barely getting any petroleum through there. It's actually doing kind of better than it is back there. Yeah, so those are actually running constantly. They're not actually running out of petroleum. Okay, so let's go ahead then and expand this. I'll run down there and deal with it versus doing it remotely. So let's add more production onto our plastic. I'm hoping that'll just manage to cannibalize a little bit more of the petroleum for itself versus the other projects. Some of those other petroleum projects, though, they should start backing up. Because, like, the production should hit a capacity. Okay. So what we can do is go down here. Oh, also we can go here and upgrade your inserters. Cool. So we've got all that. Yes, looks like we get 2 more here. That one automatically connected just because of the way things are wired. Alright. So we basically added 2 more chem labs making more plastic. The other thing I'll probably do, just as a precaution, cover both sides of the belt, please. We can also help this out because at some point I ended up with a bunch of extra plastic in my inventory. There we go. I don't like that I'm seeing that start emptying out. Okay, so coal is officially a problem. Because we're slowly seeing that start to empty out. So the next question is, where can I find more coal that's accessible? So, out in the boonies, out in the boonies. That one's not super far out. Out in the boonies, out in the boonies, out in the boonies, out in the boonies. That one's barely outside my defensive line. So I actually have lots of options over here on the left. I've got one that's basically the size of the one I'm already exploiting, and it is just barely outside my defensive line. This would be a thing I would definitely need a train for, though. Now, if we push down here, these ones down here are absurdly better. Alright, but that's going to be a problem in not too long. Because, yeah, those extra plastic production has just overrun our drilling. Why not both? Yeah. Yeah, because you're all running out. Yeah, so definitely what I want to do is keep extending this. And then once we extend this and start securing this area, we'll grab that. In the meantime, I'll start working on getting the railway over there. But we will run out of that. But we have upped the plastic production. Yeah, because we're still not running out. Though the petroleum is struggling to keep up. So another thing I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to expand where we're turning the light oil into petroleum. I don't have a clue where I'm fitting that with all this mess. I am going to just look the other way. Eventually that'll come to hurt us, and I'll regret not dealing with it right now, but I just don't want to deal with it right now, so I'll just do something else. And get another project done. Have we managed to get plastic down here yet? Please, come on, man. No, it's over here. Alright, because that's... We're not going to make that progress until we get that. So you are getting... that the blue circuit boards are getting produced. You're almost about to do your first delivery. Let's go down by the blue circuit boards before we worry about the coal. Because if we go down to where the blue circuit boards are at, which is here, I can expand its area of coverage. So that we can get more blue circuit boards faster. Which of course will mean I will need red circuit boards to be produced faster. Which will consume my plastic faster. Which will, you know, escalate all of my problems. And I'll almost certainly regret all that. But, you know, I need a billion things done. Let's see, 1.4M should carry you enough so that biters won't matter anymore. The question will be only mining speed. But yeah, but the problem is I'm using all that coal, not for biter stuff, I'm using that coal for plastic. And I need, like, plastic as a bottleneck for almost everything. Okay, and what are you not getting in here? You are waiting on copper. Okay. Yet you're marked as not needing copper. It says you have 24,000. Okay, I see a problem. There we go. I don't know how that happened, but... Well, So that, like, perfectly stalled it out where we had that whole side. Alright. So that should fix our blue circuit boards, which have once again broken down. Okay, so we change you up. You just go straight through. You go straight through. Because then we'll just do it here. Alright. That's not what I needed. There you go. So you go on one side, you go on the other. Alright, so that should massively increase that. You're obviously not going to work very well without that filled in. Okay, so what should happen is over time that should work its way up the whole length, or at least a good part of it. And we should start seeing more and more blue circuits get across. Blue circuits produce very slowly. Okay, do I add another whole layer to the green circuit production? Don't really have the materials to do it right now, but okay. Because we also have to keep in mind how much of the other materials we're grabbing. Because that's a lot of materials going through there. Oh, you are blocking everyone's way. I'm going to consider that dealt with for right now. We can go ahead and run you back up here. That should up our blue circuit production a lot. So now it's just a matter of getting the light frames. The low density structure, I mean. Yeah, because you got the plastic. Alright. So meanwhile, while that's happening real fast, I'm going to quickly use the restroom and I'll be back in just a second. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Alright, let's see where this this plastic train ends up going, because that's the thing right now, is I do want the plastic train to work its way down to other locations. So we can work on that. The problem is it keeps ending up back over here. What is your plastic cap setup? Oh man, see, even with us turning this off at 10,000, it is just running into the problem. Oh, you don't actually need the red circuit boards to go anywhere. I see. No one actually needs the red circuit boards right now. Well, that's a good problem to have. So that should resolve itself in not too long. But yeah, it's just kind of one of those things that we burn through the plastic fast enough up here that it's a whole thing. So I think I'm going to kind of deliberately nudge this to not go here. Let me tell it if there's more than 2,000 for right now, that stops off limits. Just to force this train to go to a different location. Because that'll get the structures going. So we'll get that plastic sent over to the structures. And then once that's done, we can just turn it back to normal to keep the red circuits moving forward. Okay, and we are officially getting ahead on the crude oil. So it's very slow. So what we'll probably want to do is get a bunch of speed modules and go over to the crude oil to boost its production a bit. All right, so you should go down to, or go over to our low density structure production. Because that's holding up our rocket. Nice. So with that, let's go over here and put you back to normal. I don't want to forget and then have my red circuit stop producing. Okay, so things we gotta deal with. I need to keep expanding out to the left. I also really should get... Sorry, I also really should go and, Sorry. I really should go and get some of those modules. Let's grab you. It's interesting how diagonal wires and rails work, but not pipes and belts. Yeah, I mean... So it's a complicated thing to deal with. Alright, so let's go over here. So we have 9 of those over there. So if we go here... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright. So we can take our train over to the park. Well, actually, I'll just walk it. At some point, I should make my tank. So I've been making the rockets. So I definitely want to get the tank eventually. Well, generally speaking, we'll want to go with thing. I'll say with the, generally speaking, I feel like with the tank, we'll definitely need it before we leave to do, like, the remote deploy and all that. Alright. What am I seeing over here? What's blinking? Oh, it's... I don't have more drone ports on me. It's fine. Yeah, I got our construction drones doing stuff. I haven't noticed the construction drones moving around too much. I think they are literally... I mean, they're working on accumulators from the looks of it. They're getting those all filled in. Which is, again, good because, broadly speaking, things are continuing to move up. Yeah, we've reduced down to 25% battery. That's what that alert is set up down there for. The factory's going good. We are basically working... We actually have our rocket silo, and we're slowly building the stuff for the rocket itself to start that whole process. I'm also going to need to start getting the platform material. That's one of the next things I need to get going. Nope, you didn't, There you go. Okay, yeah, so our oil production over here has fallen behind. We're definitely going to need to deal with that. It's going to make a lot more pollution wages. That is a real dense nest down there. Yes, it's still... All of this blinking is still accumulators. That's almost all accumulators. It's basically just accumulators, which is just sulfuric acid. But you can see that we actually do need those because we are dipping down pretty low still. But you can just see it's gradually climbing. That's fine. All in due time. Alright, and you. And we just got one more to max out. Accumulators is too big of a word for a Saturday morning. That seems relatable. The thing that's surprising me is stuff like this over here. We got all that can be built. And all the solar panels. It seems like... Where are our construction bots? Because we supposedly have 100 of them, of which 93 are available. And we've got literally the maxed out things. So I'm confused where our construction bots are. Because it seems like a ton of them are just not doing anything. Because I've got the drone ports they could be placing. It's got trickle feed going along there. So something's going on where my construction bots aren't construction botting. Wait, like I said, we got 93. Well, I'm curious if something happened that like ended up in a box or something, because we had that earlier where I ended up with like 50 Logibots in my pocket, and I'm like, but how did they get here? Let's do a quick tour of... Because my fear is that they've gotten stuck in one of these. It's out on the outskirts. Hook a wire up and you can see what's on in the network. We can actually check that over here. I have a building that's already hooked up with a wire. Yeah, it's saying there's 100 on here. Roboports on the network, there's 56. I'm just trying to figure out where the bots are. Solar panels right now. Unfortunately, the uranium has not been very accessible. That's my closest spile out there. It's been a pretty far area through fighting through the biters. I got one over here that I have cleared too. Like, the uranium's been pretty far on the outskirts. So I've had to, like, really, really fight to try and get out to the uranium. And right now we're more trying to get the oil than uranium. Are you trying to build outside the Roboport network range? I do have Roboports at the extremities of the range to extend the range. Like, that's what we're kind of doing, is daisy chaining the Roboports out here to try and get out to where we can reach the Roboports farther and farther. But we've done plenty of times in the past, it seemed to work fine. I'm actually wondering... Yeah, no, that's the thing. The thing is, I've got 93 that are supposedly idle. Well, I've got projects that aren't that far out. Yeah, so you're good. Because I'm not worried about them getting the projects over here. I was like, what's... Are you sure you have Roboports in storage? Yes. I just checked and we had like 10, 20 of them. It's not only Roboports, so it's like all these solar panels aren't actually placed yet. And I've got over 100 solar panels in passive providers. So it's just something's going on that my bots are... Like, I'm trying to figure out where the construction bots are to see, like, are they just sitting in a robo... There's 28 of them. Okay. They're sitting in Roboports down here, because it's accumulators. Yeah, so we're short on solar panels, accumulators, underground, only 2 Roboports, some power towers, all that. But if we look at the solar panels, we've got 100 there and 100 there. And the thing that's confusing to me is, if we look at this, I've got 90 bots available. That's the part that's confusing to me. Like, this whole area is a bunch of the solar panels, and it's already in the Roboport network, it's all connected. Or is it? I see. I see the problem right there. There is a one-tile gap. And you're all solid here, though. That's because we finagled stuff because of the railroad tracks. It's fine. And you have a one-tile gap here. So yeah, we got twice we got caught by the one-tile gap where things got finagled just a tile because of things. That explains. I'm sitting, like, because I'm sitting there going, why on earth is none of this getting done? So now they should get that done rather rapidly. Because they'll put that one drone port here, they'll make that all accessible, so they'll go build out all this, and then they'll start working on all of this garbage over here. And then just the same, they'll get that one sorted out, and they'll start building that garbage out there. I get the logistics going the whole way over here. Alright, that's fine. Because now if we go out, it says 65 roboports on the network. So it did just jump that. Okay, so now I'm starting to see bots going over here. Not at the rates I'd expect. You got bots going down there. Got bots working their way up here. And then this should work to get that over there. I wish this was a little bit easier to see that these weren't connected, because there's, like, am I missing? Yeah, because I kind of wish we could see when stuff wasn't bridged as these, you know, a little bit easier. Alright, so that's all connected over there. Okay. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I've got ammo. Oh, I'm going to need more rockets. Let's go and grab some rockets. Let's knock down that big nest to the north of our oil. And the reason I want to do that is my hope is that by knocking down that nest, we can get the wall built on that north side. And that way I don't have to deal with anything else while I start trying to secure the south side of where we've got all the oil production, or sorry, where we got all that oil stuff going on over there. Yeah, because our oil right now, we are processing, but it is slowly going down, even with those speed boosts. So we are going to need to capture another section of oil. Yeah, now I've got 300-something rockets, so we should be in good place. I also need to get the platforms being made. Alright, change of plan. Get the platform first, because that's gonna be bottlenecked for a little while. So if we get the platform being made, and I don't think we have to make a lot of platform, if memory serves me correctly. Sorry, let me rephrase that. We make a lot of platform, but I don't think it's something that we, like, use it for research or something where I'm going to be producing literally hundreds of thousands of it. I'm probably going to need to just keep producing enough for purpose of that. So I just can go over here to where I got steel and copper nearby, and then just make the platform there. So there's steel, there's copper, boom and boom. We can go right here. You make wire. Right there. You make platform. And check out Azrael, another fantastic content creator. Tends to play lots of simulation games and all that good stuff, so if you're into that, you can find that over there. Stuff like American Truck Simulator, Farming Simulator, Euro Truck Simulator, you get the idea. It's pretty wide range, good stuff. We'll go ahead and put down a passive one. I'm going to let it be pretty greedy and go for a pretty big amount. The other one we have is the Space Station Platform Starter Recipe, which requires blue circuits. I think for my purposes, I'm just going to... Alright, where could I put that? I think for my purposes, I'm just going to manually feed it. You know, this will just be sloppy, that's what it'll be. I'm going to manually feed it the blue circuit boards. It's fine. That's a cursed way of doing it, but... yeah, so we'll let that just sit there. Well, I was in a sim. It's an MMORPG. Yeah, it's simulating a role-playing world. I would argue it's a simulation of an alternate world with a simulation of its economy and a simulation of faction balancing and a simulation of human interaction. And a simulation, it's even got city builder mechanics in it. since Legion came out. No respect. You don't know Cursed. It's one normal thing, otherwise massively cleaner than the average factory. By that logic, any game is a simulation. You're correct. All games are simulations. Also, we are simulations. Within our own minds, we are. Hydrate roll, please. After that much mental gymnastics, you must have worked up a sweat. Yeah, Pac-Man is a famous running from ghosts simulation. It is, for the record, an actual kind of pretty big meme about all games being simulation games of different flavors and all that. Which people get pretty up in arms about. My general view on it going is basically, okay, but we can just go, right, they're all simulation games, but then you just have like different niche simulations. It's also like even getting into like more niche things like farming simulation. When you hear farming simulation, in my mind, I think farming simulator. Yeah, and again, check out Treacle, absolutely fantastic. Ben does like a lot of RimWorld, but doing some house flipper and all that. But the more common use of farm sim is for Stardew Valley games, which I tend to call slice of life or life sim games. But then that can get confusing because that also describes games like The Sims. Almost exclusively The Sims. It's like The Sims, Inzo, and like one other game that kind of fits that broad umbrella. Okay, so you're working on continuing to expand this network. You are getting some sloppy poles and all that stuff, but that's okay. Yes, they're knocking down a handful of trees, and then they'll put that down. Right, so we got our platform stuff. Ah, yeah, look at those construction bots, construction bottering. Because then we can get this walled off and closed off this side. And that means the entire north side of my base has to go through a wall. And then the south, and then this whole side is just a nightmare fuel. But if I can get over here at least enough to like secure that, then we can start hammering our way down to at least get this locked off here as best we can, because unfortunately it's just endless land. And there's cliffs, but there's so many gaps in these cliffs. Like, you could go and take the time to like really cleanly get that set up, but also... Alright, so meanwhile, not you. Alright. As you can see, this is a whole thing daisy chaining it out this far. Okay, so that puts the entirety of the oil production area down underneath this. And that gets that sorted out. Where's the disconnect? Why would you not just... Okay. Alright, so that'll give us the network all the way out here. Which will just take time. Alright, so with the network all the way available out there, let's start going up here and dealing with one, there's a new nest to our north. We can knock out that new nest to our north. And then from there, we want to knock out that nest to the west as well. If we knock out those two, that should be enough. Alright. Oh. Okay. So we got that nest knocked out. Because then the plan's going to be building a defensive line. Honestly, I probably don't even need to hit that nest up there farther. Okay, because this is a choke point here. That the plan's going to be go right here, do... this whole nonsense. And then with that, we can go here and say, don't actually put the stuff that's over the water, please. And go over to this side, and same deal. And then we can go here. We bridge it down until it's connected to the run I just put down there. Okay. So that would give us our northern wall defense. You'll notice I'm queuing up way too many of these things right now. But that's fine. Because they will just continue to fill this out, get the walls, get the solar panels, get the guns in place. And I'm just trying to get those going as much as I can over here. I do have more nests I'm going to need to destroy to the south. But then I want to do the same thing here, where we just put, like, a bit of a wall down there. And it is just going to take time. Okay. You're going to run into lots of problems with lots of that, but that's alright. Let's switch back to you. Deal with the nest to the south. But that'll secure that oil. Are there two roboports right next to each other on that joint? Or am I reading wrong? There are. But it's just far enough north that it doesn't line up. Having an extra roboport, I'm not worried about. At the scale of things we're going to be dealing with, that ends up not being that big of a deal. It'll waste a little power, it'll be a little inefficient, but all in all, not a big deal. If that ends up being the kind of thing that makes or breaks anything in the run, that's not your problem. Okay, that's one spawner down. All right. I think that's the last nest there. All right. And so down from there is we have a giant cluster of oil. I would love to grab that. I don't think that's a priority right now. We are slowly going ahead of our oil production, but it's just slowly. So the move now is I want to go ahead and line up some defenses to try and get this area secured as well. And again, we are rapid expanding. This will end up hurting us in a bit. Okay, so that should be far enough now down to get around that. We'll go one more. I have to fix that corner. Once again, if it's on the water, you don't actually want it. Okay, so let's go ahead and fix that gross little corner we've got over there. And then I'll need to daisy chain the drone ports back to the main area. Now you'll notice with how ridiculously far out here we are, it is just going to be a thing that it's going to take the drones a long time to get over here. Good enough. Alright, so we've got all that. So the next thing here is to grab your blueprints and find out where the other drone ports were and just get to the closest connection point we can. Yeah, that'll be close enough. Okay, so it's going to take them a very long time to build up, but as you can see, that'll secure this side, secure that side, which then this whole wall becomes redundant. This is all secured. That's starting to get secured down there. Then, you know, I want to bring that over to lock them out. Then we'll be on that bottom side. And meanwhile, we're continuing to expand our power network. Be ready for all that. Alright. The big question, though, is does it start getting attacked before it's all connected? Because okay if there's gaps in there. It's okay if even things get destroyed up there. But if they just punch through, then that's no good. Alright, so we're good here. What is the next thing I need to be working on? Let's take a check to see how things are going over here. How's my rocket supply? I still have about 200 rockets. The next nest worth considering is that nest, to get rid of that so I can build the wall over this way. And then this is just a mess. That on the bottom side is just a mess. If I was to go after something next, probably uranium. Because I don't have uranium yet. Because it's just been way out there that I've had to kind of like annex more territory to get to it. Now the other thing is all these drone ports, they all could be a little greedy on the power. So they do cause headaches. So we are definitely going to need to expand our power grid more. So queue that up as well. That's mostly waiting on accumulators. Yeah, honestly, that's been continuing to scale up. With the longer those little flat areas on the top is, that means we've hit, like, the maximum charge. If we're hitting the maximum charge, there's not really a reason to worry about more solar panels that much. Like, all my wall edges have the solar panels and all that as well. Okay, so we've got you. So what I wanted to check is how goes our rocket. You're still waiting on light frame. How goes the light frame? Okay. All that plastic? Ah, here we go. There's the problem. Really? Really? So it was producing, but the storage didn't get itself topped off again. Let's also go over while we're running through the area. Let's grab all of the wood and coal they've been grabbing to dump into the fuel line for the trains. Oh, blueprints. Why mess up one when you can repeat it 100 times? You have the same issue with a lot of CNC machines work. Oh yeah. It's a classic. You'll have people like, computers are so smart. It's like, no, actually computers are extremely stupid. They're just extremely efficient. They will do your incredibly dumb things as fast as you could ever possibly want them done. Let's drop some rocket fuel in there as well. Okay, so that's just straight up out of that. Yeah. They are able to execute whatever instructions they get them. They don't understand them, they can't think them through. So computers are, by their nature, very dumb. They can just do mathematical calculations at a speed that you could only dream of. But being able to do math doesn't inherently make you smart. Oh, looks like there's already bots queued up to do this. Because otherwise the bots in my... Yeah, I have bots. I have everything here. Yeah, so you already got bots queued up. They're already delivering those. Alright, so that should help out with that. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Can we get a shout out for Italics? I'm assuming Italics is doing more Terra Invicta? No, Slay the Spire too. That makes a lot of sense.
Thank you, Ultrasaurus, for subscribing for 17 months. E.
E. Thank you so much, Ultra, for that's a tier 1 sub. Tier 1 sub for 17 months. I really do appreciate that. And thank you so much for that. Been hoping you've been enjoying your advertising-free viewing as well as access to emotes. And for once, the timing, Italics, is not immediately into an ad. That's not me accusing you. That's just the typical way the timing works with raids. It's almost always like someone raiding out on the hour and then just like immediately into the ad break. But thank you so much. For those who don't know Italics, you should absolutely check out Italics. Really, really solid content creator. Plays a whole range of games. A lot of indie games. A lot of similar stuff to what we play here on this channel. Highly, highly, highly recommend. Really good content over there. So very much, if you like the content here, you'll almost certainly like the content over there, which of course means the inverse is also likely true. Escape an ad to get into an ad? Yeah, no, it's one of those things that happens, just timing on content creators, because a lot of us, it's like, what's time is when you end stream. Okay, well, it's like 7 a.m. or 6 p.m. or whatever, but it's usually on the hour. And that's usually the ads end up running just a little bit after on the hour. which means it's perfect so when someone raids out, they get really unlucky and drop directly into the ad break. Not that it's a planned thing, it's just the unfortunate timing. And also check out Ultrasource, another friend of the channel, really fantastic content creator. Was doing some Docked yesterday, which is a new simulation game. It's so brutal when that happens. Oh yeah, and it is a very common thing just because of how things work out with stuff. But yeah, so definitely go check out Ultrasource, absolutely fantastic. Again, also plays very similar games to what we play on the channel. Has been doing Factorio recently, does lots of simulation games, has done RimWorld in the past, has done plenty of Project Zomboid. So lots of things you're going to hear overlapping so far as the game. So again, if you like the content here, you'll probably like it there. And if you like the content there, you'll probably like it here. It's just kind of how it all works. Do me chat? No problem. But yeah, so we're doing Factorio shenanigans. We're getting ready to get our rocket launched into space. We are doing the Space Age DLC. If you see a bajillion blinking dots, don't worry about it. Why wait for things to be ready when you can just keep building and have nothing get done? But thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so we literally have everything being produced to make the rocket and get it into space and all that. We're just in that, we just gotta wait for it. But yeah, we are doing a very, very heavily train-based factory. So it's got a pretty straightforward structure in regards to, you've got your trains that go, let me get this overlay out so you can actually see. Let me get that overlay out so you can actually see. That doesn't really actually help that much, does it? Anyways, we've got, you'll see like this main thoroughfares on this train, the gray that's kind of like just slicing through everything. This is a pretty good example. So you'll see pretty much the way I do it is like, I've got my main train network, this stop, this whole stop here, that's blue circuits. So I've got my output of the blue circuits, and then I got my inputs of the materials to make blue circuits. Factory's looking good. The kind where you stop playing for 2 or 3 days, you'd forget everything and how it works. So that's kind of the beauty with the setup of how I do this. So like when you get like the whole spaghetti thing, it ends up being an absolute nightmare where you're like, I don't know what's going on. But broadly speaking, if you look at my trains with all that going on, I have only 2 groups of trains, of which there's only 1 train existing outside that group. So I got 1 train for fluids, and then all the other trains have 1 set of programming. That we look at it, and I use interrupts. So it's a pretty cool setup that basically the way it works is if we look at our train's instructions real fast, the first instruction is straightforward. If your fuel is below 10, go to the station named Refuel. Just go get fuel. That's a straightforward one. There's not a whole lot to add there. Fuel less than 10, go get fuel. And I have a train station here named Fuel that has run out of stuff going into it, and that is a crisis I'm choosing to ignore because I happen to have a bunch of wooden stuff chucked in there for now. But that is going to be something that'll hurt me later. But if we go back into our trains, and then the next one is get cargo. So basically, if the train does not have cargo, and there's a place called cargo pickup that is not currently blocked off, go get cargo. And that is go to any station named cargo pickup. And then this is just basically, hey, stay there until you're full, or no stuff has shown up for a while, or you've been sitting there for too long. And so all of my kind of outputs on all of my places, every single one of those you'll notice is named cargo pickup. So the trains don't have any real logic around it, so far as like, I'm not telling it go to the iron, go to this. I'm like, hey, you're a cargo train? Where's the cargo? Go get it. Which then brings on to the next interrupt, which is drop off cargo. So what this does is, if we have cargo, it looks for a station that is named the wild card of what's in the cargo. So the very first valid thing in our cargo, it'll put that here, space drop off, until it's empty. So you'll notice all my other stations, that's like the icon for iron drop off, the icon for stone drop off, the icon for steel drop off. So that wildcard fills that in. And then lastly, you have parking, which is, if there's nowhere for you to go, just go park. which then parking is just a bunch of stuff here that any of my trains not currently in use, they'll sit here until something needs them. And all that stuff. So let me go, and I've been putting off fixing up the fuel. I've got a long time worth of fuel sitting at that refuel spot. But sooner or later it's gonna run out. Yeah, the word was accumulator, because that's what those are. Okay, so how do I want to deal with this? I got kind of two options. One option is to make a place over here that is a coal drop-off spot, which is what I'm leaning towards right now. Let's yank those trees up. Let's see, what would be the best way for me to deal with this? So I can go over here. I'm just going to be a little bit lazy, a little bit cheeky. I'm just going to grab you on the ends there. We're going to cut a... Let's use the blueprint to do this so it's not as bad. We're going to just grab all that there real fast. Get rid of you. Get rid of all this nonsense, because that I don't need. We'll get rid of that. That should do. Create that blueprint. Stick you right there. And change your name to coal drop off. And you'll check your inventory for coal. And if there's room for coal, go get coal. But now, you might be like, okay, well, what's it take to program all this? It's done. Literally all I had to do is change its name to what I want space drop-off, and then I just have it so it turns on and off the station based on, hey, do you have a bunch of stuff? Oh, you should be using the higher tier stuff. And it's just, with that much, it's already wired up. Literally what'll happen here is we'll just have a train go flying in here in a minute once we have a coal train available. There you go. And that coal will just arrive. So now what I gotta do is get the coal over there, which should be easy because we can go... right down over here. I'm going to be short like 5. Well, a bit more than 5. Okay, that's fine. So we could do here. Yep, and there's the coal train. Just that fast. What we can do here is, because I don't want to... forget about it. Alright. How to have a factory tour? I can try to give you a factory tour. It's a little repetitive in how it works. I just want to quickly remember to yoink this this line, because this line doesn't do anything anymore. There you go. But it's a little repetitive in the sense that it's broken up into stops, and each stop just makes a thing. But we can kind of do a quick run around. Give me those. I'm not waiting for the bots. Let me go ahead and we'll take the train to go and tour, because we can go over here. So this is the refuel and parking. Pretty straightforward. This here, it's full of fuel. Trains, when they need fuel, they'll come here. They park there. They get their fuel. Thumbs up. Once they're full, they get out of here. If the train has nothing better to do, it sits here in parking. And that's just the whole thing there. And so that's kind of like our depot, whatever you want to call. We do have solar and all that all over the place because I've got all that. This is my science wing. Pretty straightforward. We got all of our science gets imported on our rails over here. Then they just go over there. I can definitely add more labs on there. I really don't need them, though. Making the science go faster when the things I need for the science doesn't work. Then we have over here our oil processing. So, like, we have all this. It'll be a little tricky to see what's going on, but I've got some oil pumps down here that are pulling oil, and that goes into there, which goes into our various refineries along here. So all this, forget the pipe mesh nonsense, that's just getting all the stuff where it needs to go, but oil goes here, goes into these buildings, where it's processed into 3 different oils, and then it comes out, and then those all slowly feed into these, which is now demonstrated that I immediately have a problem I gotta deal with. Cool. You didn't plug in the other side of the coal drop-off. I didn't plug in the other side of the coal drop-off. I don't know what you mean. This is looking perfectly fine to me. It's all filled there. And this is fine. Okay. Yeah, so we have an immediate problem, so I'm going to stand here for that. But yeah, so basically what happens is this breaks it up. We make the heavy oil, the light oil, and the petroleum. And I have it set up with these sets of labs here, where basically if I have more heavy oil than light oil, start processing into light oil. If I have more light oil than petroleum, these all start processing it into petroleum. And then from there, we're just producing a bunch of random oil products down here on different stops. Not really a whole lot to go there. I've got my coal mine, got copper, got stone. We're currently working on building our defensive perimeter to the north and south over here. Because you can't see it because they don't have a radar there, but I've got more oil over here. This doesn't have a cool train or anything doing it. I just put a big pipe with some pumps there. I'm going to put a train there eventually because I got a bunch more oil down this area, but that was I'm out of oil, I need more kind of situation. I have my mall, which is where I produce all my various buildings. So all of these are the imported goods need to make it, but as you can see, we got stuff like solar panels and accumulators and our belts and all that just being produced here. All being fed into passive chests so I can get them when I need there. And then just up here, we do have the rocket going. It's just waiting on low-density structure, and then we'll start getting the rockets, you know, actually rocketing. But then, kind of like I was saying, is all my stops producing goods are pretty straightforward, where there is an output, and then there are inputs. So, like, this is the military science, which takes 5 different things to make. So we make all the things there, we output our military science here, goes a train, and that just goes on to my network, which is just basically a big chain up there, big trail over there. Then we got another rail up there. Yeah, so this is where my low-density stuff is being made, which is now back online. Now they realized I forgot to put undergrounds here right before you all raided, that this whole thing's been sitting here the whole time not... Like, it was functioning, but like half of these boxes were just staying full and not working. But yeah, so I'm working on expanding my defensive perimeter to hold back the biters, so I can start securing territory, because I don't want to feed ammo into them forever. That's what's going on here, is right now, just little by little, the drones are bringing laser turrets and walls and accumulators and solar panels, and then they're just going to make a wall over here. Right, so we fixed our coal. Right, so the thing I'm working on now... Yeah, so like the tour of my base is weird because just with that setup, I could just go and be like, here's the red circuits. It looks the same as here's the blue circuits. It looks the same as whatever. But it is. And you'll probably notice there's lots of areas in the map that are just like this black mess. This is just giant areas of solar panels and areas I don't kind of need for anything else. I just slap that down to power my ridiculous defense array. But now I need more of this. I really don't know where I'm putting it. Because the petroleum's basically empty, and my heavy and light oil are basically full. Which is not helpful. Did you rebuild everything from bus to trains? No, I never started with the bus. Usually my factories start with a mall that is very spaghetti layout, and then I convert over to trains. Alright, so our power is down to 25% into storage. Because for that, if we look over here, I've got 2 sirens here. And so I've got one here that whenever my batteries run to 25%, A is just the percentage charge on this. But every time it drops below 25%, a little icon appears down here being like, hey, yellow battery, your battery's getting kind of low. And if it drops below 10%, it'll play like, I've got the volume turned way down, but it plays a klaxon basically being like, hey, your power's like really low. Because I'm using laser defense, I really do not want my power to go out. That does cause major problems. Alright, so let's see. So one solution could be I just run the heavy oil, or I run the oil a different direction. I got a lot running through there. What I'm trying to do is find out where I'm going to... Yeah, lasers go burr, absolutely. I can just put this down here. Alright, let's go ahead and... 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just going to pocket craft those real fast. Okay, so we're going to go to you, light to petroleum. And get so the ports basically line up so you have two of the same. And now what I could do is just copy that, paste it again. Cool. Alright, how do I have you wired up? Gotcha. Okay, so the light oil is going across, and then the water is going this way. So what I could do here... Okay, so water just runs up and down, so I should be able to connect the water by just going like this. And that means the water's all wired up here. Meanwhile, I need to get the light oil over here. Okay, what would be the best way for me to do this? Go here, grab you. And take the extra off. Now for here, just run a big old pipe the whole way up there. Alright, and we just put a ton more yield on being able to convert light oil to petroleum. What we should do, they should see the petroleum starting to go up and the light oil start coming down. And that'll kick in the heavy oil to start converting to light oil at a faster pace. Which would be another really good thing, because that's what we've been hurting on is the light oil. How is our regular oil going? Okay, so our crude oil is actually full after we put all the speed boosts on it. Oh, that's our rocket fuel production. Okay, so we got an attack going on. Yeah, so that's an attack hit a little base down there. So this is an area that we still have kind of our original defenses that we moved out there. Whereas that's like our intermediary, and that's like our late game defense. Oh, and that's actually ready for me to expand again, isn't it? Alright, so I'm still trying to decide how I want to tackle this area down here. Yep, so our bots are now officially going over here and getting all this built in. It's surprising that they're putting the solar panels down first. That's a little concerning. Alright, so let's go double check on our, we got a bunch of chests up here that all the trash, when they pick up the trees and all that, it's just where they dump it because they have to have some place for it to go. Let's go make sure that's all fine. Okay. That'll be fine. That's a buffer. Alright, so... we've got plenty of ammo. Let's go get some more rockets. And I do think it's time we go to the south side of our base, where we just got attacked down there. And let's go knock some nests down there, because this should help out stabilize a lot of what we got going on here. I definitely could use more rocket fuel production, like a lot more. But right now, that's just going to be what we do for the time being. Granted, I had planned on expanding that there so I could build more easily, but then I put this down here, so that was not the best play on there. My rocket should be over here somewhere. Am I too far south? No, there they are. Let's set you to make sure you try and keep 500 on me. That's a bit ambitious, but that's fine. Okay, so I don't want to walk. Oh, and you're bringing me more pipe. So let's go up to my ride to zip on down to the far south. And what we'll probably want to do is when I get down there, let's make ourselves a parking spot. So I don't have to do the run the whole way every single time. Okay, so we can go all the way down here. So let's see a good place. So let's go ahead and, for right now, I'm going to tell my train to go down there. And just ride our rail network over to that spot. And these trains get way faster. This train is currently running on wood. You start getting to rocket and nuclear fuel and all that, it can get pretty harrowing. Now, where do I want to put a parking spot that's not blocking everything? I can't fit it down there. Well, you know what? Thanks for the ride. I'm going to go ahead and tell you for the time being, if you don't mind, if you could just go back to that spot up there, that'd be lovely. Oh, there goes a biter right now getting murdered. Okay. So what I want to do is I'm going to grab even more ammo. Actually, we're probably well good on ammo here. Let's not grab that yet. Alright, so what I want to do is we just want to go to these various nests that are kind of close to us. And we're going to be knocking them down one by one to try and give ourselves more wiggle room here. And the way I'm going to do that is I've just got a bunch of rockets. They're the explosive style rockets. They have a very large area of effect that does a pretty good amount of damage. So pretty straightforward. You just get to the point where you can start seeing the biters. I grab my sentry guns. Let's go ahead and put those in the bar. Grab my sentry guns. Do this. Get him ammo. Okay. Alright, so it's the first nest down. So we can get through nests pretty easily as long as I keep that retreat line. The big thing I run into is this is very, very expensive on rockets. So I do go through a lot of explosives. But it's pretty effective. Okay. And we do have a ton of upgrades on our military tech and all that. As you can see from one of my rockets missing, that just deletes all the trees in the broader area. Alright. That's, I believe, another nest done. I see, I missed one more spawner. Okay, so what next nest is my next target? Let's turn on our pollution and all that. Don't really care about them absorbing the pollution anymore. They can kind of just hammer away at my defenses, that's whatever. That's fine over there, I believe. There's not really a good choke point down here. So just knock the next back a little bit farther in general. Because if I keep them far enough back, it means I don't have to worry about them hammering away at my defenses as much. But more so, it gives me more time to get those defenses built. And once I get that outside perimeter you've been seeing me put up, then advancing ends up being pretty easy. Because advancing, ultimately I just do this kind of attack on their nests. Meanwhile, I just have the endless wall of laser turrets behind. And so the moment I clear out a couple of nests, I can just build a wall segment to fill in the gap. Alright. It's mostly a run in, try and take out like one of the big spitters, one of the spawners, whatever I can get target-wise. And because these are the big AoE rockets, you'll notice occasionally I'll just kill other stuff that I'm not even shooting at. Which is why I use them, because even though the yellow rockets do hit harder in like just raw number, it's only a little harder. Ooh. Stayed a little too long on that one. Okay. Now, it won't be too much longer until we start seeing more and more of just the big biters. We're already getting pretty close to that. The real scary part is it won't be too much longer till we see the yellow biters. Like the big ones. Those will get rough because it'll actually take me quite a bit to take them down with my sentry guns. The strategy I'm using will still work with them just fine. It's just I'll spend more time being backed off between poles, which means burning more ammo, because it just takes that much longer to actually kill the biter. There's like next to nothing here, let's just slap it down. That's not really what I meant to do, but that's okay. Alright, so I still get 260 rockets. Yeah, it's got some big biters, so let's not take our chances. Alright, that's another nest down. And I found I like doing this more than the tank just because the number of times I've done the tank, and you know, you're like kiting past them or whatever, and you get yourself caught on like a rock or something, and then just swarmed. I've died a good number of times of that in the past. Alright. That's another nest down. It looks like there's another nest I didn't know about just north of us. And this has been a long time coming cleanup. So that's what I'm working on now, is just clearing up the area as much as I can, pushing back these areas, because I wanna build the wall out this way. If we do that, I'll just control a lot of territory and not have to worry. That is a lot of big biters. Alright, hang on, let's back off. We were fine, but it's, you know, engaging on being like, oh, that's almost exclusively big biters. All right. How's my rockets? Okay, we're down to about 160 rockets left. Okay, so as you can see, we cleared out all of this space. Probably want to clear that nest out. I don't think we care about any of the ones farther up. Then we'd be clearing these nests out so we can try and go for like the uranium and all that. Meanwhile, we are seeing this defensive wall is slowly coming together. It's slowly actually getting the guns on and everything. Man, that said, there's something to say about traveling around the map in a tank filled with rocket fuel. There's certainly an experience to have there. Okay. So let's run over here. Where's the sweet spot? There you are. Just queuing up the defensive wall. I know the spot of the water we don't actually want, so we get rid of that. Okay, now I just knock back the biters a little bit farther so that we can do that. And that'll be my east defense, my north defense. These spots here probably will need to be replaced, but so far we've been able to ignore them. This is like our southwest defense. And then what we eventually want to do is bring that down and over and up. Because I'm really just not seeing any choke points. And then it'd be, anytime I want more territory, we just start slamming down stuff. Need more radars? No, apparently with the update they made it so that the drone ports themselves act as radars. Like, not quite as big as the radars. But still pretty good. So because I have the drone ports the whole length of it, they kind of cover that radar need. Oh, actually hit me because I didn't dodge fast enough. That's fine. Still waiting to see the first yellow one pop through. Oh, you're still alive. I figured you were long dead. Hey. Okay. Hey, Cybertrez, how's it going? I hope you feel better than your vocal cords today. Gotcha. Well, that's no fun. I hope your vocal cords feel better soon. Alright, there's a whole lot of spitters down. Now we're just in mop-up. One rocket short of finishing it. And I'm wearing armor with shield generator on it. If you haven't caught by the fact that, like, where you see that purple bar keep going down, that's my 2 shield generators recharging. They'll overwhelm it if there's too many of them, or if they just keep hammering, they'll run my batteries out. But in the interim, that's good. Alright, so I don't think we have to worry about any of those up there. We can work over... Well, actually, we're not, because I'm down... No, I still have exactly 100 rockets? Okay. Alright. So basically we got this front. It's not secure yet, because they're still building the wall. But that should secure it from there, and then, like, we'll push forward till we can get to being a bit more of a choke point. You're at a metal festival in your city until 2 a.m., singing some weird songs with your older brother. Gotcha. Well, I mean, I hope you had a good time. If there's a reason to have your vocal cords be spent, that is a very solid reason for it. Oh, we'll grab this set of sentry guns up. They're going to be redundant here soon, because that wall is going to cover that need. Alright. I'm waiting for all my construction bots to get back. It's actually worth removing the radars in the middle of your factory once it's big enough. They spend all their time rechecking stuff inside your walls. Right, but you do... Well, that's actually, you're correct. I was going to say, yeah, but I would want them so, you know, I could see the middle. I'm like, right, but if the drone ports are covering that need, then, you know, that's not very helpful. Yep, and so now we just see the endless trail of construction bots going everywhere on the map, putting up all our walls and all that. Let's take a peek at our power and see how we're doing. Alright. So, yeah, so basically, if we see the flat top here, for those who didn't hear my explanation earlier, when I'm using accumulators and solars, basically the way to look, if you have a flat top at the bottom, you've got enough solar panels. If you have this hits the bottom, you don't have enough accumulators. And broadly, I'm just continuing to build up accumulators, because when we have a solid, like, wave of enemies, it will drain us a little. Oh, what game am I playing? I'm playing Factorio. But it is a thing to, you know, you can kind of check that. But that's with solar. If you're dealing with other power sources, it gets a little bit... It's broadly the same thing, but it's not quite as clear at times. So we're going to work our way over here and snag some more rockets. I've got plenty of armor-piercing rounds still. We're all good there. I have all that stone that's doing nothing. Oh, you know what I'll do? We can go here. So where's the nearest bot area? Right there. So if I daisy chain the bots over there, they'll let us slowly grab that stone out and put it to use. Yeah, so you're right there, so you can grab our blueprint, that spaces the bots out for me, so I don't have to think about it. Okay. Once they build that, that means the landfill is on the bot network, and they'll eventually do all that. Alright. And that copper node is slowly being depleted. So I want to go grab more of our rockets. And then we're going to go to that south front and just knock back a bunch of the biter nests down there too. Because sooner or later, we're going to start having problems with the base just because of shape. We'll run into issues where a bot down here, we'll want to go and build the wall up there, and they'll cross over this area, and while they're over here, they can just get eaten up by the biters. Want to kind of stay on top of that. It's one of the reasons I usually will try and make my bases, once I've gotten far enough in, kind of make them rectangular. That's only 180 rockets. It's not as much as I was hoping for. Make them rectangular, because then you never have to worry about the bots crossing over somewhere where the biters can get at them. But we're not there yet. Right now, we're just putting stuff where we can put it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put more coal on the network soon. Okay, so we've reached the point where this isn't needed anymore. This was a defensive wall previously. But as you can see, we just put a new wall in front of it. And also, eventually, I'm going to make gaps in here for me to get in and out. So, like, if we're driving the tank or whatever, we could just go over. Granted, once you get to the point of the Spidertron, it's nice because you don't have to worry about any of that anymore. You can just go, like, climb over the top of things. And that's actually the perfect spot. So, we'll go right here. What I'll do here is grab the gate. Cool. Where is this nest? It should be just down here. There you are. And every once in a while I'll mess up and I'll put my turrets a little bit too close. And then they'll aggro on them before I get a chance to get, like, ammo into it. Okay. It really worries me that they're all in the blue range. We'll have to check the evolution where they're at here in a minute. Because you can actually check, see how long it is going to be. Yes, there's one that wasn't evolved. Are you playing a rail world? No, we're playing a we're playing basically just straight up default. Like, no adjustments to biters or rail world, whatever. I just have a strong preference for using the rails as my main infrastructure. I just find it's nice at scale. It is a thing that you can literally just use conveyors across the whole map, and that is a completely valid strategy. I just personally much rather use the rails and all that, because you can get some pretty good throughput on that. Because, like, one of the issues you run into with the conveyor setup is when you're trying to go with a really long run, you go, oh, I need to expand it. It's pretty rough to do that, because you have to run a conveyor, like, the entire length. Alright, so got you done. But the arguable rail world requires fewer rails. The idea is the resources are far between. That does make them rich enough that you really need to go farther. Yeah. Oh, what's over here? Is it just some spitters? Couple of something by itself. Right here. Yeah, it's a couple of spitters. Sucks to be you. Yeah, there's a decent number of unevolved ones in there. Alright. There's another spawner down, so you just have the one spawner and a couple of spitters. Okay. Alright, so all spitters are down. We just got the one nest. Okay, so we're down to 55 rockets. So I don't really have enough to take down another nest. Because we do chew through those pretty quickly. But we did push him back from the wall quite a bit. Yep. We're doing really good there. We've got all that going. You can see the wall is almost built over here. We're filling in the gap on the bottom there. The wall over here has very little progress. That's fine. Making sure we don't have a gap here that's making it not work. That's fine. Making progress on this wall up here. Alright, let's check to see what the heck is going on with our rocket. Because I would expect the rocket to have been done by now. And that does not appear to be the case. So what has gotten stuck? What is stalled? What is happening? My suspicion is we're still waiting on plastic to go to our low-density structure. We manually forced a train over there earlier to accommodate it. But I suspect that wasn't enough. Alright, so let's go check on that. Yeah, so we've got a... Okay, so we did do a delivery of those. Oh, it's literally just sitting here waiting. Okay. Sure. Right. So we actually just have the rocket on the pad waiting for me to do stuff. So that means it's going to be time for us to start loading up platform and getting things going up top there. Now I should already have most of what I need for the platform part of it. Okay, so you are missing the blue circuits. Do I have more blue circuits sitting up here? Because I want the platform. Yeah, so let's grab some blue circuits off of our giant conveyor belt of them up here. That's probably plenty. Because let's see. Yeah, so I need to make a space platform. And then once I do that, we'll get that. And we're going to want to get all the bits for setting up our space platform, because then what will happen is it'll bring the space science down. And then we'll want to get all that going. Let's pop over here. So you're crafting that. Grab the blue circuit boards back, because I only want the one space platform for now. Alright, so while that's crafting, let me run down here real fast, because we're going to have new science coming in pretty soon. And this is my science wing down here. So let's grab you. We'll do the blueprint strategy, so we can go right here. Grab all this. Clear all this out here. That'll be all fine there. We can go ahead and grab you, and I'll need enough space. That's fine for now. Okay. So your name gonna change. So you're going to be space science drop off, and then your name is going to be Hey, Draconic Dork, thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Just quickly trying to go in here and fix that stuff. Do I have you wired up to... No, you're not wired up to turn us off, so you'll just sit here when you fill up. That's fine. I hope you had a good stream and all good stuff. Welcome in, Raiders. We can go here and upgrade all you. Because I don't have the blue ones anymore. So trash those, trash those, trash those, trash those. All right. Wasn't long stream, just a bit of Stardew? Yeah, gotcha. Nice. Well, I hope you had a good time with Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley is always a good time. So let's run you the whole way up here. So what's going to happen here is to make this work. I'm going to put an underground there. Need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A new thing that's going to happen here is you are going to need to make these pass across. The reason I'm doing 6 is to have enough throughput. Because then I'll be able to run one more conveyor science over there later. Okay. So that's all wired up and ready for our space science. Couldn't you have a cargo landing pad near the science rather than somewhere else and shipping that? This is true. You are right. Because I did forget the cargo landing pad is a thing. I don't actually have... I always forget that that's its own thing there. Sure, so let's go ahead and fix that. So I'm down to leave those train stations there for later on. Because we'll have the purple and yellow. Yeah, that's actually what we could do. So I'll have you sit here for right now. And I'll reconfigure you to purple and yellow when we get them. So your name is going to change to the purple science. And your name is going to change to the yellow science. And then I'm going to need to make a place to make the cargo drop off. I might be able to just pocket craft it. I just need to grab 200 concrete, which is just over here. And then meanwhile, we're making, like, the platform and all that garbage. And then we can launch the rocket, get all that going. So here's the concrete we've been making this whole time that I'm not really using for anything. It's just kind of sitting here. All right. It's weird having the red circuit boards all caught up, so I just have a train waiting to be needed. Okay, and as soon as it's ready, we'll just do this. You can do the cargo drop-off. Where are you at? You. Oh, I forgot how big you were. That's still fine. So cargo drop-off. Shift that over. We'll definitely want to change it in time. Alright, so you will request... We're not going to worry about that right now. That's fine. So we've got that wired up. So when we drop the space science in there, it's right there. Alright, so let's get up here and start getting all this sorted out. So we should have our platform here somewhere. It was up here? Or there you... Where are you at? There you are. We got our platform. Let's see. So it wants me to send the platform up on the rocket, I guess, before anything happens. I'm assuming that's what it wants. Because... Space Platform Starter Pack. Create a space platform by sending that to space. And then we'll be able to get all those other things. So let's just go ahead and load up what we can. We want to make sure the rocket is mostly full to make it worth our while. So let's see here. Where are you in my inventory? You? Gotcha. So that's the entire capacity of the rocket. Good to know. So you're going to build a space platform. Oh, build a space platform. Okay. Let's see, Space science. Let's call it. Well, I mean, yeah, it's fine. I know I used the same name last time. Alright, so Epoch. Alright, goodbye, rocket. Alright, so with that, we now need to make the space science. So we need to do the asteroid collector and all that. So let's see. So you are... all the materials we already have up here, plus steel. Yeah, plus steel and electric motors. Yeah, because you've got the asteroid collector. And the crusher. We'll start here by saying grab goodies from there. And then we'll have passive providers. Where are you at? Okay, so you need motors. You need motors and steel. So let's get the electric motors and steel on a line, and we're just going to conveyor it up because I have it right down here. There's no point in chucking on a train to go just that tiny little distance. So the motors are right here. Which are then lifted up here. And I got the steel right there. So the motors aren't that hard to get where I need them to. Do I have... It's okay, I can use a filter splitter. We'll take you, filter, steel. Alright. So I'll only have steel on this side. Alright. Because, yeah, they don't need to bring them over here. But what I can do is... you go from there to there. And they're bringing me more conveyors. All right. So we'll just need to get those. Meanwhile, we've already got the next rocket is built, I assume. Next rocket is ready. Okay, so with the next rocket, it just wants me to build one of those. Which I did. Production of... yeah, okay. So we're going to need to get a couple of those and get it figured out. Alright, so what we're going to want to do here is I can go up to my platform. We hit map and click on this. So here's our space platform. So, I got to remember how to do any of this. We will want to go in here. I forgot to give more tabs in this. Huh. So we can go in here and we'll just go like this. All right. All right, Luxray, you take it easy. And I know I'm going to end up needing stuff here. I just don't remember what. Okay, we'll start with that. I'll need to go over here and grab the space platform. Okay. So that'll be space platform. So now if we go up to the map up here, we'll just see it go to build out the floor. As soon as the rocket comes back down. Then it's a matter of getting the stuff up here and saying, okay, ship it as able. There's our cargo delivery. Oh, 100 does not go nearly as far as I thought it would. All right, so what I want to do is I want to put these platforms back into the one down here. I don't want to carry them. But I'm going to tell it to automatically load and send the stuff up. Now, I already know I'm going to need, like... We can actually take this from a slightly different angle. So we have those making our different materials. I do know I'm going to need to go in here and unlock the other sciences and all that. I can't see everything I'm looking to do. All right, so this I don't want to keep. This I don't want to keep. But I want to go to the platform and just drop the platform back in here. Because then they'll get that sorted out. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and put this stuff up here. Because we want to use the passive chest to feed the platform stuff versus me manually doing it just for my own sanity. But it is going to be a thing. As you can see, we can get the rockets built really quickly. Okay, sorry about that. Alright, so bear with me, because that's going to keep doing rocket things. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a minute, but thank you again for tuning in. Okay, so I was wondering if a rocket would actually get out of here before then. Yeah, so you're loading up the conveyors. The next thing is, can I go down here to my research there? Can I set you yet to request... I can't yet. Let's say to request the new science. Because now we end up doing a lot of stuff remotely. Alright, so you are full. But what's going to happen is it's going to keep launching as we get the materials in here. We're going to want to go to you. So you're going to go ahead and do metallic. Carbon. And all that. So, that's an interesting one that we are going to get some of the oxide back. So after we get that, I'm going to need to go ahead and have, yeah, so you're going to need to filter out the oxide. Cool. Then put that on there. Then this is our good material. We can go 1, 2. Put that there. So we're going to have you filter out the carbon chunk. Put that out there. And you're going to filter out metallic chunk. And put that out there. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is remember how to do any of this as we're going. But the plan is basically I'm going to grab the ore from the front here. And then it feeds it all in here. This will crush it to try and get the materials out. Anytime I get the ore back, check tips and tricks. Man, I don't want to check tips and tricks. Let's copy paste. So it looks like a couple different things. No, it's fine. We can just keep it launching again and again and again. Because, once it gets built, that should separate our 3 ores. And then it's a matter of seeing what the actual... Oh, actually, we can go to this. So you require ice, iron plate, and carbon. Alright. And the ice we just straight up get out of this thing on this line. The carbon, I'm assuming we refine, as does the metallic plate. So I'm assuming both of those will be refined. Do I have the regular old steel stuff on the network as well? No, I got the more advanced chests. I do. That way, oh, can I put those on the rocket? Let me double check. I remember there's certain things you cannot build on the rocket. So, what we could potentially do is see if I can put these boxes up here. Gotcha. So you can't build those boxes up there. I didn't think so. I vaguely remembered that. Alright, so let's go ahead and we will need the smelters. Okay. And that's the ice will come through here. Little by little, things are getting built. Alright, so that'll get that. So that should give me both of those. And that should give me my 3 materials. We're definitely not making it all of a efficient design at all. Alright, so we got all that. Now, let's go ahead and check back to see what it said for... So you need the ice cubes, and you were assembled in the assembling machine. Okay. We can go like this. As long as it works, no? Yeah, I mean, that is the important detail. Did it work? Cool, that's good enough. So we'd have room for 1, 2. And I vaguely recall I have to put it in here to ship it back down. And hey, Night Dweller, how's it going? Alright. And the reason I have that spot is so I can fit more in there. I'm also suddenly remembering that you need power. Alright. Good, you got a run, got an appointment? Gotcha. Well, I hope your appointment goes well and all that. Alright, so with that, it's just going to keep requesting stuff. And launching one time after again, as we build that out. Meanwhile, we're building all this out here, so that's all stable. So we're relatively good shape here. Of just letting this continue to burn away. Looks like our Nest Murder is finally back in range. So I still have more of this to enclose the defenses on. I'm going to hold off on that. Oh man, you have all your lasers for the most part in place. I see a problem here. So let's go here. There we go. And you got most of the lasers in place over there. Yep, so we just want to let that continue to churn away. Get those defenses in place. All right, make sure there's no gaps in the network here. But basically we want to keep focusing on letting that, work. So when this lands, it should be a bunch of platforms that just like spiderweb out and a bunch more gets built. But we are going to need a lot of power. And that'll be a whole thing. Yep, there's a lot to build here. But once we get these going and those going, it's going to take a while to get the whole thing online. We'll be able to set this up to have the white science. Now, I don't believe I'm producing these materials in a volume that'll be able to do that. So it's looking like our rocket fuel is going to fall behind, and then the rockets will stop launching. So let's go run down there and expand our rocket fuel. But yeah, so in the meantime, it should just keep sending rocket after rocket after rocket to build our platform. It'll just take time. I don't love seeing the iron plates of all things backed up. Okay, so rocket fuel is right there. Because they set up with the intent of making it easy to expand. And then promptly didn't. So right. So you just need... that. So it'd be the best way for me to deal with this. So we can go up here. Still really doesn't solve that problem, but that's okay. It's a bit more rocket fuel going. That does seem like it's able to handle quite a bit more, though. Alright, so what we can do now... Alright, so that's a mess, but that should quadruple that. Now, of course, we're not having the, this isn't keeping up. And you're literally just heavy fuel. How are we doing on our split? Petroleum! Oh, I see what's happened. You are not on the logic network. Oh, you're in the green signal. 1 second. There, because these are turning on, they're solidly backing everything up. That should fix that. So need a chemical plant for the heavy fuel. To keep that all going. Probably make this work. You've got the heavy fuel right here. And right there. So we can go over there. Alright, that's horrifically messy. We can keep that going. If we get another, let's say, 2 chemical plants. I can duplicate that, because once that backs up on the conveyor belt, then they'll be good. Alright, so we'll go ahead and do this. And this is because we're going to fall behind in the rocket fuel if I don't work on this, and when that happens, the rockets will stop going, which will slow down the platform's construction. And then we'll end up doing a lot of the platforms over time. Or not a lot, we'll be keeping platforms going. Okay, so that should be plenty of solid rocket fuel. So that should also burn a bunch of that. So that's good news. Yeah, so with that, we're actually burning the heavy rocket fuel pretty fast. But that should be okay, because what will end up happening is over time, this will keep consuming that with a light rocket. You'll slowly burn that down. A little concerning that you're on the higher end. If that does cause a problem, what I can probably do is I could also put light stuff for making the solid rocket fuel as well, and have it configured to turn on and off. Right now, I think I'm going to choose... Well, your light fuel is going up. That's a problem. Okay, so let's go ahead and what we can do here. You know, I could actually set it up, because I got the light fuel right here. I could actually make it so I could toggle it back and forth as needed. And I believe there is a way to tell it to change its recipe. Alright, so let's, okay. Nah, what I can just do this way. I don't want to mess with that. We can go ahead and make like 3 more of these. Because I can manually toggle those over. I'll do the exact same thing here. All right. So I can do with these is set you to do the light solid fuel. And drop our power towers here. And run the red cable here. Alright, so we can go here and go enable disable if light oil is more than heavy oil. You run. Then you go up here. If light oil is less than heavy oil, you run. But you're not connected to there. Yep, so you get the idea there. That it'll trade back and forth based on which ones are needed. So that should alleviate things, and meanwhile... Yeah, and you shouldn't be getting more... Right. So you should ultimately slowly start gaining that. We are making the solid, we're making the solid fuel and the rocket fuel from light. The heavy is only being used to convert that or make solid fuel when there's not there. So it should ultimately have it so the heavy starts gaining, the light should come down. We honestly might be producing enough oil that we're going to just fill all this up. Alright, but that should fix the ratio issue. Now, I'm not really needed to do anything right here, so let's check in the platform. So platform's making progress. Slowly but surely. We've got our conveyors and our splitters and all there. There goes another round. It's more platform, so that's good. Cool. Yeah, no, the petroleum was maxed out because this area down here, I forgot to send the configuration, so it was just blasting the light oil down. And so these two were getting low, and this got full. But I turned all of that off. And so now that slowly should be getting consumed between, like, plastic and sulfuric acid and all that. That should ultimately get down lower than the others. Because I am using it for a lot. You can clear a tank you really want to? I'd rather not. What I could do, and probably should do, is go down here. Because I always end up needing more petroleum. I've never had it where there was something other than petroleum that was the bottleneck. We can just go here, because I know I'm going to need lots more plastic. Oh, why do you have 2 ports on there? Alright, even more plastic on the line. And now just burn more petroleum. Sulfuric acid seems to be fine. We are burning a lot of that for explosives, which is good. The sulfur's fully backed up. Huh. Well, there's another thing we can do. Is I can go down here and make another line of these to make solid fuel out of petroleum if it's higher. We'll have that go on the other side of the belt so these can run at the same time if it comes down to it. Actually, turn those around. Ooh, you're toggling. I mean, genuinely, I'm literally producing enough that it's starting to get stuck. Go like this. All right, and then we can go down here. You're both light and heavy going on those solid fuel makers? Yes. And they're programmed. So, like, if the light is more than heavy, use the light. If the heavy is more than... Yep. And that's what I'm doing here, is I'm setting this one to be the same way. So it's like, what do you got the most of? Start making solid fuel. Get it out of here. So you're not programmed to do anything smart yet. So you... bridges it over where we can check this. Alright, so you... if petroleum is more than light, you start doing that. So this one, basically, this one toggles up if this one's not, you know, if this is the lowest. This one toggles on if it's got more than that. And then this one toggles on if it's got more than that. So the converting starts from heavy to light, or the petroleum, and the petroleum starts the other way around. That's also the reason why I put the petroleum on the other side, so that these could technically run at the same time if needed to balance it out. It's a little bit of a chop job balance, but it should do that. What is reading those values? It's on these tanks. I've got a green line that crosses here and goes the whole way up to these two tanks, and then I've got a red line that goes the whole way up here and checks those two tanks. You can see like the red wire here popping up to these. It's actually a top tanks, but you see green wire up there, red wire up there. And it's just running the whole way down, so it's checking these for the values. Oh, you don't need those pipes running into the solid fuel makers, though? You don't need the pipes running into solid fuel makers. Oh, yeah, so this was I was going to set it up, because I know there's a way you could change the blueprint on it. So I was going to make it so I could have it, you know, use the same ones and switch the blueprints back and forth based on the values. And I was like, never mind. But that said, if I did run into a problem, I could literally copy-paste that up here. I'll look at the circuit settings. Yeah, set recipe. But the question is, would I be able to set the recipe back? Also, sets a recipe from the first valid recipe signal. Ah, okay. Oh, and you're not running because it's backed up. That's fair. Yeah. I don't think we need to do that now. If we end up with a throughput issue, we can deal with that. So all the rocket fuel's going. Yeah, so the issue is now I'm just making so much solid so much solid fuel that it's just not getting where it needs. We can also go here. So if there's any space, just pass it through. So one thing that should probably happen here is as we start having spare of this, we can get that going to fuel the trains. Yes, you're 24K, 24K. Yeah, no, it's right now our oil production is outrunning our consumption. That's all that's happening there. That's fine. I just wanted to make sure like that wasn't going to gridlock because one got way out of whack. But no, that's a good problem. We finally have our oil producing at a speed that the whole thing doesn't freeze up. Alright, meanwhile, let's go check on Epoch. So it's doing relatively okay. Let's go check on our rocket, because I'm a little concerned. You think it's a shame recipes need coal and solid fuel is different? So you can't make grenades, etc. from oil. Alright, so yeah, so it is rocket fuel that is our bottleneck now. So let's make even more rocket fuel and more cursed spaghetti. I look forward to the drones being fast enough to catch up and give me things. I don't have to stop and let them do inventory. Where's our nuclear grenades? It's just literally a nuke, but you throw it so you guarantee you get caught in the blast. I know a few games that have done that kind of a mechanic, that they'll have, like, the equivalent of, like, the Fat Man from Fallout, but as, like, a handheld thing. So it's only really usable if, like, at the top of a cliff chucking down or something. But, of course, they give it to you before you can do anything that. So it's one you actually grab and chuck, and then suddenly the screen just gets filled up with light, and you're like, oh, never mind. Alright. So I've got the solid fuel here. It's just solid fuel and the light fuel is what we need. But I need way, way more rocket fuel happening. Oh, it's not Chem Labs, it's assemblers. I keep doing that. Alright. You know, honestly, just do this. Okay, so you need the solid fuel in and all that. So, this is going to deeply upset someone. Not because of what I'm doing there, but because of what I'm about to do here. Was now cycling in a loop so that as they're able to fit a spot in there, they'll fit a spot in there. Okay, so next thing I need is apparently more iron. Okay, so then we can go over here. And apparently more belts. Alright, let's go grab... Well, actually, don't I have iron right there? Yeah, so we can grab the iron over here. They should bring me my belts on their own. Okay. And the only reason I looped it around like that is so that it should be able to keep balancing it again and again. It's not an elegant way of dealing with it, but it will prevent it from, like, backing up because one side of the belt is fully covered and the other one's not getting any. Alright. And that leaves this is the only other place where things are coming in. But it should mean any of these that are available to run should operate. So yeah, we just did add 6 more things. I got 10 things making rocket fuel now. So we should be pulling a lot of stuff off that line. Yeah, all of our oil stuff is completely full. Every single oil product we have is full. Okay, so that should help. We massively increased our rocket fuel production. Now, in the long run, one thing we could do... Rocket fuel belt is fully not connected yet? Oh, right, because it ran out of belts. Right. Thank you. I would have forgotten about it and been like, where is all this rocket fuel? I should be making so much. Forgetting the fact that I ran out of belts, like, right the last inch. Let's do the same thing. Just to make sure both sides of the belts get filled. And just hearing all of these pulse constantly trying to manage it is amusing me greatly. It's sad that won't last. And even these are pulsing on and off because it's full. But yeah, no, it's sad that that's not going to last. What's ultimately going to happen is, as it runs, eventually the oil I'm pulling up is going to slowly deplete to the point it goes much slower, and then that'll start slowing down a lot. Alright, is there anything else I need in my inventory? Not really. So meanwhile... Yeah, so rocket fuel is the bottleneck. On the plus side, even though it's a bottleneck, it is coming at a steady stream. I don't know how much rocket fuel it takes per launch. But it's getting done. Alright, so meanwhile, let's go check on Epoch. Alright, so Epoch's making some proper progress. We're still waiting on these. You're on the network up here, right? But we should start getting our white science pretty soon. Yeah, there's a big clump of rocket fuel all at once. Yeah, you're on the network. And you're right here. That'll figure itself out. Yeah, so you haven't automatically requested more stuff for the platform, which is a little confusing to me. Why? Ah, it only goes with full stacks? What are you waiting on for another... Well, I mean, they should have full stacks because it's actually sitting here. Oh, you're not sitting there because of the electric motors. Well, those are getting done as well. What's the holdup on the electric motors anyways? That's fine. I don't mind having the full stack just because, well, that platform's not going to be an issue. Our later platforms are going to occasionally take damage if something gets through and our defenses have a gap in it. And, you know, sometimes mid-flight it's like, oh, I need to adjust things. Yeah, so you're waiting on batteries. That's actually not things we care about. Oh, you're just churning away. Yeah, you're just fine. You're just churning away right now. That's fine. Okay. Plus, once I get that up there, I'll be able to add the grabbers. Because you're at 8, you're at 7. Yeah, and our rocket fuel's good now. Alright. Yeah, because we're missing a Assembler 2, which then we'll probably go up here and do that. It's interesting that you mentioned a full stack of them, because that definitely didn't get placed. Same with this one. Not a full stack, it's full mass. I see. That's fine. It should sort itself out. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is it's probably waiting on the platform. You can manually launch it. But you get it with 0.99 mass thing? Yeah. So we do have enough of those. How are our Logibots doing? You backed up? Almost all of them are available. My assumption is any second now something is going to get brought up to here, because I would assume they would still load up the 0.99 or whatever. Oh, I think it's all the Logibots. No, because there's a bunch still passive. Yeah, because you're waiting on platform and assembler, some accumulators. Well, the accumulators are going to be waiting for a very long time. We actually have all these in here. Okay, yeah, so it looks like we're waiting on the platform. We're waiting on the long hand. Oh, the long-handed inserts are one that's never going to happen because they don't actually have long-hand insert. Not enough to fill one rocket. Yeah, I can check that in 1 second. I just realized I'm not actually making the long-hand inserters literally anywhere. So let's fix that. Our inserters get made way down here. I'm noticing our copper belts run dry, which is not exciting. Let's see. How can I make this happen? So what's a long hand relative? So long hand needs a gear, iron plate, and an inserter. We've got the gears. We got the iron plate, but I can't get that over there. I think I'm just going to go make a new place for it right here and not put any brain cells into it. Because then we can go... you'd be the circuit board. I'm assuming we've hit the point that my copper refinery isn't adequate. Okay, and then you would be the inserter. And then you'd need gears and iron plates. Then you would get your gears. Right now I can leave you like that. That's gonna be on the wrong side. Okay, and we can put a splitter there. All right. I can put you here and make you a long inserter. And then we can just put a passive providing chest down here. All right. Cool. And then we're just basically waiting on copper to be shipped. So let's take a look at what's going on with our copper mine over here. Copper's up there. Yeah, so the ore is doing mostly fine. We'll want to go here, and let's start by telling it, hey, all this stuff you got right there, I want to see a second one of it right here. I don't really have a plan for bringing the rest of the ore over, but that's for me to deal with in a minute. Right. Yeah, because with that, what we're going to probably want to do... Probably going to want to go to the setup I got down here. Alright, so... We'll plan to move this down here. That's not part of the network yet, so we'll need to get that added to the bot network. So it'll be right about where the railroad track is. Okay. We'll let that sit for a while. It looks like we need copper. I can actually probably... Let's not be lazy. I can just run over there and deal with it. Okay, let's run over there. Start dealing with that. Because I don't have something else I should be doing right now. If we just go over there and deal with it, it's dealt with. How's our power holding up? It's getting better and better. Love to see it. How's our defensive perimeter going? They're continuing to build that out. Love to see it. That side's mostly done. That side is mostly done as well. Ooh, we got a problem there. That is an urgent one. Okay, hang on. New plan. So we can head down to the copper, but what's going to end up happening is the biters moved a nest almost directly on where I'm building the wall. And the issue we're going to run into there is, while the drones are going over, they're just going to get murdered again and again and again, which is going to cost me tremendous amount of resources if I don't deal with it. Alright. I'm going to go down here. So those cheeky biters tried to pull a fast one. It's honestly surprised I haven't lost constructors and all that to it. They basically got to this part. Just the fact that they haven't got these last two drone ports built is the only reason we haven't started taking heavy losses. Getting all tangled in the trees. Turn off that roboport. Stop going out there. Those nonsense is dealt with. Stay on board. Alright, so we got that nest done. Okay, so only 4 more nests to go. It feels like building closer to the line would make it easier. Yeah, the big challenge I run into is if I build too close a line, then they aggro onto the turrets while I'm setting them up. You can also run into the issue where the biters will spawn and immediately start rushing the line again and again. And that could also be a problem just because then like the turrets are constantly firing and burning through their ammo and you're not getting that gap where I can run in and do a bunch. So I am probably able to get closer, but this kind of feels like the safer approach. Because I've definitely done that. Or you get so close you put them underneath these things. Alright, either way, it's dealt with. So we got those cheeky biters who tried to drop that in. I'm glad I noticed that. We were actually just 2 drone ports from our constructors going under here and just getting chain murdered. So we keep our drone port off until we're away from this. Yeah, no, the range is always a tricky one where there's definitely a benefit for putting them closer. The good news is this is also where we were going to head to in a minute anyways. Alright, so. I'm going to just pipe you in here for right now. But the catch we're going to run into here is I've got to separate out the ore going into this area. And I'm going to move the output farther down. Oop. Okay, so we've got that going. So now... those are output lanes. We'll need a lot more conveyor belts, but that's okay. But yeah, so you get the idea of what we're going to be doing here is I want to go and expand this thing's output to quickly get over here. And thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, and also we want to go... oh, what happened? Alright, so... this is all good stuff. We're waiting on blue science. What's happened at blue science? That's not done anything in ages. It's out. That's not blue science. Where's the blue science? It's down here, right? No, that's black science. That's not it. Ah, you're waiting on the motors, and the motors are just working away. There's something going on. All right. The motors, we just don't have enough production set here. So let's grab all of you. We don't have the bot network up there either. I'll take care of that when we get there. Alright. So meanwhile, we can just go ahead and do this way. So you'd have that. Alright, so that would go this way. Alright. So that would wire out all those. Hey, Reza, how's it going? So then we have the output here. Then have the output here, so you can go ahead and put a merger there. I'll probably end up needing more throughput than I've got there. Alright, so this will be a colossal mess. So let's see, so it'd be 1, 2, 3. We can make it work. Okay. So I've got all that going. Alright, so that's pretty annoying. We just broke everything, but that's fine. So let's quickly run up here, grab ourselves another stack of the conveyor belts. I'm doing pretty good. We've just gotten ourselves situated up with the space platform, getting that stuff going. Yeah, so you're getting close. We've almost got that going. Just one more thing of the platform should do it. Oh, you really like the train stations? Yeah, no, I make my factories very, very train heavy. Like, I don't really use a lot of logic bots. We do use a lot of construction bots. But the logic bots are mostly just to supply me and, like, the space platform, that kind of thing. Here, I'm actually just going to run over to your conveyor belt drop-off. Just give it to me. Alright. Yeah, because you're constructing that defensive perimeter over there. Working on that down there. It looks like you're almost done topping me off. Okay, let's get out of here. Alright, so what we're going to want to go ahead and do... Yeah, trains seem faster for sure. Yeah, no, there's a whole thing when you get to, like, the maximum leveled up conveyor belts and the bandwidth and all that. That there is argument to be made that trains ultimately can be surpassed by just shoving down a bunch of really big belts and all that. But at the same time, I've always found trains to be really nice because once I have my train network, I can literally just hit a button and be like, there, you're on the network. Train, go do. And I don't have to, like, really put a lot of effort beyond that. Let's go fix this mess I've made. Alright. So slowly but surely, we're building out the rest of this. Now, you'll notice these belts are remotely hitting saturation. I will be dealing with that in a moment. And that's going to be going back to our train station, upgrading the inserters to bulk inserters, making it so they don't all feed onto one belt, but rather they go in like on 2 or 3 belts. Alright. Okay. So we've got all that done. That now means we've got all of this queued up, but now the problem we're running into is these are being spread too thin. Now the first way I'm going to fix that is if we look down here, I've got a perfect example just to the south. This monstrosity you see here, what's happening is I'm taking half of that belt and half of that belt, bringing in one pipe. These ones are going in the other pipe, and then this is going into a third. We could do something like that. So we check on here. Oh, I forgot. We're still importing that for there. So I was like, what the are you? Alright, so what we can go ahead and do is we can start by no longer are you going this way. Okay. This is going into a 3D line, wasn't hooked up. This is going into a third line that wasn't hooked up. Yeah. So that means we're no longer passing you underneath. These two in the back, they feed this side. This is a completely unrelated area that's going. So let's go ahead and actually move your line here. So go ahead and do this. I've got some, I can't see how many inserters I still have in there. 42. So I can go here and say, all right, real fast we can grab my upgrade tool, upgrade the middle ones, so the train can get in and out as fast as possible. Okay, so you're bringing this one out. When you're looking at the iron ore, there was one that was not connected. No, it looks good. Because these two go together and goes underneath. These two merge and go down here. These two merge. Actually, you're backwards. Otherwise, it's right. No, wait. That's right. Yeah, because you two merge there, you two merge here, you go through. Yeah, you're all good. But I'm looking at this is going, how do I want to hook this up? Because I think what I actually need to do here is do one of these. Because if we insert it farther in, it's not going to help that much. So you're all going back here, you're going here. So we probably want to do is the same thing I did on the other side, is we'll grab you. And same deal. Seeing a problem with that. Please tell me you reach. Yeah. Okay. Is it cursed? Yes. Is it going to work anyways? Also yes. And I have how many of the faster, or the bulk inserters? 8? 16? So I can go over here and I can grab another row to upgrade. And grab 3 more to upgrade. On each side. Cursed Spaghetti describes most of my factories. Yep. Let's see, it's bottlenecked to 2 lanes by a single splitter in the middle. Yeah. Oh, right. So the way to fix this is to go like that. And once these ones have managed to fully deplete, then the train gets back through, will be good. So the next thing to check is, how is our copper ore? So this is the little one that's just draining in here. Why? Let me just walk over. That's the one feeding this line. It's a mostly depleted copper ore from the beginning of the game. So you'll notice, like, it's a mix of lower quality belts and all that. It was just like, alright, you're just trickling it in, just shove it in the sign. No, I didn't miss, I just didn't do it well. There. Yeah, this I was using before I had splitters and everything. Alright. So needless to say, that's gonna just trickle stuff out, but I wanted to check is on you. Why are you sleeping there? Temporary, go to refuel. All locomotive fully fueled. Oh, I see what's happening. Alright, new wait condition. Time has passed. 180 seconds. Or time has passed. 180 seconds. Or oh, I need to go to you. Let's see. Time has passed. Or inactivity. 20 seconds. Or save interrupt. Alright. Yeah, so you needed to refuel wherever you are. Yeah, you need to refuel. But you couldn't get there because it was blocked. And then the problem we were dealing with at the refuel location was because it's kind of mixed fuel at the moment, is this wasn't getting completely filled up. So I'll manually kick these ones over if they get stuck. Yeah, because it couldn't fill up because it's trying to put materials in of different types. We're basically depleting what was in these boxes. This is because I just screwed. I was like, get this wood out of here, get this coal out of here, get whatever out of here. So a bunch of trains are working their way to get refueled. Set up two entering fuel tank so it refuels faster. The problem is I don't have it hooked up to the box. I mean, this one right now would be fine. But yeah, no, I need to expand it. The other thing it can do is add a second place to deal with fuel, but yeah. Right, so here's a situation where it's gotten jammed. But that should fix it. I don't understand. It's clearly re-queuing it. But it shouldn't queue it because it's over the 10 fuel. Oh, it's looking for any fuel that's below 10. Okay. I see. Yeah, because what it's doing is it's checking, and it's doing that. Huh. Alright, we can... So, we can say, if wood is lower... Can I do not more than? Alright, so... Go back to the wild card. Actually, we'll just cancel the changes. Alright. So what I need to do is I just need to go over there and fix that crap. I'm standing right here. Yeah, so you're saying, so... Because that's what it started to do. If fuel is less than that, and fuel is less than that, and fuel, because we also have some rocket fuel in there, is less than this. The answer is don't mix my fuels. So get that out of there. I'll just get rid of wood and mixed fuel causing issues. Yeah, no, that's a thing. I probably should, but it's already in there. And I do want a place that I can just get rid of it. Okay, so once it's done... The big thing is I want a way to get rid of my wood. We were just feeding it into other stuff. Gotta put those boilers back up? Yeah. So I want to give those a moment to go. How is my space platform going, by the way? So you are still waiting a couple things. So it seems like what they're doing, though, is now, even though it's got 50 coal in it, it's still doing that. Let's, Huh. Even though it's an and, it's almost treating it like an or. Take you out. It's like every single train is coming in here to refuel on that. Well, right, but my understanding of the rule here was if fuel... Oh! So these two being acceptable, or those... I see. So you take that out. Gotcha, so I can't say and the whole way down for like all fuel types. That's fine. So we definitely want to take the rocket fuel out of here. Which I've already done. Yeah, the thing that surprised me is the ones rolling in with 50 coal when I had it set to if it's under 10. Yeah, this one should have shown up. This is correct. And you've still got the old logic. This is the train that was backed up causing the problems in the first place. One thing you could do is you're just wood. Right. That's exactly what happened. So you can get out of here. What is the goal of Factorio? Is there a list of quests or something to meet certain things? So if you're playing without the DLC, it is to launch launch a rocket with a satellite. Because when you launch a rocket with a satellite, then you've like basically because the beginning of the story is you crash land on the planet and you're trying to get home. So you launch the rocket with a satellite, and that's basically your phone home and be like, hey, give me a ride. With Space Age, it is you need to make a platform that can basically go effectively indefinitely to the farthest reaches, because then the idea is you would make your own ride to leave. Oh, here, grab you out. Shove you here. All right, get out of here. Okay. So what should happen here is let me actually grab one of you and go to the fuel setting. Yeah, so that should be fine now. Because I believe we got all the vehicles that are queued up. And I made it so it's two separate inserters. That way it can't get jammed up. Because that one's only moving wood, that one's only moving coal. Alright, so let's take a peek at our platform and what's going on there. Why is Epoch not getting what it needs? So you still have more of this. You are waiting on not enough to fill one rocket. Okay. So let's take a quick look at our mall over here. You have 45, and you're waiting on copper. I don't think your entire request is enough to fill one rocket. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is going on. So let's go here. Alright, so that should increase some of the stuff to go in there. We also need more power. Yeah, no, I don't need much of them, really. That's just a habit from when we were traveling. Oh, I just realized you're gonna need splitters to do this nonsense. So I'm basically just adding more and more until it's like, okay, there's your rocket. Get him out of here. Either that or what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna grab a stack of the just grab a stack of this junk real fast and just shove it in there and call it a day. Alright, let's also check on the copper. That's what you like to see. Okay, so we're actually running into a new problem here, which is a problem I should have expected. Alright, I gotta go down there. Okay. I do not have an interrupt to launch the rocket half-filled, because rockets do have a decent cost to them, so I wanna make sure it is actually filled. Where are you at? So you're there. Where's my copper at? Oh, the copper was above there. Right, so if I go there, I'm gonna jam up traffic. Fine. I need to make more parking spaces, effectively. Okay, let's go down here, and let's fix the issue with the copper, because now I'm producing enough copper plate, but I don't have enough throughput on the belt to get the copper plate onto the train. So I can run down there and fix that. Meanwhile, I did add a whole bunch of production stuff for the platform, and I'm hoping because I added that much more, it'll send up a rocket with whatever it can get. I think we're waiting on the actual platform is the issue. And the problem is the platform's not getting built because our copper plate is backed up, so we're not getting the copper wire to make the platforms. And this is where people remember I was like, I don't want to deal with this right now, and so I walked away from the copper, and I did that like 4 or 5 times. It's definitely not my fault, and a making of my own doing for ignoring a problem because I didn't want to deal with it. And I will not be accepting any accusations along those lines. Okay, so let's scooch you up. Move you out. Go like this. Alright. Okay, so we've got that all sorted out. So now that's balanced out. So that all that goodness we've got going on can have those belts practically at saturation. So I can run back up here and take a quick... Actually, I'm holding copper ore in my inventory. There you go. And let's run up here. Because that explains why so much of my stuff was getting stuck, as the copper was getting backed up. It's good to see there's nothing jammed up on the fuel line, so that's good news. And how's our power grid doing? We're starting to see the accumulators dipping. Yeah, so we've kind of maxed out the top of the accumulators. I'm assuming that's also because of the copper, and it's not because we already built them all. Yeah, there's still more accumulators to be built. Alright. Yeah, so copper got jammed up for a while, and that slowed things down. We've unjammed it, so it's just got a little catch-up to play, and then we'll be good. Surprisingly, we haven't needed more red circuits. Very surprisingly. Meanwhile, that'll unjam you for a minute. And there's the steel. And what are you waiting on? Yeah, so I think what we're genuinely waiting on here is I don't have enough of those. The accumulators are being eaten as we go. Let's make sure that the long inserters are actually being produced. And I think the problem is we're using all of the accumulators as fast as we get them as well. I don't think that one's going to hold up the rocket, though. Because it wants to send like a stack of them or whatever. Yeah, because those are being eaten as fast as we can get them. Ah, right. The long inserters are also going to be stalled because of the copper. The good news, we should probably get a copper train here not too long. Like, genuinely, as fast as they're rolling in, we're getting them out of here. And actually, for that matter, there. So we've got all that. If we do that, then I'll bridge that across so I don't have to go the whole way around. Alright, so let's go check on the copper trains, because the other thing I'd like to do is upgrade these. Now, I believe you'll still operate even when you're going. Good, because it used to be once you queued it, they would jam up and then just your whole thing would shut down. But we can go ahead and queue all these to upgrade. Queue all those to upgrade. Yeah, because the ore's going good. We've got the copper plate coming in. That should sort itself out. And where are you heading now? So you went to the right to keep the structure going. That's fine. You're kind of needed everywhere, which is unfortunate. Where can I go ahead and score myself some copper to speed things up a little bit? What I can do I can just grab it. Just go over there and I will grab it myself to get the next thing going. Because this is, well, actually, I just get the inserters going myself. Okay. It means basically you'll load it up as fast as it's ready. Came all out of that. We'll drop what we can along here. Hopefully get more of these online. We can do that until I basically run out of materials. Gonna have to watch. I'm adding a lot more power consumption onto our network. Yeah, we're starting to push our limits on those accumulators. Okay, do see that there is no power pole there. Got that fixed. Okay. Alright. And I'm completely out of stuff to work on this, I believe. Actually, no, I still got some of the lower quality inserters that we've replaced. Alright. Yep, and with that I've got none of the other materials, but we do have this set up to get in range of the bot network to build this all out. As you can see, the bots are zipping around, doing their stuff, grabbing the coal and whatnot. So that should slowly saturate these belts. And I am watching the trains. They're coming through at a relatively decent rate. And each time they pass through, they're going to grab some, they're going to go to the next stop. It is going to take a number of trains to get everything over. I've got a lot of places that use copper, unfortunately. But that should... that's warning. That's a 25% or lower power on the grid. So don't love seeing that. And there goes the copper train just again and again. As fast as it can roll, it's going on through. Because now they're playing catch up on all the missing copper. Ooh, actually, that got emptied. Where did it go? You had a whole bunch. Yeah, so you don't have enough of that. You don't have enough accumulators. The accumulators I'm not too fussed about. It's so close to coming online, too. I honestly just kind of need just a little bit more in there. Oh, okay, so that copper plate is going there, that's fine. Yeah, so getting the deliveries as fast as we can. Yeah, what'll happen is as soon as we get these caught up where it's not everything's low, then we'll end up having it where the station will, like, overfill. So that's good news. It's also a thing that this will slow down demanding copper. Once it gets times to get a little bit full, this will have all those boxes filled, and it'll just get the train out of here really rapidly. Another thing I can probably do to help with this is if I were to have the like these tracks here, if I were to split those out more evenly, I could split out into 4 different paths to get those all done. I'm not going to mess with that right now. We can get that sorted soon enough. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so this is constantly turning on and off of being available. Yeah, and that's basically already filled up the containers fast enough for another train to be ready to come in. Alright, bear with me for just a minute, chat. I'm going to go ahead and mute my mic. Just grab myself a new drink and I'll be right back. Okay. Oh. I wanted the camera to actually be on the train, but that's okay. And you went to Green Science. Just no love for the copper up here. Yeah, because you need copper, you need copper, you need copper. You need copper down there. Yeah, that's just between the train that got stuck to refuel, the copper being underspec'd, and all the other things. Copper is just the name of the game today. Oh, let's go up here and grab a bunch of wood and chuck it in this thing off to the right while we're waiting. That's also part of probably why the oil caught up so much, is we've probably been down on copper for a while. It's really easy to run into those problems where you miss that something is running low, and the rest of the factory chugs on, and you come back and it's like, why is this not working? Alright, what was I up here for? Oh, the wood. That's right. There should be a bunch of wood and rockets and stuff in these boxes. So give me the coal, give me the wood. Give me the belt. Give me the other wood. It'll be really nice that I can sort these out better. Alright. So with this, we can go down to where we refuel our trains and do all that stuff. But see, the worst problem masks the lesser problems till you fix unless you grow really slowly. Yeah. Well, it's also one of those things that, like, every time you go and expand, you'll have all your stuff that was balanced out or, like, covering your needs, but you've expanded, so something has fallen behind. Alright, so there's the wood. And for our purposes, we'll go grab a box here. And actually have an inserter for you. Boom. I'll pocket craft it. I mean, I did have a blue insert, but that's fine. Okay, let's go take a peek at this over here, make sure our belts are in place. I won't be able to do anything about the inserters. Not really. I need more copper for all that, but at least get these queued up and done. All right. That's still going to get more of these going. Alright. Yes, again, all that stuff is just speeding up this more and more. We're getting that belt slowly more and more saturated with the copper. This is increasing our power consumption tremendously, though, which does worry me a lot, actually. Okay. So you're good to go here. We don't need those ones. Alright, so we got that about as much done with that as we can. Now it's just a matter of waiting for the copper to reach the mall, which it should. We're producing a lot more copper now. We've dramatically increased the amount we're going to carry. And that'll unjam everything. So we're waiting on the space science. That's just not getting done. So let's check on our place we need copper. So you're waiting on this. You're an empty train right now. You're going to go pick up stuff. So you need copper here. You're good. You're good. You're good. We have one train waiting here. And you're waiting there for blue circuits. Yeah, no, I probably do need to increase the mall's copper line. So we go to your priority. Well, actually, the problem is they're all the same name. I don't think that'll actually affect. I think it'll tell that to... We'll check this. So I got that one set there. If we go to one of the other copper lines, like this one, that's priority 50. Oh, no, that is station to station. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, no, I know I need to be wrapping it up. I mean, we had a big raid I'm using as a little bit of an excuse to keep going. I would just like to see the tiniest bit of our space science being produced. I don't even need to get down here. Just being produced. I can also go to you. You request that so that the science happens immediately. Just one more belt. Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely just like, just one more day, just one more thing. Alright, so this train, in theory, should go up to where we want it. This is why you don't do trains till after you have a minimum viable space science. The factory grows so much. Yeah, I mean, the issue we ran into here was I just let my copper get jammed up. That's basically what happened. It'd be no different than if I was using conveyor belts and I accidentally misconfigured, like, you know, a splitter or whatever, and now it's filtering out the copper, so it just blocked up. Or, like, accidentally ran past a conveyor belt and hit R and turned it or whatever. It's the same exact problem. Now, I will say there is a problem with the trains that sometimes they can mask your issues, where it's a little harder to notice them. Because, like, you'll have times where, like, everything will be fine. You'll be like, why is nothing happening? You'll find, like, two trains way down in the corner blocking each other, and you're like, thanks, trains. Alright. So I got them all, you know, resupplied. So the copper should go into our mall. The important thing is that it gets up to this line here where the platform is. But it's going to take a couple of trains to get that anywhere close to what I need. Yeah, because we just need the assembling machines up here, the long inserters, and then the platform. Once we have that, the science is happening. And then we'll see how many of these it takes to cover our needs. I also right now have these just going off this way. We'll want to do that differently later, but I'm going to go with just huck it off the back of the ship for now. Because what we'll want to do is bring it around, but before I do that, I want to make sure I have an overflow lane. So basically just keep bringing it around, and then if it overflows, then it gets ejected. But I haven't taken the time to configure any of that, make any of that work. So the first step is get it to work at all. Second step is to get it work not terrible. Okay, so you are producing that. So those are producing as fast as they can. And the copper line is full. The thing at this stage, I'm going to tell you, bring your priority back down to normal, because I don't want to just endlessly feed this, and then my red circuit's back up, and my blue circuit's back up, and none of these things are getting done, and we stop making the platform and everything else. Oh. Long inserters are on their way. So that just leaves the long inserters will come up there. And then the only thing we're missing after that is the assembler buildings. Am I making assembler buildings? I don't think I am. I don't think we are making the assembler buildings. Okay. So you are plate gear circuit board. So there's gear there. You got the circuit boards here. They're being gobbled up as fast as they're being made, unfortunately. I could do it right here. No, I can't do it there. There's not enough space. I've got. So we got the circuit boards weaving through everything. Let's check. So your steel gear circuit board, plate gear circuit board. Really didn't want it to have to do another setup over here. There's the steel. We have the circuit board here. I do have the plates there, so let's... All right. Do I want to... Let's not just hijack the existing circuit boards. That's what I was going to do because I didn't want to put the time and effort into it. But I already know it's just going to be a massive throughput issue. So you can be wire, circuit boards, power. And in this situation, we will have you T to here. Alright. Cool. So then we can go up here. So then I'm going to need gears. All right. So then you are the assembler 1s. And you are the assembler 2s. And then finally we put a passive provider. Okay. Right now, chuck you all in there. Oh. Stop requesting. Chuck you all in there. Okay. At least I've got a ton of those in my inventory to kind of like bootstrap that up really fast. So we can go ahead and check in this. Alright. So you're waiting on these. And the solar panels and all that. So yeah, so we just need those and platform. The platform is gradually happening. Because the good news with a lot of this, they don't actually need very much. Yeah, so literally, the accumulators aren't that urgent. The solar panels would be nice eventually. Yeah, we have the solar panels on board, everything else. Yes, we're just missing accumulators, assembling buildings, and the space platforms. Which those are all getting built about as fast as we can. I honestly probably could get more production in here. Power grid struggling. More and more each cycle, which I'm not loving. Yeah, so looking at that, you are dipping more and more. So, are you still waiting on accumulators? All right. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so you're still missing accumulators that you're trying to fill in. There's all that. Oh, did we hit 10,000 followers finally? Is that... Wait. Did that actually just happen? Did we just hit 10,000 followers on the channel? I thought it was still a ways away last I had peaked. I thought it was still a couple hundred away. Wait a second. Hang on. Oh, it's gonna show me the whole thing. But thank you. So, thank you so much for hitting... We finally hit the 10,000 follower milestone. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for the following the channel and stuff. That's been one that's been eluding me for a while. That, like... Yeah, no, the thing is, I know on the UI, it'll kind of, not lie about it, but it'll kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? It'll estimate kind of thing. But still, so thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. That's been a long one coming, because, like... You know, I got close, and then Twitch started doing the thing where they got rid of a bunch of the bots, which is fine. But, you know, then it went down a little, then it went up a little, then it went down a little, and it's, like, slowly been moving up. But there's been a lot of that back and forth. Alright, so I just need you... So we have the conveyor belts on there. We're waiting for the platform. We got the assembler, so literally it's just the platform, it's all that's waiting on. We've got 50... Which is, that should literally be it. It's literally loading it up right now. So I can go and run, and I can chase this. I can pop over here, and we can take a look at this. And you can, like, ride the rocket up to the platform and everything. It doesn't do you any good if you're just going to sit on it. All right, so we're actively getting the rocket ready. But with that said, it should be on its way up there now. Yep, there it goes. And then with that, that'll be Epoch Online. It'll probably run horrifically underpowered because I've only got 4 solar panels running this whole thing. It'll probably do okay. But it's still got a lot more work to be done. But the goal here is to just get it producing the space science. It doesn't matter if it produces it well, I just need it producing it at all. Then once it's producing it at all, then we can scale. Alright. Oh, crap. I see a problem. Alright. Filter, metallic, okay. Wrong side. Filter, carbon, other side. Filter, ice, other side. Ooh, you don't need to go in here. Hang on, I misunderstood. Okay, so... that's gonna create, honestly, a pretty big headache. Alright, in that case, we can go here. Might as well have a second one running. And would you look at that? Space science. Needless to say, I am not grabbing nearly enough space junk. Morning, Bissett. Okay. And there goes the first batch of space science. Is there a benefit with having them overlap so much? Having what overlap so much? Sorry, I'm not sure. Oh, these? Not really. Not for what we're doing. When you're going out and you're doing the asteroids, like you're going and traveling to another planet, it can be very useful to have them do that. Just for when there's a lot of junk coming through. But in this case, it's probably overkill. Yeah, no, we did launch it a little bit ago. And with that, all the space science getting fed through, Now, granted, we're waiting on blue science now, and what was blue science's problem? Oh, that's blue circuits. Green science. The blue science needs... You've got the motors. Ah. I hate it. Alright, I'm going to unjam this, and then we're going to be calling it, because it's... I've already gone 2 hours over my normal time, but we have had a solid milestone that we now have a space platform that is making space science. Yeah, I could check on the motors as well. It probably is feeding to one side. My suspicion is I was in the middle of doing a blueprint and missed that step and then just copy-pasted it. But the good news is, all the supplies are already there. I just dropped the underground and it's done. Alright. Yeah, and it won't be too much longer till we'll end up wanting to go after more coal, and we're pretty good on iron for now, but we'll probably want to get more. Because with a lot of those things, it's worth going early. Yes, the motors are also the same deal. Alright. Yeah, so we had all the red circuit boards there. It just, that was enough to trigger to not send. Because they basically have it if you have one full side, or sorry, if you have both areas full worth of plates, it doesn't send the train. Alright, so that unsticks blue science. I need to be ending the stream so I can go to bed, because I've gone way longer than I intended to. So with that said, thank you so much for tuning in. If you haven't already dropped a follow on the channel, drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. I will be streaming tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. And thank you again for hitting that milestone. I would have planned more for it, but I thought we were still like 200-300 away. I missed when we caught up so much. It must have been during like just all this Factorio and Stardew between the two of them. You just realized it's 6 a.m. Eastern. Yep. That's the reason I'm like, because I have a hard limit that at 7 a.m. I'm in bed. Like that's my hard limit. Like no matter what else is going on, even if I'm fully alert, I'm in bed because I just have to do that for myself. But again, so if you haven't already dropped follow, find your way. Sorry, if you haven't already dropped a follow, go ahead and drop follow. That way you can find your way yourself back in the future. You know, Rual forced you to reinstall Factorio. You're welcome. So with all that said, if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but I do not have a host planned over there, so thank you so much for tuning in and all that good stuff. For those over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on.